Um, um, what's up, Non-Fun Nation? What's up? What's up, guys? What's up? How we doing, Non-Fun Nation? What's up? I don't know a good name. Welcome back, and welcome back, Vegan, for being first and being in the waiting room. Give me a second. What's up, Non-Fun Nation? Today we're gonna be playing. We're gonna be playing the Oblivion remake. Just got the new Oblivion game. We got the new. Yeah, I can put you in. Hold on. Just got the new. What's up?
Yo. Oh.
Oh, excuse me. I literally sneezed as you pulled me in.
Oh.
Wow.
Oh, I always excuse myself.
Why did I have to get randomly attacked based upon my ego? What happened?
What do you mean randomly? Oh, do you mean the?
Yeah. Where did that message come from? Where did it stem from?
I was just, I don't know. We were talking about animals and veganism, and I was like, and you're anti-vegan. You hate vegans and animals.
I'm not.
You want.
To be fair,
He
you want
hates
to-
vegans.
You want to
He hates
continue the animal holocaust.
there's a chance I'll become vegan at some point, just not now.
And I was
You
just
heard it
like,
here
it's kind of
first.
crazy how you
If
simp
I'm
for
not-
this.
if I'm not
You
having-
simp
I
for
hate
this
vegans.
one girl so much that you donate to her
No.
animal sanctuary.
It's just, I think it is just very. I mean, it's probably a net positive. I think it's just very hard to actually do it. You understand what I'm
Sure.
saying? I think it's very difficult to make that dietary. A lot more effort. I feel like if I just don't have a lot of money.
Reach
I'm
out to
sure
Maya and
vegan
say,
has
hey, would you
the-
go on a date with me? Oh, I got the tips. But I was going to say for him, ask that streamer, be like, hey, how do I go vegan? And would you date me if I went vegan? And then she'll be like, yeah. Yeah. And then boom. And you
Easy
fucking
lock.
made it, dude. You're in like
Yeah.
Flynn.
And they're like somewhere, baby.
That's the way to be. That's the way to do it. But then you have to
Are-
help
are-
out at the sanctuary.
Are you going on a dating? Oh no, you're talking about Maya. I thought Nonfa was going on a dating panel.
Oh, no.
No.
Non-Fon's not going to do that. He hasn't even seen a woman yet.
Exactly.
True.
He is the top incel.
I did
after
though.
all.
I have considered though, because I'm not fully vegan yet. I've been.
Oh god, and you attack me. It's crazy.
Oh,
It's actually
Non-Fon.
crazy.
Oh.
It's actually
Okay.
crazy that I get attacked, and
I need to commit
and
to it,
me and
'cause
him are in
I-
the same boat.
I cannot justify not being vegan. Okay, I just can't do it. I can't
Oh
do it.
god, it's hard. But also,
Remember
you
when
just
I
can't do
donated
it.
the $50 to you?
I do remember that. Hey, I've been like, I'll have you know, whenever I go upstairs and look at all the snacks, okay, and I see Cheez-Its and I see, I don't even know what vegan snacks we have. Oh, we have veggie straws sometimes. I think those are vegan.
Veggie straws are pretty
I'll
good.
be like,
Top.
I'm going to the fucking veggie straws, okay? But I don't know. It's just
If you needed to know, the purple bag Doritos, those are vegan. That's like the one vegan Dorito flavor, like
Hell
the
yeah.
spicy chili, whatever it's called. All I know is that it's purple. And then potato chips. I do
Do you
the baked
understand?
Lay's potato chips. Those
It
are top.
seems so hypocritical for Nonfon to be like a super vegan debater and then just not.
hold
be
on.
vegan.
Whoa. First of all, I don't even debate veganism, bro. I have just been
Really?
won
I feel
over.
like that's most of our conversations.
It's because
Only when I'm here.
exactly. So yeah, there's that for number one, and then number two, that's because that's like what we disagree upon. Like obviously, I'm not gonna. I have not been maximizing my vegan debates. Okay, I could be in the fucking politics server, in the veganism server.
But you
Well, I am
shouldn't,
in both of those.
because you're not
but-
even a true vegan.
Well, yeah, but I could still be debating.
How are you gonna
for
argue
veganism.
something is like the most moral thing and then not do it? Aren't you kind of like implicitly showing there that maybe it's
True.
not that feasible?
Well, no, it is feasible. That's the
Yeah,
the
non-fun.
issue.
Talk about how shrimp don't have any rights.
Oh my God, you're gonna talk about the shrimp program, and then
I-
have you ate shrimp recently?
No, I've been vegetarian for years, buddy. Okay,
I
so
don't know. I don't know.
I don't eat shrimp.
We're gonna see a clip come out one day of non-fun eating a shrimp, beheading it alive, chewing.
I
it
would
up.
never eat shrimp. Okay, I would eat a cow before I ate.
Ooh,
Before I ate the
that's
holy shrimp.
cringe. Even
I'm
from a
joking.
normal person's perspective.
Bro, I'm joking. Although, wait, you
Really?
might be able to make a. Well, no, actually, I was gonna say you might be able to make an argument just based on like the scale of the amount of shrimp killed that like supporting the shrimp industry is maybe, more immoral than supporting like the beef industry. But the beef industry is pretty
That's
big in
actually,
scale too.
From
and,
your
like,
framework, I think you're probably right. Right? How do you wait? What's
I don't
the,
know. It would.
Yeah.
Well, cows are so
I don't know
much
how big
more
each market
sentient.
is.
Like I'd have to look at we can look at like the welfare range table thing. I think
I got
cows
this.
are
How many
number
cows?
2.
Okay. So, okay, 1.2 billion shrimp die a year, and then 36 million cattle die a year. That's a pretty.
Yeah, but we also
That's a significant scale.
someplace somewhere.
All right, non-fun. Do you think a cow's life is worth more than 33 shrimp?
Probably, yeah. Let's
Then,
see.
Yeah, then the meat trade is. Also, I think also purely environmentally. I mean, the cow one's just so much significantly
That's true as
worse.
well. Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. If you look at like here's
So-
the sentience adjusted welfare range estimates. Cows not on here. Pigs, chicken, octopuses, bees, salmon, shrimp. Oh,
How do they?
cows-
how
also,
could they
can I
not
ask
include
you,
cow?
What is the methodology of this? How do you test
Um,
sentience?
If you look, okay,
I-
so if non-fun scrolls down a smidge and you see the massive fucking error bars on all of those things, that's how they do it.
Well, yeah, I forget exactly how. I know for like shrimp, like sometimes in crabs, they'll have like an electrified tank and a non-electrified tank, and like the electrified tank has like more resources than the non-electrified tank, and they can basically see like how much more resources do we have to put in this tank to, make it worth the pain for these crabs to go through or whatever. I don't really know exactly what they do for pigs, but
I see the mirror test seems to be a big one. See if animals can recognize themselves in a mirror. It says only
Sure.
8 animals have passed it.
Oh yeah, the mirror test is a big thing that people use.
Yeah,
And then
chimpanzee, would
I
say-
forget humans get that ability. I haven't looked it up in a little while.
It's like a bird, a fish, an elephant, a dolphin, and then 4 different primates, which would make sense.
I don't know. They have a probability of like cows being sentient, which is like, obviously over 90, it's 91% here. But they don't include them on the welfare range estimates, which are basically like how much do we think they are capable of suffering relative to humans. But presumably cows would be higher than shrimp even. Maybe even higher. So
Who
it
knows,
might be.
though? If it's not on the thing, how are we supposed to know?
Well, that's
You know how
an
much of a
issue is that
creep
it's
I
obviously
am?
difficult to know, but
I got this bird feeder that you can put a little Wi-Fi camera in, and I can look through the camera so I can watch birds as they eat the seed.
yeah, my grandparents have that.
Isn't that pretty cringe? That's pretty based. All right, I actually gotta get going.
Okay.
But I will be back possibly later. Peace out, fellas. Have
Okay.
fun with
See
Ezra
ya.
Klein and Piers Morgan
Stay
and
safe.
Trump. Bye.
What constitutes sentience
So-
in the first place?
On God,
hard.
answer one of the hardest questions. Come on, Nonfon.
I mean,
Give
it's
us
gonna
the
be
answer.
like some amount of like. I mean, it's just gonna be, a bottom line like experience, like some level of like conscious experience of like saying knowing you exist is kind of weird because obviously dogs probably don't like know they exist in the same way that we know we exist. But
Can you link me
know.
the study that you always cite? I do want to see this study, the animal one you always cite.
what do you mean?
The one that you were just talking about with shrimp and the pain suffering
Oh,
one.
yeah,
Where
yeah,
like, I
it's-
think we can. Thank you.
It's these two things. I think this think tank does a lot of research on it. Which also, I don't know if I should. I don't know. I don't know how often I should bring this up, but like, I'm about to talk about like, Trump's first 100 days, and I think, just mathematically, like technically the worst thing he's done is probably the USAID cuts, because like, depending on how many of the cuts actually go through, which I think some of them might be restored eventually. I think they still said 80% of them upwards were going to be cut. Like that could actually end up basically indirectly killing like over 10 million people, and that is just like it's just like.
Yeah, Maya talked about it recently because it's gonna fuck so much of like conservationist like areas up in the world, because we like support a lot of it. Like I remember I got into an argument actually IRL about whether America should be supporting the Amazon rainforest, and I was like, well, like I think it's like 25% of modern medicine, like a piece of it comes from the rainforest. If it's not the bugs, if it's not the plants. I was trying to make an argument, like, why do we have to pay for it? Why can't other countries?
Yeah.
And I was like, do you not see how much of a vital importance this is? Please. But yeah, I don't know. It's so sad. So sad. But hey, bro, the Kamala didn't fucking say pro-Palestine, so you know what I mean. Fuck her.
True. Gaza is speaking now. Which, by the way, I saw this like mentioned on Twitter, and like I haven't kept up with the Israel-Palestine thing that much, but like, I don't know. It sure does seem like all these Gaza protesters just don't care now. Like aid has only gotten like more restricted since Trump got into office. Like I don't think Gaza has received much aid. If I honestly don't know if they've received any aid, but presumably I would imagine some has had to have gone in sometime over the past 2 months. But they've gotten like significantly less aid over the last 2 months, and it's just like I don't really see people posting about it. I don't really see people being mad at Trump. But okay. Probability effective altruist people and not a think tank use probability vague contested word in ethical arguments equals 1. Very true. But I don't know, like sentience is like, yeah, like Isaac said,
I really
like,
want to
literally
see how they're
probably
coming to this.
the hardest thing to define. I spelled it wrong.
Like I think they did it pretty well though. I could nitpick, but like, how are you supposed to like determine the most like complex things? I think that scale
Right.
they made is probably like the best, genuinely probably the best way to do it. If I want to nitpick, like I could be like, well, how do they know? But like, yeah, like the 35 test. I mean, they all make sense.
Yeah, Gaza is the only issue we can talk about. True. Although I am getting. Did you see, by the way, Isaac, that Hassan and Ethan are going to debate?
Friday.
Yeah, tomorrow.
Yes, I haven't watched. Did you watch the Sam Cedar debate?
I saw a little bit of Destiny reacting to it, but not most of it.
Did it? I'm seeing every person from the H3 side is like, Ethan showed how unknowledgeable Sam Cedar is, and everyone on like the Hassan Sam Cedar side was like, this showed how uneducated Ethan is, and I'm like, I think I have to watch this now at some point.
Yeah. I don't know. It honestly just felt weird, the clips I've seen, because it's like, it's kind of weird that we're still on like the level 1 conversation of like, what should Israel have done in response to October 7th? And it's like, dude, we're like 2 years into the conflict. Like, how have we not evolved past like the level 1 like like arguments going on here? Like, what are we doing? But whatever.
Also, I looked into, because I'm trying to just switch into more animals, so I'm reading some different shit. Do you know the
Truth
did
nuke
you
lock
look into
orange.
the direwolf thing at all?
The dire wolves?
The fact that we like brought back direwolves from extinction.
Oh, yeah. I remember that being a headline.
Here, I'll send you an article because I just looked it up.
Yeah.
I remember seeing this, and it was like a big thing. And then I was like, I'm very curious about how they did this. But all they really did was find DNA of a dire wolf, and then we're like, okay, this DNA looks very similar to this type of wolf. Let's just they like rewrote DNA of a different wolf, and then we're like, because this is what a dire wolf would look like, and then they just made that wolf. So they didn't even really make a dire wolf.
Oh,
Arguably, they just made a whole new species.
Yeah.
Which seems so ethically weird. That seems like a whole other conversation that should be happening right now, and it's not. We brought back dire wolves. I think the conversation should be: should we be manufacturing different species?
Yeah. I have a I mean, I'm not gonna like. I don't know if I would have any problem with it, like if they're given good lives or anything. Or I would have basically the same problem with it as I would have with, arguably breeding any type of animals. Like I don't know if just because it's a new species, if that changes anything or.
It seems a little weird. And if I had to make like a devil's advocate argument, I would say I feel like the fear is that if you make like these species, you're just creating the most like high demand exotic trading art or like for these animals.
That is true.
Like
sure,
imagine
yeah.
how much a dire wolf could go for in like the animal trade. And like we didn't I have to look more into it because maybe there are some benefits. I don't know if we had to do this. And I feel like I need to see what the benefits of this are other than we can do this.
But it's
with,
cool.
Like the woolly mammoth. Like what's the benefit?
But
of
imagine going
back
to the
woolly
zoo and
mammoths?
seeing the fucking woolly mammoth, bro. That shit would be cool as fuck.
Okay, fuck. I'm actually now. Here's what I will say though. They do Nafon. You might love them, okay? Because one of their main goals, by the way, in this is to like create like animal protein that isn't from it's weird. They're trying to make like no-brain
like lab grown.
Yes, but
Yeah.
it seems really weird.
Yeah.
One of these days they're gonna. Do you ever watch?
Oh.
Who's gonna go first?
Oh, I was just gonna say I do think there is a case to be made for things like genetically modifying. This is a wild take, okay? Genetically modifying insects so like they can't breed anymore, and then releasing those insects into the wild, and then that insect population will essentially die out, and that'll reduce the total number of insects alive, and therefore reduce the total amount of suffering in the world. I do think there's an argument to be made for that.
That would kill every environment.
So that's the difficult part is
you would destroy everything.
What insects can we kill or reduce the population of?
None.
Without destroying
none.
You think it's none?
I genuinely think that if you remove yes, actually, because I think over a million years, of evolution, these ecosystems have become very finely tuned. That if you remove one of them, it is going to have some effects that could be disastrous.
Maybe. Non-fun has no ethical position. He relies on moral luck. Very true.
Was that Localist?
No, that's Kofit, okay. But I think he's cosplaying as Localist. They already do that for mosquitoes in Brazil. Do they do it to reduce the population, or do they do it just to breed out malaria? Because I've read about that too, that we can genetically modify mosquitoes to have them not carry malaria. And that seems like that would be the most based USAID program, okay? Instead of providing mosquito nets, they just provide mosquitoes that don't carry malaria, and we just permanently get rid of malaria in these places. Where people had concerns about that, but I did that ever get anywhere? Did we ever try it? Didn't Singapore try it?
Try what?
The genetically modifying mosquitoes to that don't carry malaria, and then have them breed with mosquitoes who do carry malaria, and eventually the entire mosquito population won't be able to carry malaria anymore.
Apparently, we've released some in California and Florida.
But I think it's kind of the same. Like anytime you're messing with the environment, like you don't know what, indirect effects you could end up having. But
yeah, I feel like that's always the fear. I don't know. I feel like half of my brain is like, it's kind of based just to make animals. But then half of me is like, okay, we should probably be responsible. But then other half's
Yeah.
like, I could ride a woolly mammoth. And it's like, you know what I mean? I kind of flip
No, here's the real goal, okay, is to bring back woolly mammoths, but
Cat
genetically
girls.
modify them so they aren't sentient and can't suffer, and then we have.
And then, meat becomes so cheap.
Oh, that's true. Yeah. We have non-sentient pigs. You seen that Whitest Kids You Know sketch of the fucking like square pig? Do you know what that show
no.
is? I think it's genetic pigs. This show is awesome.
This is one of Dr. Scientist's genetic
Is it like,
I feel like
it
I'm gonna
reminds me of the
copy
Rick and
strike.
Morty. They did a Rick and Morty episode where there was a universe where people, like, when they die, their insides were spaghetti, and Morty was like against eating them. So Rick brings him into a room, and he has like different levels of sentience. And I'll find it.
Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah. Yeah, I watched Rick and Morty.
Oh, you must be so intelligent.
I'm kind of goated.
Pigs like 3571 have been bred to
I like it.
maximize
There's a
production
room where just like literally
of
it's, like,
enjoyable
different levels
breakfast
of sentience.
materials.
It's like brain. It's like normal,
These genetic
retarded.
pigs will bring in up to
I didn't say that. Wait, I don't know how Twitch feels about that word. But then they like
You
settle
can
down
say
on like
it,
no head, no limbs, just stomach and heart that pumps blood.
3 times the profit of natural pigs.
Here we got a little piece of ham right there. Cage right now. Here's your problem.
Is this pig
Got something wrong with his
ethical eating
eggs.
for you, non-fun?
His eggs are running.
I think in the sketch they don't
All in
have a
sunshine.
brain. It's been
They're all-
replaced with cereal or something.
786. Statistical laboratories.
So
These
it's probably ethical.
Who have recently liberated one of Dr. Scientist's pigs, cute little 5786.
We saved him from his death sentence from those fascist fucking farmers.
Farmers are fucking fascists.
I mean, what they don't even think about is that pigs are 10 times smarter than dogs are. I mean, would you treat a dog like that, man? I mean, look at him.
I'm taking it.
Poor little guy's been through so much, he just sits there staring at the wall all
I just
day.
wanted to let you know. This is the
He's
end of
depressed.
What'd you say? Sorry.
I hope you know I'm taking an econ quiz right now, and I'm
Nope.
like to kill myself.
Oh, yeah.
They don't mind one way or the other. See, they ain't
I've
got no
seen your
brain.
DMs.
We figured out the gene for brains
Oh,
and
have you seen me, bro? It's
replaced
like
it with Fruit
I knew it
Loops.
was coming, and it was like the one thing I don't want to know anything about.
Spoon
just
and
'cause
all.
I feel okay.
He does
Sometimes
shit.
I do genuinely feel like that. I feel like the problem. Okay, and I'm about to say something that I feel like you're gonna be like, I'm so wrong. I feel like
Cinnamon
the
buns,
problem
though.
is that sometimes economics feels very much like it feels like I don't want to say astrology because that's way too much of a disrespect.
Whoa.
But
Whoa.
it seems like it's just like pattern. You're like most of it is just pattern recognition, and it just ends up. I feel like sometimes that like the markets are gonna market, and then I feel like a lot of people like be like this change will be disastrous.
Well,
and
hold
then
on.
the change is done, and then it's just not disastrous, and it's like.
Oh, okay. Well,
what
I was gonna
happened?
say there is okay a part of economics. It is astrology, okay, and that's called like finance. That's called all the hedge funds. You know, during the finance bros doing all their bullshit. Okay, that's why I don't study that part. The rest of it's chill though. I don't know, like so any model to some extent is going to be based on assumptions that may or may not be true, and
I feel yes, and I
you
agree
know-
there, but I feel like the problem comes is that I feel like you are one of the very few people in this economic area that will admit that. I feel like most people will.
No,
or
well-
at least, because
well-
here's what I'm trying to say. I feel like on panels, I hear a lot of people make definite claims about the
Okay,
economy.
sure,
You are
yeah.
the only person that I will hedge their bets and be like, we can imagine a world in which he does this and it works. What I'm saying is, 99% of the time, this is not going to work.
Okay, but those aren't real economists. Okay, on panels, they're like.
I'm just saying, I see that a lot. Okay.
Right.
I don't know. Maybe one day I'll talk to Econo Boy and I'll yell at him.
I don't think
True. I just read your chat and I just saw if economists knew how the economy worked, they'd all be millionaires. That's
Dude, that was
true.
a fucking some dipshit tweeted that. Yeah, it was. Custom
Hey,
discourse
bro,
on
how you gonna
Twitter.
study the economy but be broke? Like, why are you stuttering?
No, but see,
Fuck,
this
that's
is
so-
that is the
Oh, I
part.
wish I was a conservative. I would use that line so much.
That is the part that is astrology. Okay, is the I'm sitting at my computer, day trading just to underperform the S&P 500. Like, that is the astrology part of fucking. That's me reading the fucking stock triangles. Okay, the triangle fucking what's it called? The like, if I look up bull triangle, is that a thing? Or yeah, bull triangle pattern. I am right. Fuck you guys. Me looking at the bull.
part where you're determining like how successful companies are is are you saying that's the black magic, so to speak?
No, not that necessarily, because I mean there are obviously like, I mean business is just easy. That's the meme, right? It's that business classes are like super easy and they're like, I'm saying the part, I'm saying stock trade, like day traders and like especially crypto bros, which I don't think we should be even counting here.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah.
They're the astrology parts, technical analysis, exactly. Although, also the technical analysis is a nonsense. The actual academic finance literature is fine. Yeah, sure. Yep.
Okay, I actually have an econ question. I'm gonna cheat on my quiz. No one report me. Okay, non-fun. Okay.
I'm gonna get this wrong.
It depends on where. In which economy are private owners most concerned with developing wealth? And then it's a mixed market, capitalism, communism, and socialism. I know the answer is supposed to be capitalism because that's that's the field where you should. Yeah, but in communism, if you develop wealth, you die. I'm just saying. You know what I mean? Like,
I guess I mean yeah, I mean I don't think that was their intent, writing the question. But I guess. I guess technically, localism, that is true, actually. It's that.
I feel like all these questions are worded, like, I feel like they should be better phrased, because some of them are like that, where I'm like, now I know the answer you want me to put, but I feel like the true answer would be, I would be most concerned about my wealth in communism, because when that happens, who do they go for first, okay? What happened with the Bolsheviks, okay?
Exactly. Yeah, some of the econ questions are phrased in econ ways, and it can be kind of dumb sometimes because you have to know what economists mean by like rational, and what economists mean by rational isn't always what rational people mean by rational.
I actually sent a report in on that one ethics question because I was like, I think I am right, and I was like, I'm so strong that I'm right. The one where it was like, what was it here? Yeah.
The utilitarianism, stealing the bread
someone steals from their neighbor's family to feed hers. Her neighbor's kids are unaffected, but her 2 kids get fed. And then it was like, this is a neutral action in utilitarian. I was like, no, this would be like, what was it, obligatory? Like, you would want to do this. Like,
yeah.
This is, you net positive to the world. I don't know. Are we the most capitalist economy, non-fun?
No, probably not. Probably. I mean, it depends what you mean, obviously. But no, like I would say, I mean, I think every country has a central bank, but like we have a decent amount of regulation. We have a decent amount of intervention. I mean, by some metrics, we might be more capitalist than a lot of other developed nations. But we're probably not the most capitalist overall. Don't you know, on the economic freedom score, Israel versus Palestine supporters, who is kinkier? What the fuck? Why did you guys link me this?
What?
We had 16,500 people, whether they were more sympathetic to Israel or Palestine, and then asked them a bunch of sex questions. Guess which group was more aroused by being humiliated?
Humiliated? Fuck.
It's for paid subscribers.
I'd put money on Israel there.
I really don't. I mean, the issue, like, I just assume that the pro-Palestinians are typically going to be more far left.
Oh, fuck, you're right. Wait, yeah, never mind. I take it back. You're actually right. So right.
Capitalism.
Israel's are going to be like normal, like old men. And yeah, fuck. Well, those actually know sometimes. Now I'm back on the other side.
The notion of capitalism has been an impeccable intellectual pedigree and has been a mainstay at some of the most important philosophers of the 19th century, including Adam Smith, David Ricardo, blah, 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 and important people. Despite this impressive historical cache, it is high time for academics to abandon it, and perhaps some polemicists to follow. How could a notion that is so steeped in ideology be useful for academic discourse? For some, it's an economic system rooted in the crudest form of exploitation, always pregnant with injustice and inequality. For others, it's the unadulterated ideal of efficiency and dynamicism, the best recipe for a fair society. Pay for it, non-fun. I'm curious. I might be able to get a 7-day free trial. I think Substack has that by default. I don't know. You might be able to disable it. Yeah, I don't think I can. Yeah, I don't think I have a good. Yeah, it doesn't let me have a 7-day free trial. Damn. Other thing I linked is not the Substack. Oh yeah, this I hope yeah. I mean, this is just the thing you linked is just from a book, right? Presumably, I could find the entire book online for free. Not that I would ever do that.
Non-fun. A country has a per capita income of 2,000. Where does the World Bank categorize it?
2,000, probably the poorest developing country. Is that I don't know what the World Bank's category.
Developed, low income, upper middle, and lower middle.
Probably low income.
You don't think it's developed? You think it's come on, non-fun. You are defending econ right now. If you're
per
wrong,
capita income of 2,000, that's pretty low. I don't know what I mean, like maybe fucking Sudan has a lower per capita income than that, but no, Sudan is 2,700, so it's got to be. Catrick says lower middle. There's no way. What country has lower than 2,000?
it might be.
Ask ChatGPT. I don't know. Syria is 4,000. Somalia is 1,500, but this is purchasing power parity, right? So it's gotta be the developing. I don't think it's gotta be. I think the lower middle or whatever would be like fucking Eastern Europe. I don't think it would be, maybe not Eastern Europe.
It's not fun. It's lower middle. Lower middle is in between 1K and 4.5.
Damn. Okay. What country is under 1K per capita? Okay, whatever.
Oh, non-fun. Fail the econ This is not non-fun from econ Twitter. Okay.
True.
Take it back.
True.
That's still my favorite bit. I think. Actually, no. I think the one clip of me making with you clicking on my stream when I clicked on yours is pretty good. But the second best bit I still think is non-fun from econ Twitter.
I mean, if I knew the definition that the World Bank gives, I would obviously be able to do that. It just, I don't know, intuitively doesn't feel like.
Sounds like excuses.
I mean, I don't know why I would know the definition off the top of my head, but you're right. My bad. Least developed countries: Sudan, Afghanistan. Doesn't it? Sudan literally has 2K per capita income. What? Lower middle income is one of GNI per capita, blah, 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 and upper middle. Wait, what's the low one? A low income country is defined as less than a GNI per capita. I mean, I guess I was just looking at, I looked up per capita income. But gross national income is probably a little different because.
I think it's worded on my question as per capita, which would be funny because it just says which country has a per capita income of 2K. That's the question. Literally.
I mean, it probably. I mean, yeah. Gross
I think
national
it
income
means
makes
DNI,
sense
but I
to.
don't think it does say that at all. Which again, this thing's just horrible at questions.
I think it makes sense to look at gross national income for that because that includes stuff that GDP doesn't. But and it doesn't include some things that GDP does. But regardless, anyway. Okay, I gotta go on this panel in like 15 minutes or whatever, and I'm gonna play some of these trade games before I do that. So.
Okay. And this is you have to say the line though. I can't leave.
Anything else?
Okay. Stay safe. Love you.
Stay safe.
If it's with Pentuple, kill him.
Okay. I'm not prepared for this panel or anything, so I'm not going to be super aggressive or anything. But okay, Chile, United States, France, Argentina. Okay, so Argentina probably exploits. Don't clip that. Soybeans and God, 3 soybean thing are all. There's no way all 3 of these soybeans are from Argentina, right? But I think Argentina exports a lot of soybeans. So, what else does Argentina export? Pitted fruits, probably. Fuck. Okay, so I'm guessing blue is Argentina. Ground nuts, maybe. Time to switch streams to my actually favorite stream. Fuck you. Fuck you. Your idol got destroyed. Who is my idol? Ethan in the Sam Cedar. Is that what you're talking about? I don't know if I consider. I don't really watch Ethan, but I don't know. I'm gonna watch the debate. We talked about it a little bit earlier, but from what I've seen, it just looks like the same level 1 arguments that we've been having since October 7th, where it's just like fucking. What should Israel have done after October 7th? He said Ethan destroys Sam. Yeah, you can literally, if you went on YouTube, you can go to YouTube stream and like scroll back and yeah. I feel like perfumes, halogens. So this has got to be, the U.S. has got to be halogens, planes, spacecraft, gas turbines probably. I don't know what else the U.S. would be. What if the U.S. is this? Fuck. Aircraft parts? Aircraft parts. There's no way aircraft parts is Argentina. Which I know because it says orange. Did I choose ground nuts before? Ground nuts probably. And ore? Please don't say that Sam is like 20 times smarter than Hassan. And if the internet's divided on that, it's going to be the same thing tomorrow. Every H3 fan is going to say W Ethan. Every Hassan fan is going to say W Hassan. There's no other way it's going to. Unless Ethan, Sam, Cedars, Hassan. That's what's going to happen. But even if fucking he Sam Cedars from Destiny or I would really, the debate I really want is fucking Loner Box and Hassan. That's all I really want to happen, but that'll never happen, unfortunately. Fuck. Oh, 1 off though instead of or perfumes maybe. Fuck me. Why the fuck didn't Hassan debate Ethan? I don't care about them. Hassan will debate Ethan tomorrow, I believe. Carbonates. Fuck me. Beauty products. But I think I have all 4 of the red ones now. Carbonates, pitted fruits, halogens, and the ore. Okay, soybean oil. Or no, soybean meal, soybean oil. And groundnuts. I'm Islamophobic based. Oh, tomorrow. Okay, yeah. There are no H3 fans anymore. They just rabid Zionist and Islamophobes. Yeah, true, buddy. Oh, I'm fucked. There's no way it's painting. There's no way it's paintings. There's no way it's paintings, right? Is it liquor? Oh, fuck me. Perfumes. Didn't I try perfumes? I feel like I tried perfumes. Yeah, it's not perfumes. I'm gonna guess liquor. Fuck it. God damn it. Well, I didn't look at the fucking answers. Oh, fuck me. Okay, well. If I do this, will it? Yeah. Wait, how do I thought it gave me the answers. Did I give me the answers? He literally got destroyed in a chat, which just spammed L Sam self-hating Jew. I don't. Okay. Coca paste. Okay. Fucking. It's all the West African countries, so it's. Oh, they'll paste though. They might export the beans and then someone else makes the paste, but I'm gonna guess. I'm trying to think of the bigger ones because I know like Togo and like Benin, Niger maybe. Niger, Guinea. Where the fuck did Mr. Beast go? I guess Niger. Oh my god. Okay. Niger makes no fucking cocoa paste. Okay, my bad. Damn. I don't know. Togo? Are you fucking kidding me? Who the hell makes this fucking cocoa paste? Even not West Africa nations. China. I thought all the children were working in the fucking West African mines, okay? I don't know who makes fucking Switzerland. They have chocolate. Okay. Number 9. Okay, we need a really good we need a really good guess here. I have no clue, man. I bet we make some fucking paste. What the fake country? What is this? Oh, this is a fucking West African nation. I would have eventually guessed it. The Ivory Coast, I know it as, but Netherlands, Ghana, Germany. I could have guessed Ghana. I would have never guessed these fucking European countries now. Oh shit, I gotta be there in like 5 minutes, don't I? $1.6 billion, a bunch of fucking fish. 1.6 billion is a lot for like an island nation, so I don't know. There's no way it's New Zealand. New Zealand would have other shit too. Indonesia would have like oil and shit, wouldn't it? Fuck, I'm doing horrible today. I've not been locked in. I've been geeked. I've not been locked in. I just need to lock in. Okay. Just a ton of fucking fish. Fiji. I don't know. Fiji would have like tourism, wouldn't they? Vietnam would have other shit. I feel like Fiji would be more, or it would be less than 1.6 billion. Sri Lanka, how much stuff does Sri Lanka export? Hawaii, or Hawaii is not a fucking country. I'm trying to think of places near Hawaii that are like Pacific Island. I don't know. I'm gonna guess Fiji. Fuck me. Wait, okay, wait. If it's fucking east of Fiji, does that mean it's really? I mean, is it like fucking across? It's gonna be. I don't know. Jamaica would have other shit, right? Up from Jamaica, Iceland. Damn. Donpha's not left wing. He's a liberal. He invented Israel himself. Joined. Who are we talking about now? Namfon would say he's not pro-Palestine, but mainly Namfo is defo left-wing source. Accurate. I'm left-wing. I understand. Okay, I understand if you're a leftist, you might be mad at me saying I'm left-wing, and I can like sympathize with that. Like usually, I would just say I'm a liberal, but like, I don't know. I don't have any issue with like just saying I'm left-wing, generally speaking. What is? Oh, Greenland? Does Greenland count as a... Yeah, okay, there we go. You know, I had stuff to briefly talk about before the panel started, but I think we're kind of fucked now, but... I mean, chicken uwujaki, yeah. Israel used to be... Or the USSR did used to support Israel, right? Before the 6-Day War. Or before that, I think the Suez Crisis was also basically backed by Britain in the US and not the USSR. But this is just a revenue thing. Like, oh, obviously, guys, guess what? If you raise revenue through tariffs, but also reduce the, exports or, reduce the total number of jobs, which reduces payroll taxes, they actually don't tend to raise that much revenue. Net revenue gain from all those three of these sources of $7.91 billion over the decade, the smallest amount in the scenarios examined here, which is, like way infinitely fuck ton less than just a 5% VAT even. Boo Econ put a dress on $10. I might have to up price. But I'm broke though. But I don't want to do it for just $10. But it's just a survey from one of the Federal Reserve Bank of Dallas has their survey, and they were like, they asked about tariffs to a bunch of manufacturing companies. Do you expect high tariffs to impact your business this year? No, 13%. Yes, positive impact, 7.3%. Yes, a negative impact, 67%. And then don't know, 12%. Well, maybe, but like I said, material conditions were vastly different back then. True. What is the time frame for passing through tariff cost increase to consumers? Less than a month, 4 to 6 months. It is fun. Upon announcement, 31%. And then less than a month. Yeah, very few of them are waiting that long. But this is just I mean, this bill is probably never going anywhere anyway because Mike Johnson, I think, would refuse to even put it on the floor of the House, but the Senate voted on a thing to try to block the tariffs, and it was it was 49-49 because one Republican and one Democrat missed a fucking vote. It was McConnell and someone a Democrat who missed a vote. I forget which Democrat it was, but also fuck that Democrat who missed a vote. But Senators Sheldon Whitehouse, Democrat of Rhode Island, and Mitch McConnell, Senator or Republican of Kentucky, who backed a similar measure this month. Oh, sorry, I thought those were people who missed it. Oh no, it is. Two defections were not enough to make up for the absences of two supporters. Yeah, fuck these people. Am I late or something? It's just not. Or am I early? Yeah, I'm early. Okay, I'm good. I was worried because we like 2 minutes past. I was like, did they start at 8 or something? And I just got in too late. Tours are still on. Let's go. He rolled back some of the auto ones a little bit. By the way, this was fucking hilarious, dude. What's up, Bob Marley? The Chamber of Commerce. Jeez, I can't speak. Commerce asked Trump to exempt a lot of things, but they were like, hey, can you like please exempt mangoes and shit that we can't make in the US? Like bro, like dog, what are you doing? Like provide automatic exclusion for all products that cannot be produced in the US or are not readily available from domestic sources. Tariffs on coffees, bananas, cocoa, certain minerals, and other products are not generally available in the US and only raise prices for small businesses and consumers. The same applies to tariffs on many others, but bespoke industrial inputs critical to American manufacturers. And they also say exempted for small business. And yeah. This is fucking hilarious. Onshoring mango production has been overdue. Very true. Pray for fucking Suzanne Clark. Okay, can Trump fire this girl? Or yeah, who knows? Even if he can't fire the girl, he might just fire her anyway. But pray for her. She went after Besson and Lutnick. Not Navarro though. But also will be interesting. The budget supposedly comes out tomorrow. Trump's proposal for a budget. It'll be interesting how much revenue they say they.
You came in when Wick was wrong and you defended him and not fact checking.
I didn't. Wick could be wrong about CPI, but Wick is just right about the most of the other things. I don't.
Well, he just overstated his case, and that was what you came in and said was what I was arguing essentially. We don't know this until next quarter. Why are you saying it's true?
Did you see my follow-up tweet? But I know this discourse is going to come back, and I tweeted this out. That listen, just 2 quarters of negative growth. It's just not a good definition of recession. It's just not a very good definition of recession.
Yeah, it's like a layman definition.
Woo.
I agree.
So many good people in here.
Gibbs, thanks for the fucking sub. Hell yeah.
When Gibbs sends people to his server.
You're gonna join us for the Gives Me a Break?
No, I'm not invited. I just thought I'd stop in before he pulled you in.
Gibbs and Tiberius have a history that I'm slowly trying to chip away at and repair, as I always do, like a house mom. Boys,
what's your topics anyway?
We're talking
100
about
days, right? Or first 100 days.
I did enjoy Live and Learn last night. Of course I did. I like IRI. IRI's a fucking cool eyes dude. You could say he's pretty fly for a white.
It's a joke, by the way.
I agree. Gibbs, Tiberius said hello.
Did he? That's good. It's exciting. This is about Tiberius.
Yeah.
Do you want to join? Is that why you're saying that?
No.
Pull him in.
Yeah, I'm feeling generous. He could be in.
You don't have to.
Yeah! Not Landon, though.
Whole shit. All right.
No, leave Landon in the waiting room. You need to make a channel that's Landon's timeout room like Tyler did.
Landon, not in your routine, sorry.
Yeah, that's a big one. 318. We don't like the minors around these parts. I had like 4 people leave my Discord just because he was in it. And I was like, well, I fucking was real active politically at that age.
Yeah.
He's not doing anything weird. So as long, my first rule on my fucking thing is no diddling shit. So
In all honesty,
I think
for
it'll be
his age-
fine.
For his age, man, he's gonna be a little bit of a titan when he hits like 25. Just saying. He's already putting out argument. At my age, I was not doing what Non-Fon was at his age or what fucking Landon was at his. I started politics at like 28.
That's rough.
So,
Damn, so some of us are superior to you.
Isn't Landon?
I'll be right back.
Landon's younger than me too, right? Isn't he like
Yeah,
16
he's
or
17.
something? 17.
he just turned 17. Yeah. You guys are both really young for getting into this shit. Like, it's good. You're getting a huge head start on most people.
I'm glad.
Ezzy, how you doing?
What's up? What's up, Admiral?
Living the dream. How you doing, Papa?
Good. You getting back in on the poker tables?
Yeah, I plan on doing it next week. Modi already said something. I like this Tuesday. What did I do? I did something Tuesday. Oh yeah, that like 29-hour bullshit. It's great for 29 hours straight, no sleep. It was fantastic. My eyes burned. My ad revenue was fantastic.
Back.
Let's go. You recovered yet? You got your sleep?
Oh yeah. We slept real good, like. What is your chat talking about, Nopon?
I think one of my mods is in an argument with like far lefty dude about Israel Palestine stuff. So I guess they're still doing that.
I saw a really entertaining thing today. It was like I posted about it. I just was scrolling my fucking TikTok or Reels or whatever it was, and I saw like back to back, like 10 different videos about. Hey, thanks for the sub, FU. About like Israel Palestine, and it was just people like being interviewed at like protests, and they were just basically like, "Oh, do you know that the Palestine is not pro LGBTQ? But what about Israel? Like Israel is open to gay people." It was pretty entertaining.
Yeah, I saw you tweeted about that.
I was like, this is something. I wonder if it's brain rot or not. I'm sure it's brain rot, but it was still entertaining nonetheless. How's everybody's day? While we wait for everybody here.
By the way, speaking of chat in Live and Learn, I will say it is really fun for me to like go in Live and Learn chat and see the same people that are in my chat, like you, Sasrama, and there's a guy Tyler, someone is in our chats a lot. Trying to think who else can I give shout outs to? I don't know. I whenever if someone from Live and Learn chat chats in my chat, usually I'll recognize them. The Jaunty Carrot, that dude. Share chats are killing me. We need it for Twitch. If Twitch gives you like a promotion or whatever, okay. But
So that the AI can just like, I want to be able to click on Tyler and it's like favorite hands. You know what I mean? Like positions Tyler bluffs in, stuff like that. Would be so cool.
You would fucking destroy me after that. Once you learn my strategy, you'd realize it's not that complicated at all.
What is it? You don't have any strategy?
I mean, my strategy is probably easy to pick up on. Like, if I half pot bet, I have a draw. If I full pot bet, I've already got something. And I can say that because now, like, if I'm playing against Tyler, I can, maybe abuse that against him, knowing that he might think about it. But I do typically play that way. When I'm playing at the cash tables, for example, I'll just do that. Because if you draw, I'll just try to eke a little bit in, and then if you hit, you get paid because they're already pot committed. But if I already have it,
Landon,
I'm honestly fine with getting folds when I already have it.
I'm pretty good at like stats and odds, like just like seeing them. Like I generally know like immediately what they are, and I'm real good at that until I get real stoned, and then all that goes out the window. So like first table tonight, I'm either terrible or I'm like, oh okay, we're worked into it. And then by the end of the second table, I'm like, usually I'll like hit a big high, and we'll do good, and then it'll crash because I'm like,
yeah,
we lost it, we had it, we hit the happy medium, and we smoked past it.
I've been playing a warm-up table before we go live for the Poker League, and it helps.
Oh, I was going to ask this. Do we need to, re-earn 40K points or cash?
No, you get them from the wheel. You know what I mean? So like you could just spin the wheel in the game if you open the game like 3 times a day. I think you can do it. So you can get like free spins in there, and if you just do that a couple times during the week, you probably just need to do it 3 times. You'll have enough to play at the table.
I got 2 announcements to make. 1, my moderator, No Pants Kyle, is here. We need to give fucking praise to that motherfucker. What a Chad. And 2, my fiance is watching from around the world, finishing up her immigration stuff. So give her a little wave.
Man, and here are the papers for the deportation that I have right here, ready to go. That's it.
No, Marco's got my back.
Marco helped me notarize them. You weren't ready.
I didn't
I'm
know.
not even looking at them. You can put my signature auto penned on all of them. I give you permission to use the auto pen of Pentuple and sign every single one of them.
That's what I'm gonna do.
I didn't know you guys hated Tyler that much. Damn.
I hate everybody.
It's like we're gonna deport his wife.
Nobody does.
Wait, we deport his wife? I thought we were deporting Tyler.
If I'm not your favorite person to disagree with, then you're a piece of shit.
He's next. Oh, I'm a piece of shit, so it works out well.
No, every time I disagree with you, Gibbs, we have a great time. We don't insult each other. I've never been rude about shit.
I'm very much a match energy kind of person. Like, I'll let somebody get 1 or 2, and then it's like, all right, it's time to cook them. And then they scream, read.
I've seen Gibbs' eyes turn red. I've seen it.
Yeah. Just the thing goes red, and I'm like, that's all I see is.
Like, just mention Connor, and we're off to the races.
Good old Nazi points. You know, I did. Thank you.
God damn it, Tucker.
I appreciate it. I needed something to kill 5 minutes while I waited for Buckaroo. So this motherfucker brought up my goddamn streaming numbers mid debate the other day, which was really dumb because I decided we were going to do a deep dive on his streaming numbers. The motherfucker's down to a 5-year average on Twitch, and he's down 20 average viewers on his other platforms. Here and then, I don't even promote my YouTube. Have y'all ever heard me promote my YouTube? I have stuff for you. No, I never promote it. I just like upload shit on there. I'm averaging about a third of his views on YouTube on all 3 of his channels right now with fucking 1,000 people, and I'm not monetized. And that's impressive when on his newest account, he's got 17K and he can barely get over like 100 fucking views on a fucking thing. You're doing good, bro. I'm sure the Valor Media Group's getting every penny worth out of you, bro. I'm really happy for you. Guys, if y'all listen, if you want someone to sell out Valor Media Group, you know what? I'll do it. Give me a check and make it worth my while. I'll sell out and I'll show you how to do it. Because I tell you what, I'd be partnered tomorrow if I fucking turned into actually Admiral Libs, and I'd be rich as fuck. Because
Admiral Libs, Twitch partner.
Yeah, bro, it'd be crazy. Tomorrow, I would literally be within like 3 days. I'd be on every panel. But yes, well, Trump is terrible. Then it would be perfect.
You would break character.
No, I tell you what, I wouldn't break character because what's my one redeeming thing is that all I care about is me. So if they gave me a big enough check that it would offset the amount of taxes I'd have to pay for their socialist bullshit, suddenly I'd become a socialist. Not a true socialist, but a paid one. You know? We'll wait for Papa and then we'll start it up here. Good old buckaroo. What else? What have y'all got in the interim? Any exciting topics you want to talk about? Top Mid is so clueless. Yes, I'm very clueless.
I just spent 20 minutes like reading over my notes while I was cooking dinner, so I am loaded up like a shotgun for the topic right now. I ain't got shit.
Hey, yeah. Hey, listen, in the chat, if I do have a pet peeve, there's one pet peeve I have. It's when people start doing definition debate. So I got something you can define. It's both of these nuts. How's that? That's something you can define right now.
Jesus.
But
Owned.
Buckaroo's up, or
good.
Whatever their name is.
Big Papa Buckaroo.
Is it Buckaroo Banshee?
Is that her?
Yo, what's up?
Oh my God, it's Big Papa. What's up? Those shades are sick.
Hey!
I also did cut my hair. We'll see if it looks any different. It's probably not going to look that different. I cut off.
What's the glass thing behind you? That big glass cylinder thing.
That's a bell jar. It's like a big dome over one of my plants so that my my cat doesn't eat it. I'm actually, yeah, I have my windowsills. You can't see any of them, but it's actually like lined with plants. And so I've been slowly getting more bell jars to put over them. She actually doesn't try to eat them, but she does climb in them a lot. So it's really fucking.
The cat does?
Yes,
Cats
bro.
love
It's so.
plants.
Yeah, I've blocked off the area quite a bit too, which is why if you ever see me get up and like do something right there, it's my cat's climbing back there, and I'm fucking moving her because she's trying to get to those fucking plants again. She's kind of a
You
bitch.
gotta get there's some plants that they're attracted to that are like good for them, aren't there?
Yeah, but I think she's just genuinely curious about what's going on there because I don't let her there. But I'm also anxious. My brother, when he was younger, shoved the screens out of the windows. So there's no screen over there. So I'm worried she'll just like scatter out onto the roof.
Wait, you couldn't just put the screen back on? Or is it broke or something?
Yeah, it's broken. Both of them are broken. I
sucks.
have these new screens I have to try, but you know.
Yeah, I think when my cats die, I'm gonna get like a big
Alright.
cat. I'm gonna get like a mountain lion or a cheetah or something. That's what I've decided.
You should. If you do, I will come visit
Listen.
to meet the cat. I'm not kidding. I would love. Part of what inspired me for biological anthropology when I was originally majoring in it was that I could hang out with monkeys. Like, unironically, I could just spend 6 months hanging out with monkeys, and that could be a part of my paper. Just like, yo, I saw these fucking monkeys. They were monkeys. And then you just describe them in a bunch of words, and suddenly you've got a dissertation. Simple as.
Well, since Tiberius brought this up earlier, since he broke the ice, if I was actually, Connor, I would have made the racist joke there. But that makes itself. But anyway, moving on.
Well, I mean, you did make it. To be clear, saying I would make a racist joke.
I would.
Joke.
Listen. I was in my hate mode, and I had to, See, I did it for comedic
He was
purposes.
channeling his inner Connor.
I was channeling. I was trying to
You
think
never hate me.
what a liberal shill would say, and that's what came to me. It was a southern Democrat that became a northern Democrat, and then moved back to the South. Anyway, we'll start it off. So first 100 days
Thanks for letting me in.
of Trump has been here and came and saw and went. I guess some people think it's been great. Other people think it's been the worst thing since Hitler. What is everybody's takes on this? How are we doing? Average, debate, enjoy. You can start us off. Tell us what you think.
All right. I wrote this in the car while I was driving for work, so it's a little bit not so great. But first 100 days, I got the good, the bad, and we don't know yet because we haven't seen how it's going to turn out. So the good, the anti-academia movement. What we saw was an executive order recently against disparate impact, which is the start and reason for affirmative action, racial quotas, things of that nature. We saw a bunch of executive orders and anti-DEI activity in different government facilities go away, the push against gender theory, the attack on law firms and activist judges, and the anti-Jewish actions on college campuses have all been good things that generally we like if we know the full story on these. The judges thing, or the lawsuit thing, I haven't heard a good argument defending that online. I'm prepared to give it. The border, fantastic job. He proved we don't need any new legislation, any new money, any more money spent on judges to close the border up and make it secure. Middle East, in terms of Gaza and Israel, very much like that, and I really like the trade war against China and Russia in particular with the tariffs. Energy production is up, and we're projecting to have the highest energy production of U.S. history in 2025 based on Trump's policies as of last month, and exporting. We could get better, but we're building up our energy sector to be able to export to Europe and Japan, which was what announced. The bad, inflation. Trump's inflation numbers right now are sitting on par in polling with what Biden's were at his worst point. He is failing miserably right now in terms of the economy. I understand that this could turn around if those 18 deals in the tube get approved, but they aren't approved right now. We're at day 100, not day 170. So as of right now, we have no approved deals. We have 80 countries talking. We have a drastic, awful trade situation that's leading to the stock market being in a pretty bad place. Pulling back on propping up the world's national security. I am a big interventionist, and the fact that Trump is hurting, and I know Pentuple hates this word, but our soft power with our friends is not a good thing in the long run, even though I'm not doom and gloom and thinking our allies are going to abandon us for China, especially when China's slapping 100% tariffs on Canada and Mexico's flirting with tariffs on their steel right now. So Lots of mistakes and errors. If you go by actions taken by the Trump administration, I don't know if we're seeing more errors per capita, but if you go by time frame in the first 100 days, no other administration in my lifetime has made this many large errors in 100 days. So that being said, it's probably the speed he's moving, but we're seeing a fuck ton of them. And then finally, pending the Supreme Court decision, the expedition and removal of Garcia could potentially be very bad. I think that we still need to see a little bit more in terms of that, but from what it looks like, if we need to bring him back and remove the withholding order with a chance to appeal is the right way, then I think that was a mistake. Now there is the mixed bag, and I have a couple things on there. If we can get these tariff deals from the reciprocal tariffs, those will be good. We'll have restructured trade, less trade against us. Now, people like to bring up the fact, like, Gibbs goes to a strip club and spends money. He gets our entertainment. He spends his money. That's fair trade. Well, when the strip club earns his money, where do they turn around and spend it? They turn around and spend it at Gibbs competition and tell their employees, we'll tax you 20% if you spend that money at Gibbs store. You have to go to his competition. That is not fair trade. What we're getting is a one-sided trade deal. And again, we do get cheap goods out of it, but our goods are not being bought. And that can be fixed and will be fixed in terms of energy and cars. That's why the UAE signed on to the car tariffs. The other thing I would say is a mixed bag are the legal challenges to erode the president's power over time. Humphrey's executor, emoluments, not impeachments, I'm sorry. What was the one where you don't spend all the money Congress allocates to you? I can't remember that offhand.
Impoundment Act. Right?
Impoundment, thank you.
Yeah.
And a couple other ones that we're seeing right now, especially most recently, as of last week, disparate impact theory is now being forced out. So a lot of these things that eroded the president's actual constitutional powers in the past are finally being pushed back against in a way that I agree with. So I would say I give him a...
Repeat the last sentence.
Yeah, a lot of things that eroded the president's power over the last maybe 60 years. The post-Watergate era, which people generally agree is a bad time for policy and rulings, a lot of those things are starting to go away as per the actions of the Trump administration. I would say if I had to grade his first 100 days, I'd give him a C+.
Okay. Also, quickly, fan of sending SEAL Team 6 in to get Garcia? You want to send in SEAL Team 6? Tyler?
Oh, yeah. I remember that. Monday night, somebody said that facilitate means we send in SEAL Team 6 and assassinate El Salvadorians until we get Garcia back. That's what facilitate means. That's totally not effectuating at all.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you so much. Let's go with Big Papa Armadillo.
Yeah. I am not crazy about the movements in education. I think some of them, I don't really have the strongest opinion on the DEI on the, what's the word? When you accept people into your school,
affirmative action.
You are, well, I'm not looking for that, but good. People get the vibe. Okay, people understand what I'm talking about. That part I'm not as particular about. I do take issue with the lists of information that can't be a part of research. I think it's just wrong. I think it's I don't want to say anti-science. It's anti-research, anti-basic research. I think we shouldn't be stopping scientific research into things like women's health, one of the most under-researched aspects of science today, I would argue. There are lists of words that you're not even allowed to have in grant proposals. I think that's ridiculous. I think it shows, a disrespect for educational institutions, which I understand. People, it's kind of a love-hate situation. There are problems with a lot of colleges in America, and especially the cost of them. But I just don't think ceasing all research that relates to women, that relates to people of color, that relates to people with disabilities is the way to respond to that. I think the tariff situation is messy. I think Trump's kind of just a messy bitch for all of it for the first 100 days. I just feel like he's being tacky. He's kind of just stampeding everything. I appreciate that at least we're seeing some of our checks and balances actually work. I wish more were working. I wish we had politicians that had fucking spines for once in our life. Sorry, I'm going down. I'm trying to go down the list because I wrote down everything you were mentioning. Energy production, I know nothing about. Yeah, you say, sorry, this is an opening. Bro, I think he's a messy bitch. That's my opening. I think he's a messy fucking bitch. I don't like how he's ceasing research in a ton of topics. I think that's ridiculous. And I wish politicians would stand up to corruption on either side. That's my opening.
All right, that's the scientific term for it. Messy bitches. On to another
Messy bitches.
Non-fun.
Yeah, I think we're seeing a lot of bad things and a lot done in a lot of bad ways. I mean, even I was skeptical that Trump was going to either invoke the Alien Enemies Act or go as far as he has gone with the tariffs. But here we are. And, I do think it is telling, and even Tyler is willing to mention this a little bit, that a lot of this is done through executive action. So like not only might I disagree with cutting certain USAID programs, the fact that it's done within the executive branch and not by Congress under questionable legal grounds. I don't know where that is in lawsuit limbo right now. It's pretty bad, and it seems like the same thing is happening with a lot of deportations, and the tariffs as well are done under questionable legal authority. We'll see how the Supreme Court ends up ruling on that. But it really just seems like most of the things Trump is doing are just trying to get closer to unitary executive theory, while it's tanking the economy on the way. That's all I gotta say.
All right. The ghost of Dick Cheney rises again with unitary executive theory. It's good to know. All right, Pentemple.
Hey, all right, MAGA headquarters stepping in. I think it's predictable that Trump's voters love what's going on, and the people who didn't vote for Trump hate what's going on. Mind-blowing stuff. As far as I'm concerned, he gets an A+ from me. He's delivering on all the stuff that I cared about. Immigration definitely being the biggest one. Changing the status quo of international trade. Obviously, he's working on that. Eliminating the Department of Education. That's something that has been a pipe dream. The idea of getting to reform education is something that I think that DOE's existence kind of blocks. So I like the idea of the states getting more power back, seeing a little bit more variance in the way schools are run. I mean, time flies when you're having fun. It's already been 100 days. I can't believe it.
Good. All right. So Tyler, we got. All right. Moving on. Tiberius. I had something waiting there. We lost it. But go on. Tiberius, here you go.
Shit, sorry about that. Yeah, I think most people know that I kind of come into this conversation being with a loaded gun, so I'm going to try to grade on a curve here, and I'm still probably going to have some issues, but at least I might be a little bit more succinct with them. Also, I don't pay attention to politics nearly to the degree that I used to, so if I'm out of the loop, I'm out of the loop. I apologize, but I've ceased the ability to care to the level that I used to. All right, number one, tariffs. I've been pretty strongly pro-tariff for, 12 years at least. Number one, I think he's coming off as incredibly flaky, unfortunately, with this. It's like, I really liked him in his first term on the tariffs situation, but it's like, all right, you're in, then you're out, then you're in, then you're out, and it's like, oh, you're going to make deals. Well, you haven't really conveyed to me what kind of deals you're looking for. You just said tariffs were awesome. So I feel if I had ever voted for this person, I would feel a little betrayed. But here's the part that really gets me. All right, cool. You want to make deals with people. Why is China on the list? Of all the people that need to be told to shove it with every intense importance, I thought you were the guy to do it. You were the guy who changed the conversation in Washington to actually treat China as an adversary rather than as a piggy bank. Thank Christ for that, but why are you not continuing on with that? That bothers me a lot. Education, academia, I think everyone knows where I am on DEI, so I'll at least hit the... I don't have a problem with Republicans going after academics because it's like the people they hate the most, and I get it. On the other side of that, though, they closed the Naval Planning Center. The people who, design the doctrine 50 years in advance and, hey, we're going to build the ships for the doctrine. They closed that about 3 weeks ago, and I don't know if that was the smartest move. Middle East. Okay, pro-Israel, but the Democrats are pro-Israel, so you're not really winning me here. What are you doing about Iran? You were the guy that was going to, destroy Iran just with our pocketbook, and you were working really well on that first term. But it's been crickets on Iran with this guy. How about Turkey? You were the one who wanted to make a deal with the Turks, and I haven't heard shit about it the entire time. You were the guy that was going to do it. So just to the point of, all right, immigration, the last one. When it comes to the deportations, the only problem I have with it is there's a lot of talk about jurisprudence and whether he's doing that enough. I'm not informed enough to know, but it's a concern of mine. And then as far as the immigration, I'm cool if you make it where it's very clear no one wants to be here anymore because you're telling everybody it's like, hey, you're not going to be treated the same way. But if he would just say, please repeal the 1967 immigration protocols to where we just don't have to take asylees, it's a win. And I would be 100% okay with this, but no one's talking about it. So the conversation messy bitch was earlier. I just feel like this is a way in over your head situation unless convinced otherwise. It's only the first 100 days, so I'm welcome to be changed. But in over his head is how I feel about it.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we'll start with everybody's favorite, I guess, today, since there's probably going to be a few topics we're going to talk about, since it's first 100 days and there's a plethora of things. But let's just go ahead and get the fun one that we talk about, it feels like, once a week on every panel. Tariffs out of the way first, and then we can move on to the more fun ones. So I actually kind of agree with Tiberius here. It seems like things are kind of flaky. I wish he was holding down, but it seems like he's kind of giving in to some of this due to like market pressure, and not letting really things develop. Thoughts on this overall?
Bad, horrible. Uncertainty is bad. Okay, I'm not
trade deals.
Yeah.
Right. So it's not about the tariffs. It's not like the tariffs are not the end goal. They are the means to an end goal.
Hold on,
like
Fintuple,
you do. Tariffs. That doesn't indicate that we're not actively pursuing the end goal, which is restructuring the status quo of international trade.
Fintuple, you this whole time have been arguing we need to bring manufacturing back and all that. Like what? Yeah. How is that going to happen?
And you
if
argue
these tariffs
that
don't stay in
no
place?
reason to even try or bother. So
I have a multifaceted view on that, but I don't even believe these tariffs will help manufacturing, like you seem to think they do. But you recognize that, you at least want more tariffs to stay.
This time, here we go.
You at least do want more tariffs to be in place permanently than 2020 levels, right?
Well, I think there means to an end. I want manufacturing back. It seems like they would work to do that. Like I said, when you say really Trump seems flaky because the tariffs are this or tariffs are that, we're restructuring trade deals. There's there are a lot of variables involved here. There's different countries getting different deals. Like the idea
I understand,
that
but you recognize
isn't really indicative that we're not pursuing a meaningful end with it. That's all I'm saying.
But a tariff that's not in place is not going to bring manufacturing back. You recognize that, right?
That's assuming no other variables, right? That's the point, though.
Well, is that not the same what other variables unless there are other variables?
So wait, you're saying tariffs can't bring them back, then there's just nothing that can possibly bring them back.
That's not. Yeah, you have a really great.
You guys want to take. Good luck getting back in power. Yeah,
you have a really great understanding of what I'm trying to argue right now, Fintuple. So I'm happy to set up an argument with you where I can go over my entire view of why I don't think trade is the primary driver of the decline in manufacturing employment, and why I think that tariffs are not likely to help manufacturing, because they, harm exports and harm inputs and tariff intermediate goods as well. But for right now, what I'm trying to get you to focus on is that there's, some trade-off between, whether or not we get a deal from this country and how high we tariff that country. Presumably, if we don't tariff that country super high because we get a deal with them, well, our manufacturing is still just going to be offshore to that country.
Okay.
Okay.
So you recognize Tiberius saying that the flakiness on tariffs is not indicative that Trump has no end goal in mind and that he's not still using these tariffs to pursue that end goal.
Can I play the role of the simpleton for a minute?
Very fun.
Yeah. I'm going to play the role of the simpleton. What was the campaign about? Tariffs. Best word in the fucking English language, right?
Well, sure, but that's the point that I'm trying to make, though, is that I'm not just blindly it's all about the tariffs. The tariffs are an end goal to restructure the status quo of international trade.
I understand what you're arguing. Well, you've argued it before. I'm not going against that. What I'm going at is that playing the role of a simpleton. Trump told me X, and now you're telling me the thing that we're after is actually Y.
You're obviously not listening to Trump very well, because the whole point isn't that it's about tariffs. It's about bringing manufacturing back. That's one of the explicit goals that he mentions. It's about restructuring our trade deals. It's about getting them to the table. That's I'm not
trying to be a cunt about this. I'm really not.
Why that even matters.
Well, I mean, by the doctrine, it's largely that tariffs are the way to get industry back. Why are you looking for a deal? Like the instrument itself was the tariffs.
I agree. In some cases, we will probably keep tariffs in some of these cases. But what I'm trying to say is there's a lot of variables, and when you're negotiating, moving on those points is not conceding the entire negotiation.
Right, and
there's
I'm
a
not
means
saying
to an
that
end.
either. Like we've had this conversation personally as it is, right? So I'm not trying to relitigate, and I'm also not trying to snowball you. What?
Hold on.
Go ahead.
Well, yeah. So let me play a little bit of devil's advocate here, just because I am also a little bit of your opinion here, but I think I'm just to make sure I understand your point, Pentuple. Which I do agree with on this aspect. It sounds to me like you're saying manufacturing is the end goal. Whether tariffs accomplish this or trade deals accomplish this, it doesn't really fucking matter. And I would agree with you, right, on that statement.
Tariffs are probably how it is accomplished.
Right.
But
However,
it's not like I'm attached to tariffs. That's not like the point. They're a means to an end.
Do you also think, like, because I'm kind of the opinion that, like, I wish Trump had doubled down whenever people were like, because I think that non-fawn has a point, even though he's wrong in my opinion, right, about the speculative being bad, right? I think people speculating, oh, are the tariffs going to be here? Then tomorrow, oh, well, the market's declined, so now I'm pulling the tariffs. And then tomorrow, the next day, he's like, we're putting them back on. I do think that's not necessarily good. I'd much rather be like, nah, fuck y'all. Some shit's going to suck for a couple weeks or months.
I agree.
And then, we're going to see what these tariffs are doing, and we'll reevaluate in like 2 months or something. I like that would be my preferred aspect on that. However, it seems to me it is a little flaky when he's like, "Oh no, the market's crashing." A little bit of panic. We gotta readjust the day after I announced it.
I think it's important that we had a 90-day pause, right? Like, and it wasn't a concession of it, but you do have a point that like manufacturers certainly aren't going to come back if they think that the tariffs could be lifted any day, right? Like that, there's certainly not like you have to really show them that their bottom line is going to be larger, like by coming back to American manufacturing here. That's the only way to make that number larger. It's definitely like, in play. I hear what you're saying for sure, but we're all judging this in real time, so I think that we've got to let it play out. We're still in the middle of this 90-day pause. It'll get a lot worse for me if we go through this 90-day and they just extend the 90 days. The trade deals aren't being like, that's certainly not the future I want to be in. But we'll see what happens.
So
yeah, but I agree.
Wait, just real quick, by the way,
that deadline is.
We have surveys from the New York Fed, the Philadelphia Fed, and the Dallas Fed from manufacturing companies. All of them find that these manufacturing companies are freaking the fuck out about tariffs and do not believe that tariffs will help their business. They expect orders to fall. They expect prices paid to rise. That's the only. They expect capital expenditures to go down as well.
So to push back against that, right? Because I had this argument earlier in the thing, is in the little group chat that we have, is that just because one group is suffering, another group might be benefiting. There's going to be secondary markets created. I mean, do you not agree that that's not how the economy generally works? Whenever like one group is hurting due to a policy, another group may or may not be benefiting that hadn't been benefiting for a while. I mean, like that seems.
In general, it's actually like a fine, like heuristic, like that's a fine thing that is, generally true, which is, by the way, relevant to tariffs, because if tariffs protect, domestic manufacturing, they're going to hurt other people in the United States, like exporters and like the service sector. But these are surveys specifically of the manufacturing sector. And, it is relevant that like ordinarily a tariff would increase producer surplus. It would increase, how the domestic manufacturing and things like that, but we're not placing tariffs on the final goods, right? We're placing tariffs on what are called intermediate goods, which are goods used to make other goods, and all that does is that harms businesses as well. That is just equivalent to taxing businesses. You're just raising like the marginal cost for businesses to use these materials. That doesn't actually help basically anyone.
Tyler, I see you over here saying,
bring it to Papa. Okay, so. Let Papa break it down for you children. There's 6 tariffs. Now, Pentuple, first of all, I'm going to go at you here. We're talking about Trump's first 100 days, not what could happen down the road. Right now, what we're seeing is an unstable crashing market due to those tariffs. If you are correct, which you very well could be, then I'll recant my statements. And again, it's looking like you might be. We have 17 deals on the table waiting for approval. One of them is just one step away from getting approved. And the 18th one, and then we have 60 other nations waiting in line, including China, to talk to us. So you could be right. But in Trump's first 100 days, the chaos that has resulted from these tariffs has not been paid off yet. Now, you are also right that there's $3.5 to $4 trillion in manufacturing from countries abroad and Apple investing in our country. But those manufacturing jobs aren't going to be here for a couple of years. So we only added we did have a decline of manufacturing jobs I want to say it was every month for the last 2 years we were losing manufacturing jobs. Last month we added 8,000, but Don Fon's right. A lot of these companies are saying they're going to have to start firing people. And if we don't have another company rise up to take that place, we're going to start seeing losses in manufacturing jobs. We need these tariff deals to go ASAP. I think if Trump does not turn his economic approval around, it's going to get to the point of no return, and he's going to lose the reputation he has. He is telling people you're going to see some short-term pain. It's going to hurt. Stick with me and trust me on this. And I know everyone that hates Trump just completely ignores that. But for the 6 different tariffs that we see the ones that had great success but also got slapped down by the Senate in terms of Canada, which are the threats to our country due to fentanyl. We ended up getting great success out of Panama, Mexico, Colombia, and a couple other countries with those. Canada, we had an absolute failure, an embarrassment, and it probably led to Canada having a left-winger take the election. So that one you could easily say backfired on Trump. Then you go into the 10% tariff that is being announced as a readjustment to comparative advantage to undo the damage of 30 years of unfair trade policy. That one's debatable. I don't like how Trump's going about that one because he's basically saying this is getting slapped on. You need to ignore it. You need to not tariff us back for however long we decide to leave it on. It's basically telling other nations they can't do to us what we're doing to them, which is Trump's entire fucking complaint in the first place. It's DEI through tariffs. The third one, the one I like the most, is the reciprocal tariffs, because that was a threat. That was not the way it was implemented. How you traditionally do tariffs, Smoot-Hawley and several others, is over a 10-year period. You slowly build them up so you can allow the markets to change with these slow tariffs that you're announcing over a long term. Trump slapped massive tariffs on. They lasted less than a day because those were meant to be a threat. He said it right out the gates. It would be much easier if every other country dropped their tariffs against us and restructured their trade deals to be fair. I would rather go that route, but this is what they're forcing me to do. And then they had months after he announced it to drop their tariffs. And the only one that did was Israel, like 2 days before the tariffs came out, because they were pressured to. Like, all these countries had the chance to respond. Those particular tariffs I stand behind because I like them, as well as the UAE ones because of the recent changes. Trump made it so that if you assemble your car in the United States, you get a 15% credit on that 25% car tariff. That, to me, is showing he's forcing car manufacturing back with that. That's why the United Auto Workers is completely on board with that tariff as well. See, when you go through these, you got to start looking at each individual policy. I think 2 have been successes, and I think 4 have been failures.
Oh, that's interesting you bring up the UAE. That kind of goes back into somebody's point earlier. I don't know who said the quotes. Like, I guess we could move on from the immigration since it's a horse we beat to death. Not immigration. Move on from tariffs since it's a horse we beat to death. But I'm sure we'll talk about it more in this next thing. But let's talk about if these people really are allies. Is disrupting the world order really a good or a bad thing, or is it terrible? Are we losing the American hegemony, or is it the start of the new American empire? Are we just losing the free trade? What's happening here? Do we like what he's doing with foreign policy? And you could include tariffs in this.
I mean, yeah, I think obviously. I think obviously, tariffing our allies, even ones we had like trade surpluses with, obviously removes a lot of the goodwill that we had, with them, and that it's not a good thing to an extent. USAID as well. It's probably gonna, that's gonna lead to some opportunity for China to start, filling these gaps, and I don't think that's a good thing for our world power. Also, even things like, even if you agree mostly with Trump's position on Ukraine, doing things like in the UN, voting with Russia and like their allies, that shit is insane to me. Even if you think that Trump is going to eventually get peace in Ukraine, that shit seems unbelievably unhinged to me. Even if it has like no, obviously the UN is not ultra powerful or anything, but I think that sends a bad signal at the very least.
Yeah, when I say messy bitch, all around messy bitch, I feel like Trump is he just comes across really unreliable. He comes across like he's going to pull the rug out from under any ally at any time. I think
maybe that's a good thing.
Well, see, I
Maybe
understand why people like
no.
Yeah, like I understand why people like his more aggressive approach. It's just, I think it's too aggressive for a nation. It's too aggressive to be put on the shoulders of your nation's citizens, which it might very well be.
You're a friend that like just walks in your house without knocking, and you're like, "Look, I love you. You're like, we're cool and stuff, but just like, please knock when you come in. Like, just stop treating my house like it's your house. Like, I love you. You can come over anytime you want. Just like knock. You know what I mean?" That's like the kind of friends that Europe is.
I have
Like,
I have
stop
some
walking in
friends.
my house,
I
going
have
into my
some
pantry.
friends who I'm like,
I'm not
yo,
home.
back the fuck off. But I have not really, but I have other friends who like I happily let into my house. I let eat out of my fridge. They're my friends. I care about them. If they're hungry,
I get
fucking
the one
eat,
that we
bro.
do that with. For
I'm
some
not eating
reason.
it. It's not like they're ripping food out of my mouth while we speak. It's not like
They do
they're
that. We can't say nothing.
just murdering me in my
What are you
sleep,
talking
you
about?
know. But
take
yeah,
this-
I do actually think.
I'm sorry.
You go.
Finish out the good thing is.
I was just gonna say, not to mention soft power again, but I do think, I do think it's just extremely it's an extremely aggressive approach from America on all counts, including with the tariffs. I feel like it's running America more like a business than it is a nation of people who actually have lives that they're trying to live while he makes all of these insane moves, which may or may not actually pay off. So I just feel like losing our allies is another sign of how fucking messy this bitch really is. Thank you.
It is.
All right. I'm going to take this region by region. I don't like the allies conversation, though, because the United States only has 2 allies, and that's Britain and Australia, and everybody else is some level of something else.
Israel.
I wouldn't call
Our
Israel an ally.
greatest ally.
Yeah, anyway.
You don't like France either?
Yeah, I thought Israel was going to be the first one you said.
No. Anyway, let me hit this real quick, though. When it comes to Europe,
thanks for
the
following me, Jack.
Europeans are a
Appreciate it,
pain in the
Joe.
ass, and they're like our retarded stepchildren sometimes, but the reality is that we have a very, very strong choice, and Trump's almost going the exact opposite way I would want to go about this. If you want to get the Europeans on your side, you do need a carrot and a stick. The carrot would be, hey, look, we agree with you that the Russians suck, but we're not going to defend you from Russia when you keep buying their oil. So here's a tariff, and if you don't like it, get off. That's the approach that I want to see from this White House when it comes to the Europeans, is that get them off Russian oil, and then we can have a chat about kicking Russia in the ass. But we're not doing that. We're just basically pissing in everybody's Cheerios. So yeah, a little bit of soft power knockout. Africa, it doesn't really matter to anybody, so we'll just jump. Middle East is that I kind of already covered that in my intro. Where's the threats against Iran? Like, are we going to bury these bastards finally yet or not?
Well, it's still gonna bomb the shit out of them today. Is what he said.
Are we talking? I thought this was just Europe. We're not. We're getting.
No, you can.
I was just gonna go over everybody, but yeah. Long story short, Middle East is kind of a mess for me. Nothing about the Turks, nothing about Iran. Would like to see that. Asia, this is the anti-China guy. Nothing outside of the reciprocal tariffs, and of course, we heard there was going to be a deal the next day, or 2 days later. Excuse me. All right. Where else we got? Anywhere that matters, or anywhere that he's been like really big on. Best case scenario, South America is trying to reorient the relationship with them, but we're still in a working progress kind of conversation. I either have negative to say about him, or I'm like, all right, still to be determined. Like this has not been a very strong foreign policy for me.
As far as the Iran front, he rejected their offer on their new nuclear deal, and then told them. And then Vance today said that if they keep supplying the Houthis, we're gonna bomb the shit out of them. I think was almost the exact quote. So yeah, not a fan of Iran. I don't think they are.
But, I didn't say they were. I'm just waiting for them. It's like, hey, if you guys keep pulling the shit, we're bombing Karg Island. Like I'm waiting for that conversation.
Did you go?
Did you have thoughts here?
No, I was pointing at Tyler because Tyler was trying to.
I wanted everyone to get their stuff out first before I drop the knowledge.
Oh my god!
Oh, I was just gonna say maybe I'm too gay for all of these tariffs and this aggressive policy.
Well, okay,
that's why I interrupted. I was like, maybe I'm too gay for it. Like I just in my mind, I'm like, why can't we all just be friends? Why can't we just be nice to one another?
Well, let me bring up another tariff thing. All right, so we had been arguing. People have been arguing that we've been having a trade war with Canada, and then I found out today that fucking China has 100% tariff on a bunch of shit with Canada. And, they're seem to be over there sucking China's dick while they're over here trying to fight us because we gave them some reciprocal tariffs. It doesn't seem like fair trade what's our fans? Not fun. You're the one who hates what we're doing with our tariffs.
Fair.
Explain why
Fair.
they're willing to suck on China's bean, but they won't suck on their neighbor America's. What do we have to do to get a Suki?
I mean, I don't know exactly how much Canada is sucking off China, but I mean, look, the argument is just that tariffs are just like not optimal. Even if there are unfair trading practices going on, like tariffs usually just kind of make things worse. Free trade is just goated. Globalization is just goated. Like it's that simple. Okay, I can draw you the tariff graph, and like the graph for why tariffs are bad is the same for reciprocal tariffs, or if there's unfair trading practices, as it is with a regular tariff. Like the consumer producer surplus, it's the same. It's the same. Okay.
So, a trade practice that I am a huge fan of is sanctioning people. So, essentially, non-fun, what you're arguing
Here we
is
go with
we
some
should
bullshit.
be economically isolationist in order to preserve the free market.
Wait, repeat that. Sorry. I mean,
Are
you
you
made this point
arguing we
about
should
the
be
sanctions.
economically isolationist to preserve the free market?
No, I mean, no, I don't see how that follows from what I've said.
So why can't we tariff? Why can't we sanction? Why can't we go after people that do bad actions on the world? If Russia invades its neighbor Ukraine, why can't we sanction their oil? Why can't we tariff their products?
I mean, we've had this discussion before. Some things are good and some things are bad. I support doing good things. I don't like doing bad things. So the sanctions
do much more for the economy to hurt us, especially oil prices.
How much
Yes,
do we
they
trade? How much do we trade with
Absolutely.
Russia? Absolutely not.
Not
you think,
much. But
you
as
think
soon as that, hold on. Wait, it's not about our trade. It's about the world's supply of oil. As soon as we cut off one of the major suppliers of oil and tell our allies not to trade with them anymore, the acceptable oil that we have to buy now goes up in price because it's less of a supply for us to buy. We saw that. Joe Biden was saying that. Joe Biden was saying that the price of gas spikes was the fault of Putin.
First
Wait,
of all,
hold on. I got a question. Wait, are you trying to? First of all, I think tariffs and sanctions are very different things. It sounds like you're trying to argue that sanctions work, and then I just think about Cuba and North Korea and the fact that they still exist today despite, I don't know, 60 years.
Oh, but they're
sanctions.
fucked.
Are they though? See,
Yeah.
Here's the difference.
Cuba's
right?
in 1960 still.
Yes,
North
here's the
Korea's in
difference.
1970.
Here's the difference, though, right? Like they're at zero or they're low, but they've been surviving. So any kind of gain they have is a massive gain now, right?
We're not
So,
gonna destroy
so,
the
the fact, so they're
nation. Hold on,
basically
hold on, I got it. One more
basically indestructible. So basically, what you're saying is we have now weather tested these two countries via sanctions. So that doesn't sound like it's working too good.
It worked just fine.
Well, wait. Let me push back against this a little bit. Like, I think the trade-off here is that we can cut somebody out and treat them like Cuba, treat them to some degree like Venezuela, and we can largely do that with a few others that we've subjected this shit to. Or we can go the opposite way, where we basically try to free trade our way into diplomatic success. This was our plan with China. That plan failed spectacularly. We literally empowered our biggest geopolitical rival. So, sanctions working, depending on your objective, I would say hell yes. I would love to leave the Russians in the last century. Please, let's do that.
That's my point, actually, is right now, when Ukraine is being invaded, we cannot fully punish Russia by sanctioning their oil, tariffing them, because it would hurt the EU economy. Right now, the second largest importer of second largest country they import energy from is still Russia. In 2024, they spent more on Russian oil and gas than they did in the Ukrainian war effort. They are funding Russia's war effort. By doing trade with Russia to get slightly cheaper products, we are funding our enemies to go into Ukraine, Taiwan, Israel. We are propping our enemies up for cheaper cell phones.
There is also a trade-off in that countries generally don't want to go to war with other countries when they're economically independent. There seems to be at least mixed evidence that interdependence in trade leads to more peace between nations. I mean, obviously not total world peace or anything, but there is a trade-off in that if we're completely cut off from China, why wouldn't they invade Taiwan? What the fuck are we going to do to China except go to full-scale war?
They don't have the money. If we sanction China, if we tariff them, if we force people to stop doing business with them on a united trade front, which is exactly what we're doing with EU, Canada, and Mexico, we cut them off from the world's economy. We isolate them the same way we did with Cuba, the same way we did with Venezuela. And these countries become stagnant.
For one, we could stop trading with China. That wouldn't entirely isolate them. However, like, I don't know, maybe we'll see Trump will get some magical deal that would have been that's going to be basically the TPP to try to isolate China with our own Asia trading bloc or whatever. But China is still going to trade with all a ton of countries in South Africa, a ton of countries in Africa, and a ton of countries in South America. Probably Europe too. I think part of the issue with Trump negotiating with Europe right now is that Europe doesn't want to have a fucking trade war with China because they like all the goods that they get from China. So I think if we cut off China, China is absolutely still going to be rich enough to invade Taiwan. Like, I don't know.
Absolutely, they probably will be for the next 20 years. But the fact that they are rich enough is because of us. Right now, it's going to hurt China much more than us in the trade war. They're expecting to lose 10 to 20 million jobs in just a quarter. That'd be like us losing 5 million jobs in a quarter. That's fucking huge. On top of that, their fucking currency is fighting. They're having a fucking real estate problem right now. All sorts of shit's going bad with China. Now, Tiberius. Well, kind of what Gibbs was alluding to a little bit with Iran. Trump is being very, very, very vicious with Iran. He's bombing the Houthis. He's telling them multiple times if they don't do exactly what he says, he's bombing. He's forcing them not to have nuclear energy at all right now. I think one person spoke out about that and then corrected themselves the next day. In whole, I think it was Steve Witkoff that did that. In whole, I would say that Iran is getting the boot right now, and us signing some sort of deal with them is to get them, they stop funding Hamas. They backed off of the Houthis. Lebanon's not doing anything right now because Israel went in there and completely crushed Hezbollah. So
they lost the power in Syria.
Yeah, the seven front war against Israel that was being funded by Iran is not nearly to the extent anymore since the Trump administration started putting pressure on them. We have gone almost as far, like they just had a giant explosion on their docks. So either that's extreme incompetence on Iran's part, or Israel did that to send a message to them. They have no air defenses. After they launched the 70 drones or whatever at Israel went in and destroyed all of their air defenses. They are completely isolated sitting ducks right now. They know it, and that's why they dropped all the fucking problems with Israel after that. I really think that we're putting the boots to them.
Okay, so there's a level where I will give you some of this for sure. Another level where I can say I am arguing from at least a level of ignorance because I can't keep up with all this shit anymore. And then there's another level where we've been trending this way for a while too, so there's one of those deals where I'm not sure if he deserves a lot of credit here. I think the Israelis did a really good job last year of just like neutering Hezbollah. So like I can't give this this rolling ball to Trump because it was literally during the Biden administration when we saw some of this. Do I blame Biden for actually having it happen? No, but I feel like giving Trump credit for this is a little out of bounds. As far as just in general, I would say that this comes off more as a war of words and just following up on open opportunities more than it is, oh, hey, this is the dagger at your throat, Iran. Like, I don't see that yet. And maybe that's a bad standard to have, but that's where I'm at.
Well, so y'all brought this up, right? So, I think we all agree that we could name most of our enemies, and they're like Iran, North Korea, China, and Russia. And I'm also not one of these people that thinks an enemy always has to be an enemy. Alliances change. But I am one of the people who's been saying quite a bit that, like, are these people really our allies? And, like someone mentioned the UAE earlier. I don't think the UAE is our ally. Like, who here, just to raise our hands, who here thinks the UAE is what we call an ally?
They're not an ally. They're not an adversary. But
Sure, they're not an ally. They're not an ally. I mean, I would say they fall more in the adversary camp. There's a reason why anytime we need a terrorist group to talk to, we can call them up, and they have a fucking embassy with that terrorist group in their fucking country. Coincidentally, I wonder why. I'm sure they're our friends, right? Like, I'm sorry, I'm not buying that, right? Like, and so, like, they're not our ally, and then like people are bitching about what we're doing with them. Then people are like, well, what about the EU, France, and Germany, and all these other countries, though, they're our best friends. I'm like, okay, are they our best friends? Because, I don't think their trade practices have been very friendly, right? I feel like they've, like, shipped off all their fighting to us to do for them, and we've gotten very little from it. I know that maybe non-fan will argue that us protected free trade is good for us overall, and I can see maybe some credit to that, like, economically. However, I don't think by us being the superpower and have military bases over there and them not being able to do anything about it, is mutually exclusive with, like, oh, hey, why don't you get your own militaries and do something sometime? I don't know if these people are, like, necessarily our allies. I mean, do y'all think that these people are all our allies, or is this just propaganda where you use? Go ahead, Tiberius.
I mean, I said this a little bit more in my opening for the subject, but most of these people I don't give LI level to, and then even if I'm going to tier down one level to where the people that I would say are allies, the Brits and the Aussies, are like brothers in arms, just the paragon of what we want to see, is that all right? Let's take a look at the laundry list here. For the French, strategic partners at best. It's not that we won't work together. It's not that we don't like each other. It's that when we don't agree on something, we get in each other's way in a really big hurry. That's not what I would consider an ally, but it's up in that top tier.
We run from the stench.
Outside of Japan, Japan and France are the only people that even have that category. Everybody else is either an outright vassal, to where this is where I get pissed off with a lot of the MAGA train, is that we keep them weak on purpose because we don't want the Germans to have an army and march over Poland again. That was our doing. We said we didn't want that again. If we want to change that, interesting conversation, but we still need to have the conversation of, these aren't our allies. I wish everyone in Washington would shut up about it, because they are literally dependent on us on purpose. That was the entire plan. So then you have just the outliers, people that are like useful idiots, or people who have their hands in way too many pots. And this is the UAE for me. It's people that's like, we don't really like you, but you're really fucking useful. So we'll work together where you want to work at. And that is the UAE. Is there some people I would like to have a conversation with? Maybe bump up a few pegs? The Armenians I would like to have a chat with, to be honest. There's a few other peoples out there.
What about Rwanda? Do you like Rwanda type areas?
I don't know shit about Rwanda, to be honest, outside they had genocide a ways back.
Well, they're the #1 military in Africa right now, and they just took over a big portion of their neighbor. And guess what? They're selling all those minerals, those rare earth minerals, almost exclusively to the U.S. now. But they're not necessarily good guys, it feels like. But they seem like our ally.
I would have to look into that a bit. I'm really pissed off that Ethiopia killed the Tigrayans because they had the biggest army in all of Africa and they shit all over it in a giant civil war. I'm sorry. I can go too far down the rabbit hole. This is kind of still something I care about a lot.
Tiberius, just to your point real quick, think of this like our welfare state in the United States. If we don't have some cutoff to say, like, look, when you reach X point, you lose welfare. What people tend to do is they take that income from the state and they take that fungible income and they act like it's something to rely on, and they spend around it. So even when they start to get out of the poverty point and they can actually afford their own military and to protect themselves, instead of doing that, they put it into other things because they're relying on the United States pumping money into them.
100%.
So yeah, I think it's kind of the argument of removing them from the welfare state. It should be done more slowly.
I totally buy it. I'm not acting like they're wrong here. The point that I like to push back is that this was on purpose. This was our doing, not theirs. This isn't them abusing the system. This is them going along with the system we put in place.
Yeah,
and Germany's the exception of it. Is the shining example of this, right? We told the Germans, you get free trade, you get access to the American market or even the Western market, so you don't invade Poland again. Good God, leave those bastards alone. But on the other side of that is it a time to reconsider it? Have no problem with that. I would love to see Napoleon's children and the Kaiser's children and the children of the Hussars invade Moscow. That would be fucking a dream come true. But that's a whole other conversation for another day.
What about you, Patemple? Do you think these countries are our allies? I know you're a big fan of soft
They drink sparkling water by default. These people aren't like us. They not like us.
That is disgusting. That is actually a great point.
They also don't put
Yes,
ice
it's
in their
made
drinks.
for
They
the
don't
rooms.
put ice in their drinks.
Yeah,
I don't
you go to get water
for the
in
water.
Europe, especially in Germany. If you ask for water, make sure unless you want sparkling water, that you ask for still water. Because if otherwise
They
they
also
bring you
really
sparkling water.
They also
Dude,
really
and
look
if you ask
down
for
upon
regular
you.
water,
They're
they look
like,
at you
why
like you
are
want
you
to drink
drinking
water
that?
they clean with. It's like insane. They're like, oh, you want water without sparkles?
You should have.
Like, fuck you.
The face I got when I once tried to get water from the tap in Germany. Oh my god.
Yeah.
The
They're
look
like,
at
you
they
degenerate.
were horrified. They were like,
these
"This is what
people are
America has come
I don't know.
to."
I think of them like the lottery winner's friends, where like the lottery winner has like, yeah, everyone's friends with the fucking lottery winner. Like, you think any European country is gonna like fucking really start fucking with us? You know, like, of course not. They're like, you don't want to get fucking, you don't want to be on our bad side, right? You gotta be our ally. But at the same time, it's like the second that we hint that like we're not gonna be as generous with them, they're like, you guys are like piece of shit. We actually don't even like you or respect you. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like, what do you mean? Like every time Trump does it, they're like, oh, look at all these polls. Only 20% of Europeans even like you. And I'm like, well, fuck you guys too then? Like, what do you like we could also say that you suck. Like, fuck you. Like, what?
I guess I am a little surprised that a lot of people on the MAGA side I'm just saying that because it's the easiest way to say it, are not wanting other countries to be dependent on America, considering how much it can fuck them up if we just pull the rug out from under them. I mean, well, ironically, it seems that actually is the most confusing part to me, because all of these moves to me seem like it's America saying, look, we're not going to be that reliable bitch anymore. Figure out your own shit. We don't want to deal with that anymore, which is fine, but it means that like people aren't going to be calling America to invite her to the brunch. Okay,
I agree.
Nobody gives a fuck about having her for endless mimosas.
I think if you ask MAGA, there would be a breakdown within there of people who think that we need to maintain this position as first, and people who just want the best for us and don't care about that.
Let's use the scenario you just described. Hold on. Well, let's look at the scenario you just described, though, right? That you listen. They're not going to invite America to the brunch. Well, the reason why they're not going to invite America to endless mimosas no more is because America's been paying for endless mimosas for the last 50 years, and now they don't want to pay. They want everybody else to pay, and all of a sudden now they're the bad guys for wanting them to do that. That seems kind of toxic.
I'm not. Did you see me? Did you hear me at any point in time say that America was a bad guy on that front? Even like in that statement, I'm talking about why I find it confusing that while some people are saying, you know, it's a welfare state, blah, 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 blah. You're not recognizing that a part of what made America number one was these unbalanced trade relationships they had with different nations, with, I just don't understand how it's going to keep America at the top if we're also taking out like all of the leveraging power that we had before.
Well, you're assuming that like if we don't, like we wouldn't naturally be in first place if it wasn't for these, like, I guess, the way the relationships are currently structured, I guess.
I mean, I do. Is that not like I feel like there's no way.
Think if every country decided from now on we're solely acting in our own self-interest. Like I still think the U.S. would naturally fall to the top of that list. But the question is, like, do we need to make sure by any cost that we maintain our position? There are certainly like national security arguments to be made there. I don't think we do.
Yeah. I will say, unironically, that's been a part of why some of these, like, the stuff going on with trades and tariffs, part of me is like, well, damn, America will be knocked off of number one. Like, I'm not even against that. It doesn't actually, I think that absolutely is happening, and it does not bother me, to be clear. But I am confused as to, like, people who are very nationalist who do, I mean, you say you don't believe that, which I'm not challenging, but I just...
I'll take the opposing argument to what you have in the regards of it is definitely from the nationalist point. It's way more unethical than I want to dig into, but there's levels where people actually believe this in some way. I personally believe it. I just don't believe we should do it. And that is, the more that we put the screws to everybody, the more we're going to find out that the United States really is like the one that can stand alone. You're talking about a continental-sized country with
it's
third biggest population on the planet. Like, the deck's stacked in our favor, like fucking stacked. And there's a real principle here of, if you actually put the knives in everybody's throat, even if the United States gets it back, we still win. Like, that's the crazy part, but it's kind of true. Europe is an old folks' home now. China may be the main manufacturing power of the world, until you realize it's like, it's only because people still buy for their shit, and it's getting to the point where no one wants to buy it anymore because it's now getting too expensive. The only place that goes along without the United States is like India, but that's not hard competition yet. France, that's
also massive. Another massive place, India. Like,
yeah, it's just one of those deals where it's like, you look at the scoreboard and who has room to fall. Germany gets knocked off. China probably gets knocked off. A few other people definitely get hurt. But there's no one who gets a gain from the United States taking a step back. They all lose.
Yeah, I actually see it very similar. It's like kind of like we're gambling like in a duel, and we're like, all right, what's gonna happen is we're gonna fire these bullets, and you're gonna fire your bullets, and I'm willing to bet I'm gonna have more bullets left, and you're gonna be out. Like, and then guess what? You'll be dead, and I'll be reaping the rewards. Like, I mean, it might suck in the interim, but
well,
it's just a great way to get yourself
like,
shot.
In this case, they won't be dead. Like I'm thinking when it comes to like long term, obviously we think the tariffs are somehow going to bring all of this manufacturing back to America, but the ways that we're removing dependence from other countries, do you not expect them to develop other systems to make up for what we're taking?
Most of them, no.
I mean, like
in
also,
any regard, not even in the distant future, in the same way that or not in the same way, but like we plan on rebuilding in America. Is there no way that any of these other nations could rebuild similarly, or?
To that point, though, right? Like, isn't it the same argument from like us, like with the manufacturing? Like, oh, it's gonna take you all a while to get your manufacturing going, right? Well, wouldn't it be like, oh, well, these countries don't have any of this shit, and we've been providing it. Well, look, what are you gonna do? It's gonna take you all a while to get there, and in the interim, you're gonna be fucked, right? Like, wouldn't that be the?
I agree. That's why I'm not arguing against his position that everybody loses by America pulling out, because I do agree they can't just like magically make up for it. But I do want to hear his argument for.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So this is, some people have some problems with this argument, but I think it's actually true. The United States did change the game after World War II. We put everybody who would be on our side to fight the Soviets, we put on the same team. So we all got to trade. The people who literally launched the wars because they couldn't get the shit they wanted, such as the Germans and the Japanese, they could trade as part of our integrated market. And that was a huge change. And then we've expanded that since the Cold War ended to where now the Poles are a part of it. Now Eastern Europe is largely a part of it. And the only people who are out are the people that either we say, no, you're being vetoed, which is finally the Russians, or it's people that basically we just don't like from the start. Look at the situation that all of them are in. They are third world destitute nations, or they're really hemorrhaging and actually being a functional society. If we cut that away, I don't know if the rest of the world combined actually can amount that united. Because it's like the problem is that who calls the shots? No one wants the Brits to run this bitch again. Everyone agrees on that. The Germans have too much bad PR to do it. The Russians will invade half of their neighbors to do it. We've already seen this, so they're out. China pissed away all of their good faith with Belt and Road. This is why Africa is now like saying stay the fuck back, even though no one talks about it. There's no one to run the boat. And that's if you can build the boat in the first place. I actually am scared that even if the United States tries to do this well, by the end of the century, we're going to have less people than what we started the century with.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, my bad. I didn't mean to raise my hand. I was...
I mean, I would be worried about China filling any gaps that we, took ourselves away from. Like, even if I'm sure, Belt and Road maybe has eroded some goodwill, but like I still see a lot of Africa and South America, trading with China, and I think, if the U.S. starts tariffing them and cuts off trade with them and stops, being military allies with them, they're going to shift even more to being close with China. And I don't think that's necessarily a good thing. So,
sure. I don't disagree with that. China... But she was talking about the long term, right? She was talking about like what's the reality of these nations being able to put it together. And the reality is that this is probably going to sound crazy to people, but if you even put Japan up against China in a knockdown, drag-out shooting war, Japan wins because they will literally blockade China to death.
You really? Like, I'm not convinced
Japan can blockade China. Yeah, I don't think they can blockade China.
They'll have to work with Taiwan, but they will.
China's got more ships and like most of them submarines. And here's the thing about that: like, I know submarines are pretty low, like they're not like high tech. A submarine's fucking hard to find, like even a low tech one. And I don't know that they could do that. Like, I guess that eliminates shipping though. they could definitely like make shipping so volatile to region China.
That's the point. You're
Yeah.
talking about the world's largest importer for energy, foodstuffs, the shit you need to make food. Like literally, you can make it to where so many tankers and so many bulk commodity producers can't get into China or are just so scared shitless they're not going to try it, to where you'll starve China in 6 months. Like that is the reality that I think Japan actually has on the table, and that's why China is scared shitless. And that no one talks about this shit at all. This is why they want Taiwan. They want to break through the barrier islands so they can actually get to the global ocean because they know they're hemmed in real bad.
Not fun. What you were saying something.
I don't know. I don't know if I have anything to add on that anymore.
Sure.
On the point, we're going to be left with. Oh, continue.
Oh, well, I was just gonna, this is going back to a little earlier in our conversation. I will say, I do think Tyler is, mostly right in that obviously Trump's, at least rhetoric, is usually tougher on Iran and everything. But it does seem like Israel was able to do, and Tiberius mentioned this, a lot of shit under Biden. Biden didn't seem to constrain Israel too much, and then we also didn't have like a 3-month blockade of aid going into Gaza under Biden, and we've had that under Trump. I don't think Biden or Kamala would have let that happen, and I think that's unfortunate for the people in Gaza.
I'm glad you mentioned aid because I actually like that he said we're going to end up with less people at the turn of the century, because I do think, stopping some of our U.S. aid actually will also encourage that, just with the different treatment programs that we had available in tons of different countries. So I do think that's a problem that we will see getting worse if we don't see any more research in medicine, and we're ceasing all the aid for like preventable disease around the nation. I feel like that's just a simple recipe for disaster that could be resolved so quickly, even if you didn't reinstitute any other U.S. aid. Just the shit for like treating HIV and malaria would go so far, so insanely far. And it's not like Americans are just it's not like we can't fucking get malaria. We can get malaria. We can get all of these diseases very easily if we just stop giving a fuck about medicine. And frankly, that I am scared about. And I do think there is a bit of an attack on, like, back to the academic institutions. I do actually see that as a serious issue in the future, is the development of science and medicine in America. I think it's fucked.
We'll come to the academic thing. I got one more foreign policy thing. I'm sure it'll be quick. Maybe we can move to academia. JD Vance is in India, talking to India about the new India-Pakistan war that looks to be brewing.
Away from the ladies.
Which I think is actually a real issue compared to some of these issues. Like we have Russia and Ukraine fighting, and that's one nuclear power versus a non-nuclear, and we have Israel and Iran fighting. That's a nuclear and a non-nuclear. But India and Pakistan both have nukes. Are we fans of what's been happening with Vance saying that we want to strengthen our partnership with India? Do we like how they're handling this thus far? Should we be more involved? What are our thoughts on this situation? Go ahead, Tyler.
India is a massive country, and as the Trump administration was saying this week in the office, they're easy to negotiate with because they're one of the countries that tariffs us the most. So there's a lot of squish room for Trump to wiggle them down a bit. And again, having 1 billion people that you're doing more fair and free trade with, buying your goods, is a good thing. I think at the end, if Trump's predictions and his gamble come true, absolute good. If they don't, you're going to see his reputation as one of the worst economic presidents of our lifetime. So it really is a gamble. It takes some balls to do, and we'll see what happens.
I mean, I do like the idea of allying with India. They're a big country. They're not entirely pro-China or anything, and I do think there's an opportunity for us to ally with them strategically there.
In America now.
Yeah, and I just listen, okay, if we cause this much uncertainty, if he told me we got a Q1 GDP contraction for a trade deal with India, that's still pretty bad in my opinion, but okay.
All right, Bish, you got your head raised.
Yeah, I did. I didn't realize you were still seeing that. My take on India is a little complicated, but I'll put it in a couple ways. While we don't get along in the best of regards, I would like to see the relationship get better. But when it comes to Vance, for me, it's just going to be words as words because I've been hearing words like this for the last 3 administrations. Like literally, it's been this administration, the Biden administration, and Trump 1 that we've had people talking about, hey, how we need to have better relationships with India. Never happens because India really likes going it alone, and they really don't like us that much. Can we change that? I don't know because that's more of a them thing than an us thing. Do I want it to? Absolutely yes.
You don't think that you don't hold on. You don't think
it'll...
that, but we've made strides with India. Like India switched off buying from Russian weapons to like U.S. weapons. They've like gotten in better with like our strategic allies, like the Philippines, right? Who we have a pretty close relationship. The Philippines just bought a bunch of Indian made anti-missile systems and some other things from them, and right. And then it seems to me like we are definitely deepening our ties with them, but it's kind of like Tyler said, they have like a shitload of tariffs for it. So it's like, what, like, are they? I get both your points, but it does seem like
you've brought it full circle for me.
But like, yeah, it's like they made some inroads, but they haven't, as opposed to like, I don't think Biden really did anything with India, as far as I know. But you know,
if India parked up in DC tomorrow and said, "Hey, look, we're gonna buy 5 times what the Poles bought from you in the last year," that would get my attention. Like, if India was like, "Hey, look, we bought all these fucking T-90s from Russia and they're shit, and we're seeing how bad they are in Ukraine," you know, we've seen those M1s. We know that you've got plenty of spare parts. We'd like to buy some of those. In fact, we'll buy a couple, or about 1,000 of them. Like, that's what I want to see. Something of that level, because India has so much to gain out of a good relationship with the United States. And if it wasn't the fact that we're just the evil colonizers that reminds them way too much of Britain, they would be on board with this already. But they're not. And so there's a level where I don't think it's the Trump administration to open up that box, but I would like to see somebody do it. Very much so.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, is it Ramaswamy of Indian descent? And J.D. Vance's wife is of Indian descent.
And children.
I feel like this is, and children. So it feels like, those are pretty, well, one's a prominent former member of the admin. And
so is Kamala Harris.
Yeah, I guess.
True. So true.
I feel like maybe it's a sign that we like India more. I don't know. Pensample, you've been awfully quiet. What do you think about a relationship with India? And should we be more concerned about them going to war with Pakistan and the rest of the world? Because I feel like nobody's talking about this war, and it's 2 nuclear powers that's about to go down, and that's a lot worse than anything going on with Ukraine or Israel, in my opinion.
I think India's cool. I want to be friends with India. I think we need to tell them to stop the fucking scams. That shit's fucking. I feel like that'd be such an easy fucking like PRW for Trump if he would just like we're putting 100% tariffs on India until they stop fucking calling our phones and trying to steal our money. They get away with all billions and billions of dollars and fucking scam. They are notorious for that. There is something wrong with Indian like police letting that get out of fucking hand, and they get away with it, and the police are definitely compromised, and we should probably get India to fucking stop doing that. But I don't know that that's like the priority of our relationship with them, but it should be something we talk about.
I would definitely assume we're seeing at least a slightly more positive relationship with India. At least, like I said about the tech sector, unironically, like, if you go to a Microsoft campus in Washington, it's literally all Indians. That's not like, I feel like the amount of immigration we're getting from India, like there has to be at least some not horribly negative perspective from the but like I agree, but there has to be like a not horribly, well, up until like the past month, horrible perspective on America from the Indian public, just with the amount of jobs that we seem to provide.
Interesting fact: Indian immigrants are the second largest minority group in the United States after Mexicans.
I'm actually pretty sure most of my neighborhood
more than blacks?
is.
Well, no, as far as immigrant groups,
it would have been China.
I'm pretty sure most of my neighborhood now is mostly Indian. It's wild in Seattle, like you could see that all the new developments being built, or a lot of them that were being built, were very obviously for people working in tech in the city, and it was like all Indian developments. Like these developments are just completely full of people who moved over.
Indian food though. I have to say,
fire food, top notch. Oh my god, bring more.
I've clashed with you on this, Pentuple, a few times, right? About like what we want culturally here. I guess we can move the immigration now, right? Elon seemed pretty pro India, like with some of his comments that was kind of controversial. Some parts of it. I've rejected this notion that I think American culture is great, right? I think part of that is that we assimilate people into American culture, and I would take 1 million Indians who want to work and are willing to put in the hours working over pretty much all of California. So like I don't. When I'm sitting here hearing this, Buckaroo, we love you, you're great. But, Washington, y'all can go too. A lot of lazy fucks live off the government in these two areas. All these liberal hellholes. I'll take all the Indians that want to work over all of them. I feel like that's more American than wanting to live off a Tita society taxes. You not agree with that?
If we were isolating the variable to culture, then you're right. I probably have a lot of overlap culturally, traditionally, with a lot of Indians and Indian immigrants then.
And you live with your family.
That's only racist, so...
I don't think that's... I mean... If we isolate that variable, yeah, you are making a good point. But it's just... I think that the overall, I'm not like, oh, yeah, we should just immigrate all the Indians because... dude, I grew up around a lot of Indians. So they taught... The only reason I know how to code on my TI-84 calculator in elementary school was because I had Indians in my class. And my boy Archit fucking taught me how to code on the TI-84, and it was like one of the coolest things ever in like 4th grade. They were fucking brilliant people.
I can't code now, but back when MySpace was the thing, I had all sorts of coding shit on there, and I had on my TI-84 that I have right here, I have fucking Super Mario and Super Mario 2.
Pull it up, click program.
Yeah.
We'll get you right. No, I'm just kidding.
We got it right here, baby. It's fucking ready
let's
to go.
go.
Oh, yeah, I actually have a TI-89 somewhere for like when I gotta do graphs and shit. But
I definitely have a TI-84 over there.
Also, I want to point out.
Hey, how many of you guys know how to code on it?
Yeah, not anymore.
And how many of you
I
guys
know how
got
to
an
put
Indian friend
code
growing
on
up?
it.
Interesting correlation, hey?
Yeah, I mean,
no, I played a lot of the built-in games.
Go ahead, Tiberius. What were you saying? Go ahead.
All right, so you want to do immigration separate,
immigration.
or do you want to do immigration and deportations? Because there's one of them I'm a lot better on than not.
Yeah, you go with both. Start it off. I don't care. We're hitting it's the first 100 days. There's a lot of topics. We're getting.
I got one.
Bam, as fast as possible. Really.
Let me get one quick sentence before we switch to that.
Oh, go ahead. Then Tiberius.
Our Chinese immigration would have been higher, but Joe Biden removed thousands of student visas without due process or prosecution of Chinese nationals that were in the United States going to college here. So I want to say that due process is important. Joe Biden's a fascist.
I'm gonna have to remember that. You send me some links on that. I'm gonna use that in the debate too.
That does sound like a shame.
Oh my god.
That does sound shitty to be students and get fucking deported.
Yeah, it sounds terrible. Anyway, go ahead.
All right, immigration. I'm far more pro on. My stance has been it's like as much as I don't have any major problem with immigration writ large, is that we were hitting the threshold of where we normally lock the country down from foreign immigration. Once we hit about 20%, we lock everything down. We've done this 3 times now. This looks like our 4th. So fucking called it, I guess. Like that's pretty much how I'm at. The deportations part is the part that gets me. I would have been fine if we just said, "Hey, look, no one else is in. We will make it very painful for you if you don't abide by the new rule set." But a lot of the problems that my fellow righties have with how illegal immigration was done and done through asylum and yada yada yada, I don't have a problem with what you guys are talking about as far as hey, look, this was not the proper way. But it's one of those very convenient loopholes that everybody knows about that they were just kind of encouraged to do, and they show up, most of them do their work, they do all the stuff that they're supposed to, and they're like, yeah, I like this American experiment, this American dream thing, can I have some of it? I don't have a problem with almost any of that. Just kill the asylum protocols. Just make it to where these people can't get in that way anymore. I would feel so much better. But now it's, hey, you did everything you were really supposed to do, or 90% of it, but just because we don't like that one technicality, we're going to kick you square in the nuts, get fucked. There's a level of callousness there that I do ethically have a problem with, and moralistically have a problem with.
Nah, send them out. Deported.
Then they're not
Yeet.
deported.
Well,
Goodbye.
well put. I think that's a
Wowie.
great way to put it. Regarding deportations.
You're here
I
illegally.
think. I mean,
Goodbye.
bro, I barely
some
agree
pushback.
with borders right now. So.
You barely agree with borders.
Well,
Well, like,
No, I'm on-
there you
I'm
go.
on-
Just
I'm
say
on-
that.
I'm
Why
on-
don't
never
you
go
just
through
I need to
okay,
start.
hold on.
No. I need to read. I need to read more. I just have issues. Okay, I have issues with it.
What exactly do you object with on the borders? Like, say, like, what is a border if not just like a barrier? Like, how far down the line do you have a problem with borders? Is it just at the macro level, or can I be like, you know what? I don't care that your house is a wall.
Macro.
I don't care that bed is yours.
It's a macro level. It's a macro level.
Okay.
I just don't like the way the implementation of borders has been used as like a key mechanism in like a literal oppression and like fucking people over and just ruining their lives.
I disavow everything
Not
I said
getting
before. I don't agree with this person at all.
Well,
Yeah,
no,
I
I'm
don't
just
know
saying,
about it.
I know it's a horrible. I know it's like a loaded term, but that I'm just trying to use that as like exploitation is the word I was thinking of. But it just seems so often in history, at least in American history, that a lot of borders have been implemented and reinforced, at least in part out of a desire to like establish a class of citizens that you can easily exploit, and that's something that I take issue with, and I want to read more about it.
Wait. So, like, you would agree that using illegal aliens in ag and not paying them a fair wage is
do agree.
You're basically an anarchist. Is the only way this
No,
makes sense. Why do we have
is
a
that what you're
government if
saying?
you're not going to cater to the people that formed and pay for that
Yeah,
government
I know.
to exist?
No, I actually
we're gonna
do
get-
agree
we're
with
gonna-
you, Gibbs. I actually do agree with you, Gibbs, on that front. That I think
Really?
the exploitation. I think the exploitation of people. I think, bro. I just think exploitation is wrong. I think
We're being
fucking purposefully
when you say
importing
illegal
all of
taking
these
our
workers
American
just so you can
dream from
underpay
us.
them and not meet any regulations and treat them like shit and not give them access to healthcare. Like I think all of that is fucked. I think the quotas that they're required to meet and the ways that they're encouraged to cut corners just so they can like hurt themselves for the betterment of some like random CEO. I think that's absolutely fucked. I think it's ridiculous, and I think it's wrong.
So look,
There
you
might
know,
be
I'm
hope for
a
Buckaroo yet.
neoliberal dog. Okay, so
Oh.
I love immigrants coming here and working for and undercutting Americans on their wages. That's the based opinion. It's mutually beneficial.
Well, I'd
even
like
if
them
they...
to just be paid appropriate wages because
Well, yeah,
they're
so, like,
workers
there's
and they're
the-
doing the job that they're supposed
I
to be
love
doing.
this
Yeah,
quote.
They
so
can do
Say
the
that-
jobs that Americans do.
Non-fans, say that again. Just say that line one
I
more
said
time.
I'm a neoliberal dog, and I love immigrants coming here to undercut Americans and wages. That's what I love. I
Yeah.
love nothing.
And
more.
then this motherfucker, no, please. I want to draw him for 1 minute here. And then this motherfucker says that line and then wonders why I won't trust him on tariffs. Fucking shocking.
I'm okay.
Yeah.
To be
No,
clear,
do you
I'm being
agree-
hyperbolic. But look, here's the real issue. I think. I mean, one is obviously, you know, do we believe immigration is beneficial? And I do think, like, yeah, legal immigration. And, like, if we just have legal immigration, it seems like a lot of these issues that you guys are having with them being paid too little would go away. And it also, I think the way Trump is doing deportations, legal immigrants don't want to come here. Tourism is falling partly because, you know, I think there was that example, like a German teen who was like strip searched at an airport just because legal immigrants and tourists are scared of getting caught up with fucking ICE. And that's not a good thing because immigration tends to be a good thing. Same thing with foreign students, by the way.
Just keep in mind, non-fun, when you're supporting immigrants undercutting American wages, sometimes you're just supporting the exploitation of those immigrants. Do you think is actually appropriate?
Hold on. I want to point something out here.
Immigration, because personally, I would say if we have to exploit people to encourage immigration, then maybe we should find other ways to encourage it. Maybe
I wouldn't necessarily define it as exploitation just because
in this equation.
I mean, like, immigrants who come here to work in agriculture, like, we're giving them an opportunity that's better than the opportunity they had in, their home country.
To be paid less than the American worker to
well, yeah, but it's still infinitely more than it would have been paid in Mexico.
But not fun. But no, hold on. Here's the thing, though, right? So, like, there's actually, like, kind of a split in the Republican Party, and even within MAGA, right? It looks like, for example, Elon is pro certain kinds of immigration. I'm definitely pro legal immigration, right? But I'm also very pro the wall and deporting people here legally, right? Because the illegal immigrants are basically slave labor. There's a whole bunch of other problems, and like you seem like you're pro legal immigration, which I think we can build a bridge on non-fun. Like I'm not like Pentuple yet. I don't care what country they come from as long as they become American, right? You know, because by the third generation they are American. But
People needs to leave.
Right,
Does
like,
everybody know the state you're in?
well, but what I'm saying is, with like non-fun, my issue is though you're like kind of saying, yeah, undercut them. I agree, undercut them if they're legal, but if you're illegal, I mean, how do you? That's bad. That's overall bad. Like you're definitely just fucking over people that are playing by the rules. Like if I wanted to go hire 50 illegals for my ranch, I could probably hire 50 illegals and pay them the same amount as I pay 3 people legally.
So
like,
I mean. I'm being hyperbolic when I say like undercut wages and everything. Like I do agree that happens to an extent, but I don't even know like what % of asylum seekers are really like getting paid significantly less than, you know, legal minimum wage or whatever. But I mean,
it's not just that.
It's just a question of like, you know, how much economic harm do they do, and like I'm not convinced that even asylum seekers do that much economic harm, and therefore I'm not going to be. Like, I'm very hesitant to deport a lot of them, considering I think that has pretty high, like, moral cost to doing so. Like, why are you laughing, Pentuple? What did I say that's wrong?
I will say, though, Gibbs,
go ahead.
your point on giving everybody green cards and basically grandfathering them into citizenship and how it would basically only go to support, like, Monsanto, I actually think it's a great argument because I would actually find ways to resolve that problem that could still result in citizenship. Personally, I still think they should have citizenship, but I think if there were ways to do that where it wasn't all just benefiting ads, that'd be the way to go. Because
unfortunately, the only way to do that
it's not fair to like fuck over.
Yeah, like unfortunately,
that's what I'm saying.
Really the only way
if there was some complex plan you could develop that included a multi-year program where you could like give them jobs in agriculture, then I would want to look into that before just deportation. Because it feels so cruel, especially for people who on paper feel like they've done everything that they can. You know, they've come to America, they've worked hard, they've like worked harder than their American
colleagues. They feel lied to by the Democrats who promised hotel rooms.
Well, I mean, this is another thing about the immigration, right? I think immigration is a stark example, and Tyler kind of talked about this in his opening, of like the Trump administration is moving quickly, and it shows that, and it's really kind of makes me really angry with even the Republican administrations from recent years, is that this problem could have been fucking solved overnight. And Abbott and him got together in cahoots, and basically Abbott and him solved the problem overnight because you're going through Texas or you're going through the goddamn desert, and nobody's going through the goddamn desert over there in New Mexico and Arizona. I don't care what these people think.
And barefoot, they end up barefoot in the desert, and they get caught.
They die. They die. That's what happens. It's like that's just not. It's not feasible. There's a reason why they pick California and Texas to come through. And they solve this problem overnight. And I think it really exposes kind of the lies we've been told by the government. I mean. In this case, it seems like the executive orders worked well. Are we a fan over how fast things are moving overall? Go ahead, not fun.
I am not.
I mean, I think like obviously, I mean obviously like border crossings have dropped or whatever, partly because of the executive orders. Now, I ain't Pisco, but from my limited reading, I would guess that a lot of these executive orders on the border are in violation of our current asylum laws. I ain't a lawyer, but it seems to me that's true. And also, like, I don't know, to me, invoking the Alien Enemies Act to do summary deportations is just kind of fucking insane. Like, the Alien Enemies Act is of questionable constitutionality to begin with, and then saying that, you know, Venezuelan gangs are somehow tied close enough to the government that it constitutes an invasion when illegal immigrants are violating asylum laws, that's fucking insane to me. Also, just that you can somewhere, you know, deport people without, you know, due process or whatever. Like,
well,
Yeah, we didn't want to trigger pentuple with that one. Sorry.
Yeah, I know. I was trying to find another word to say there, but like.
Yeah, I heard you trying there.
I want to jump in about the asylum. So the only asylum law that has been slapped down as unconstitutional in the last 10 years now was when Joe Biden passed a law that said if you cross the border illegally, you are barred from applying to for asylum for 5 years. It got slapped down almost immediately. Trump's executive orders, what they do is it doesn't change that you could still apply for asylum if you come in at a non-point of entry. The standard to which you can apply gets changed. At the border, if you go to a port of entry, you can do credible fear. It's a much lower standard than if you sneak in and then apply retroactively. Then you have to go through reasonable fear. That's what Trump changed on this. And there's nothing wrong with it. It's already been reviewed by the courts. It was done in his first term in early 2018, and it passed the constitutional challenges. So a lot of what Trump did was just undo Biden's executive order in February of 2021, and that re-implemented most of his policy, except for the migrant protection protocol, because he needs Mexico's permission to sign those on. So when he slapped tariffs on them, that's when they agreed to the migrant protection protocols that are now in place again, and that was his big victory with tariffs in Mexico. So I don't think anything's illegal because it was all done in his first term, and it seemingly passed constitutional muster when challenged.
There's no way that's the only executive order he's had on the border, right? There's no shot.
There was 3 altogether. But
Three
what
altogether?
happened was he
Okay.
did multiple, and then the 3 he did altogether, Biden repealed them all in one, and then he unrepealed them all in one as well. So initially it was multiple. Biden repealed like 90 in one order or something like that.
Paste.
Not all of them were border and whatever related. I think the illegality that we're potentially seeing is in the deportations, not the border itself.
Well, that's interesting. I mean, we can move a little bit on this because I do like to trigger people and we like to talk about due process. But I know we're talking about Trump's first 100 days. I think one other thing Trump has done has exposed the Dems for some of the stuff they're willing to support. We're screaming out due process while arguing over someone that's clearly a fucking terrorist. Or we have a spokesperson who's like, it doesn't say MS-13, that's photoshopped. And it's like, no, it doesn't actually say MS-13. It just has the gangland tattoos that stand for MS-13 on his hand, which is basically the same as if I went to Egypt and looked at a hieroglyph and was like, that's A. Or if I took a Greek alphabet and like, oh, that's Omega. That means this. I think it's very dishonest when people are like, oh, it's not due process, even though one guy, like we brought up the Chinese immigrants having their due process revoked under Biden. We have this Garcia guy.
Well,
he should have been deported, but they didn't deport him back in the first time. And then we're sitting here, the Dems are sitting here dying on these hills, and I think it's exposed them a little bit. You seem to object to that non-fun.
So I mean, I don't. To be clear, I have not kept up with the Kilmar Garcia guy, so I don't know for sure anything about him. But the entire point of invoking the Alien Enemies Act, although I do know he wasn't deported under the Alien Enemies Act, I don't think.
Yeah,
but
it was the
entire
guy that was.
Yeah, the entire point of invoking the Alien Enemies Act is to summarily deport people, and that shit is crazy.
The double. What were you going to say?
I agree.
Say on the Garcia thing, I mean, people are pointing at the tattoos and litigating the hand tattoos and stuff, but I don't even think the best evidence that there's a very shady history with this guy. I was looking this up, and I wrote down these 5 facts, and if anyone wants to fact check them and challenge me on this, you can. But Garcia was pulled over in Tennessee, traveling interstate from Texas to Maryland, had 8 people in the car that all gave the same home address as Abrego Garcia did from Texas. And the feds told the troopers to let him go. And the car was registered to a man who is now in federal prison for human trafficking. So, like, if you want to place your bets that this guy is just like a nice on the up and up guy, go ahead and place your bet there.
It's not that he's the nice up
See,
and up
but
guy.
8 people living in an apartment is not scary.
What's the thing? Okay, he's on MS-13. We can litigate the tattoos that way. He definitely has ties to human traffickers who are in federal prison, and he was driving their car, trafficking 8 people across interstate.
No, he absolutely is MS-13, the same level of adjudication.
Well, hold on,
that
you
makes
said you had
Trump a
more
sexual
facts.
abuser. Oh, yeah, you get all yours first, and then I'll
get all your 5 facts, then we'll go to time.
Well, those are the 5 facts. He's pulled over in Tennessee. There were 8 people in the car. They all gave the same
It was
home
one
address
fact
as Abrego
broken into
Garcia
5
from Texas. He was traveling interstate, and the car was registered to a man who is now in federal prison for human trafficking.
Now, when we talk about the First Amendment, the first thing you go to is letting the Nazis march in Stokely, because to stand up for something as a principle is to do it when the most repulsive people are subject to that principle. So if the Supreme Court comes back and says that Pam Bondi's assessment, that just him being in a terror organization means he violated this withholding order and we can just deport him. If they come back and say that's wrong, he should be brought back. I don't care if he's Satan himself or Hitler himself. He needs to be brought back, and it needs to be done right because we need to stand by these principles the same way.
And how's that done, Tyler? Do they order?
Hold on,
him
that's
to
not
do it
exactly
at any
true, though, Tyler. You say that we would let the Nazis speak, right, in Stokely. However, you would let like a neo-Nazi group, right? You wouldn't let actually Adolf Hitler, like risen from the dead, we can confirm it's him, go and give a speech because he would.
Bro, you
fall
wouldn't let
under
a zombie give a speech? Don't lie.
Yeah, I mean, I was about that just to see what
That
he said,
shit
but
was
like,
so cool.
Especially on Halloween.
Came back
But sure,
from
you
the
get-
dead to speak. Look, I'm
Yeah.
not a fucking Hitler guy, but if the guy came
Okay.
back from the fucking dead, I might listen. I'm
Straight
sorry.
Okay,
up,
fair
you'd be
enough,
like,
fair enough. Okay,
yes,
you know what
it's
I'm
on
trying to say,
television
though.
right now.
We could pick a different
Like,
one that's
you-
not the like if we
Kind
could
of like-
actually trace a
There you
member
go.
to the Third Reich and we're gonna have him go out there and give a speech, like they should be able to deport that guy under the alien whatever act, because that's exactly what it is, to get the commies, to get the fucking Nazis. That's why you have that. You wouldn't let like a member of a foreign government just speak freely, like in negative opposition. Like free speech doesn't apply to them. Like I don't know why that would be your argument there, Tyler.
What's that? The free speech doesn't
Yeah,
apply?
would
to them?
you would let a member of like Chinese propagandists come in here and just speak freely? Like, is that what you're
If they
saying?
were a
We wouldn't
U.S.
deport-
citizen, yes. Yeah. If they were a U.S. citizen,
Well,
you
yeah,
could
they're
say
US
fuck
citizen,
America.
sure.
Yeah, I listen to punk rock music. They're very anti-American when I was a kid.
Yeah, but you also have to
yes, if they're
renounce
US
the Communist Party when you come here. If you're
if it's a
I
Chinese
have
national-
never
base.
renounced the Communist Party. I will say, not once have
renounced
I
the
ever.
Communist
Yeah, but you're also
Renounce
not a
the Communist
Chinese
Party.
immigrant either.
I will renounce I will renounce
still
every
renounce
party
it.
that's not the Buckaroo Party. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, you're also not a Chinese immigrant, so that's a big
Lots of
part.
as you
lube.
know.
Hold on, lots
You
of
have
lube.
no
You don't know
idea.
everything
I
about
You
guess.
have no idea.
Hold on, hold
I
on.
mean, I
Lots of,
could wager based off how many African American people are in China.
there's a lot of lube and cocaine at
Maybe
the
three?
Buckaroo Party. Just throwing that
all
out.
three of them.
Big Papa Diddy, Big Diddy Buckaroo.
Oh, whoa.
Oh, don't say that. I do not.
Big Diddy.
Yeah, I mean,
Buckaroo.
But back to this point, it
Did
seems
you know
like
Big
Hassan
Papa
Piker was begging to
Armadillo
go to a
Diddy.
Diddy show?
Save it for
Side note?
tomorrow. Save it for tomorrow. We're doing that tomorrow.
yeah,
Oh, I
did
just
know
wanted
that.
to make sure it was said.
Yeah, we did know Hassan was going to go to the. I mean, that doesn't surprise me. Pieces of shit congregate together, so you know, it's not surprised there. But I mean, I think it's kind of. I think some of the Trump's fast moves has exposed the Dems with some of the stuff they're actually standing for. Like, I mean, they're dying on this Vega Garcia Hill, and they're trying to argue it's about the due process when they didn't follow it for the Chinese people like you brought up. They didn't. It's only convenient for them now, and it's
The
kind of like your tweet
Democrats-
earlier, Pintuple, where they're like, "Oh, we're going to fight them on every issue, even if it's a bad one."
Right.
Yeah,
The Democrats
probably-
Senator went
never
down and was like,
invoked
"Oh, I
the
didn't
alien-
ask him if he was an MS-13. I already know the answer to that. I'm not gonna bother asking that, even though it's being litigated on fucking everywhere in the U.S. right now." It's like that was the most telling thing to me when I saw my own senator ask, "So did you ask him if he was an MS-13? Since like everyone's talking about this?" And my own senator was like, "No, I wouldn't ask him that." It's like, why wouldn't you fucking ask him that? Why wouldn't you just do it? Especially if you knew his answer, which presumably he's trying to insinuate that means the answer is no. Just ask it. Just say that. Yeah, here we go. He said he's not a member,
Yet again,
but they didn't even
we
ask
need
him. They know that his answer is
with
yes.
Fucking spines, okay? I will go back and say it again. We need representatives with spines. If you are a spineless bitch, don't be a politician. I just have to say, all these weak ass, bitch ass politicians.
Say it. Say the word I love.
Look, they are getting old, and COVID still exists.
What?
Yeah.
Oh
okay.
wow.
Yeah,
60
that's
seconds.
crazy. Yeah, that's wild. Go ahead, Nathan. You were trying to get
Okay,
in there.
look. I mean,
Yeah,
you can
I'm
criticize.
saying
I'm not
after that, I'm
familiar.
saying.
I'm not familiar with the whole, Biden revoking Chinese student visas. It could be the case that that's bad or whatever. I'm also not familiar with exactly what level of process student visas or people with student visas are entitled to. But Democrats never invoked the Alien Enemies Act, who summarily deport thousands of people, and I find it hilarious that Pentuple is he's so hung up on the Garcia guy that he. Do you deny, Pentuple, that the point of invoking the Alien Enemies Act is so that we can summarily deport people?
Yeah, it's to help process deportations. Yes. It gives more
Okay.
avenues to deport people.
You recognize
like
it's not.
20
That's
million
at
here. We're
least
trying to get a lot of people out.
sure. So do you recognize it's at least maybe you still call it due process? It's at least a much lower standard than if you didn't invoke the Alien Enemies
He
Act.
wasn't deported under the Alien Enemies
I'm
Act.
aware. I know. I just said it's crazy. You're so hung up on this guy that you don't focus on anyone
We're
else.
hung up on him.
I'm not hung up on him. I haven't done any reading about him. But do we? You agree? At least maybe you still call it due process. When someone is deported under the Alien Enemies Act, they have like a much lower standard to be deported than ordinarily. They're summarily deported, right? That's the whole point.
Okay.
Okay, you don't. So why? It's crazy to me that Trump is deporting thousands of people under the Alien Enemies Act without trial.
250.
And 250? I thought it was more than that by now. But okay.
Okay.
Presumably,
Crazy,
unless
right?
I think the Supreme Court has blocked it, right? But presumably, if it weren't for the Supreme Court blocking it, it would be higher. But do you consider people summarily deported under the Alien Enemies Act as receiving due process? Do you still consider that due process?
Probably, yeah.
Probably. Okay. Seems
Yeah,
like
I
a
do.
weird standard to have, but all right.
Most of the people,
And I
almost
just-
every
Well, I don't think you have a great understanding
Hold
of
on,
due process.
I know this one. So no. Almost all the people that have been
Just
deported by the AEA were already in one or many different stages of law enforcement. Either they were detained and adjudicated to be parts of these groups. The reason why we're allowed to use the Aliens Enemies Act, apparently, and it's being frozen right now and reviewed, is because they were deemed terrorist organizations, and that gives us extra rights to kick them out with less due process. That's the only reason why it was 260 people. And they were all in gangs. It's been adjudicated at the same level that Trump being a sexual abuser is adjudicated as well. Same type of case. Do you know what it was offhand, Pentemple, the type of civil case that was? Something estoppel?
What?
The civil case, something estoppel. That lawyer, I linked you to it. That lawyer on my Facebook was telling us about it.
I'm not sure what you're
well,
referencing right now.
Well, moving a little bit onward here. I think it's we're getting close to time. I do want to go ahead.
I just wanted to give an honorable mention to our deporter-in-chief, Obama. He really be deporting people. Let's never forget. Great mass deporter. Thumbs down, but he really did. He really be deporting. Ben.
Yeah. Well, let's up those numbers. But moving on,
Obama 2028.
Yeah, we're over here. We're over here talking about. I think that this is something really interesting this week happened, and I've been saying this, and I know Pentemple, you've been saying this. You've been mentioning how you think that the Democratic Party is dying. I don't know that they're dying so much as they are definitely took a big body shot, and now that hold on, they definitely took a big body shot, and they're struggling mightily, and they look lost. And I have been saying for a while that part of the Democrats' problem is that everything they do is manufactured, and it's like blatantly manipulative, and I think that people are wise to the game, and that's part of the reason people turn to Bernie, and then I think it's the same reason people turn to Trump, right? Because they're like, this is refreshing. They're saying what we want. They're looking out for us. We're sick of the status quo. And then I was watching Wick this week, and they had Visora on, and she's over here advocating for we need to manipulate these people. We know some. We
He's
know
not
more
even
than
in America, by the
but
way.
hold on. But she's not the only one. She's like a microcosm, right? And
I have heard this before.
And what's crazy is you look at the lefties that are growing, and I do keep track of some people, and she's one of them that's growing on Twitch right now. She's growing on, I think, all of her platforms. And it's interesting because it seems like to me the left is turning more, instead of the people like Fetterman who are trying to build bridges, they're turning more to the people that are like, hey, we want to manipulate people. We should lead them like a certain way because they're actually sheep and we're better than them and we know better than them. And we should manufacture people like we're going to make our own Joe Rogan. It's going to be Gavin Newsom, or like whatever. And I feel like I think this is the wrong route because when you look at the right, even now, like Trump is rewarding people that got there organically. Like, right, we all know Tim Pool being at the White House, being like, oh, he's just a sycophant.
Organically.
But there's like, yeah, but okay, so well, I guess not. He's not a great organic example, maybe. But other people are organic
most
examples.
people who get there organically.
Well, okay. I mean, I'm just using him as an example. He's not a traditional news source. Like, I mean,
He's
like
rewarding alternative media pundits who ask him the most softball dick suck questions ever.
I'm not saying that about Tim Pool. I'm saying that about most of the people that are being uplifted by Trump who are organically getting to where they are, just like Trump organically got to where he is.
I'm saying that that's not what I mean. When I say organic, I don't mean that like Trump is uplifting. I'm saying that these people, like when you go and talk to them, it's their beliefs, right? Like they're like going to give you their thoughts or whatever. Versus like if you like watch Gavin Newsom, you watch like whatever the shit is, they're like, oh, it's the same talking points as MSNBC. You know, like
No, what are you on about, bro?
I do actually think.
You don't think so?
I do think he's right. There is a bit of same think when you listen to Democrats on popular media, like especially on old media, like on TV. It's literally almost all of them are saying the exact same things.
I mean, Visora sounds like Rachel Maddow.
I would say.
Buckaroo, I hate you.
A lot of the more popular Dems going on television often say the similar things. But I think a part of personally. I think a part of the problem is actually Dems want to hold themselves to a certain level of formality that previously they saw as regal, but I would say really just makes them look like fucking naggy bitches. Like pretentious assholes. It seems more like they're ready to sit there and nag you about what you're doing as opposed to do something themselves, even if. Like I think when we saw Buttigieg on the Flagrant podcast recently, I actually thought that was a great change from what we usually see from Democrats, which is just people with sticks up their ass who clearly had like tons of media training. They were ready to answer every single question and answer it exactly the way that they needed to sound right.
I'll turn it over to you, non-focus. I see you objecting. I'll give you one specific example that is, I think, is a prime one. Right? Is the Republicans lack empathy? Right? That is one I've heard for the last like 2 months. It's Republicans lack empathy, and then they quote that bullshit study where it's like, oh, they care about their family and their friends and whatever, and then Dems or lefties care about it wider. And then I watch like I said, I was watching Wicked Visor this week, and I think this is a microcosm of a greater issue. And she's like, well, they don't have empathy, and I go, well, the entire reason I ever came on a debate panel in the first place was over the immigration issue because my ranch was being damaged, right, and there was problems. I had friends die throughout my life due to cartel violence, et cetera, all tied to immigration. And I came on, I talked about it, and the first couple panels I got, I think this is the exact quote, was, "You're a rich landowner, fuck you." And I'm like, okay. And so if one party's answer is fuck you, and the other party is like, well, we'll hear you out, which one do you think I'm going to be more empathetic to? And then for them to sit here and tell me, oh, these Republicans aren't empathetic, when I brought a problem to everybody and the response was fuck you, is, to me, laughable. And secondly, how dare they get on a moral high horse and call me not empathetic when they're telling me to go fuck myself? I think it's rich, and I think there's a lot of Americans that echo that. What are your thoughts, Non-Fun? You're objecting.
There's so many things I'm so mad about right now. Listen. Number one, Trump is not rewarding people who got there organically or whatever. He's rewarding alternative media pundits who ask the most like dick suck questions I've ever seen. Like it's insane. You have people asking him, or asking Pam Bondi or whoever the press secretary is, like, are we gonna look at election fraud from Hillary Clinton and Barack Hussein Obama? It's like, dog, kill me. What are you on about? And then the media pundits on the right are like people like Benny Johnson who like say the most unhinged, crazy shit ever. There's I love Benny Johnson use an example because there's that clip of him like during the Kamala crash or whatever saying, oh, bloody, stock market's down. Kamala needs to get on camera now. And then when the stock market crash happens under Trump because of Trump's tariffs, by the way, he's like, oh, losing money costs you nothing. You have people like the Quartering saying like, oh, we don't need any of this stuff from China. It's insane. When you find yourself defending universal tariffs and all the alternative media is for some reason supporting that as well, you guys have entirely lost the fucking plot. I don't know what to tell you.
That's and like they're still more honest than the people that covered up Biden's dementia.
Absolutely not.
Absolutely are. That's a constitutional crisis.
Democrats.
Well, we can come back. Yeah, Tiberius, go ahead. And then we'll go to you, Buckaroo.
All right. As a member of the team that everyone wants to disown, right? Team disowned from everybody. I'm going to say that I think both parties are dying. They're just dying in different ways and at different speeds. I'll confirm my bias that the Democrats are dying slower than I wanted them to. I wanted this to be like the Republicans' last ass kicking. I wanted to see them move on from Trump, but find what was good about the old Republican Party, what was good about Trump, and try to like meld them into something coherent. And I don't think they have succeeded in that, and I don't think they're going to be a really good party until they do. The Democrats, on the other hand, they were already falling apart. I knew this was coming. You have a party of unions, socialists, and Greens all in the same party, and they're all supposed to figure out economic policy. Yeah, that shit ain't gonna fucking fly, folks. And now big business is trying to get into that party too. No, like this party is doomed to fail. I was just hoping it would survive this coalition long enough to eject Trump, and then the Republicans could fix their shit while they were waiting in the wings, and then whoever came in the Republicans in 28 literally had a 60% voting threshold that they just blew out. Huh?
I've came in a few Republicans.
Hey,
well, that's good to know. I guess
that was what I was hoping for. Like what I'm watching now is that we're just in a race to the bottom. Whoever is in the shitty position just gets more toxic, more crazy, more rambunctious, and then somehow we forget about it 2 years later, and we just keep trading and voting for the other guy because we hate the guy who's in charge now. This is not a way to run a country. It fucking pisses me off. It's just right now it's the Democrat turns to be snobby little cunts. Because we watched that for the last 4 years when Republicans told us that they, the Democrats somehow stole a fucking election. Like, fuck all of you. Just legitimately fuck all of you. I'm tired of this shit. I really am.
Well, that's why you get this owned.
And
There you
I
go.
think I will say, at least on the point of all the like more messy people that Trump has supported, I will say I think that is a huge part of why Democrats thought it was so important to maintain this level of formality. At least from my perspective, I think they saw it as a challenge to Trump's informality, was being formal, because a lot of them were like, oh yeah,
Why are you saying this in front of people who
yeah, they'll still
denied
go, but they're
the
gonna
election
wear
results?
a pink
What are
suit
you
so
doing,
everybody
Buckaroo?
knows. Like it's like weird sassy like non-fun. That kind of is like the like Democrat handbook is like, well, follow all the rules, but look really annoyed while you're doing it.
I don't entirely disagree with you, and I think Democrats should be fighting more. But also, like, dude, the Senate Republicans won't even stand up to Trump on universal tariffs in his Senate, and like
I agree.
just kill me. Like what are you?
I agree there are issues with Republicans, but I like.
Hold on,
I like complaining about why my side's doing wrong, because I think a lot of people are already doing the for me.
This is an issue of Republicans. This is Republicans are suicidal. They are jumping off a cliff for Donald Trump, who's not even supposed to be able to run a third term, but they know.
Hold on.
Pentuple, do you think Pentuple, everyone, even a lot of conservative people, relatively conservative people, or independents, fucking hate the tariffs? Trump is. I don't think Republicans are going to do well in the midterms if these tariffs stay in place.
I was looking at polls today.
Hold on, you
said
something
that people was mad about them tariffs.
Hey, don't
hold on, not but you said
when you mentioned polls, Tyler, I'll fucking reach through this fucking screen.
You said something interesting there, which is that like Republicans are suicidal, and I would argue like in this case, which is that the Dems are being kind of suicidal with their tactics because, like I said, I'm seeing who's growing. And it seems to be the ones doubling down on the things that are like kind of in line with what like Visora was saying. They're like, oh, we need to be, we know better than them. We have to manipulate them in a certain way. If we can't do it with ourselves, we should be. We're smarter than them.
I have heard actual leftists say this shit.
I think
people are wise to this.
Ironically, leftists talking about needing more leftist propaganda. Full left conversations about this.
Versus Republicans, I don't know a single Republican that's sitting here and go, we need to get the propaganda out. We're all just out here going, well, this is an issue that bothers me. Let's fucking talk about it. And it feels very manufactured. I
think part of the issue is that the Dems and people who are really standing up to Trump right now are like the progressive ones who even I obviously have some disagreements with. Like, we're not seeing moderate Democrats really stand up to Trump in the way that I would like.
Moderate Democrats don't give a fuck. That's why. Because
that's yeah. But also,
what can they do anyway?
I do actually I do think there is an issue of like rising just outright hate from leftists that is the left the left, and I think it's honestly going to get worse before it gets better. In the same way that Visora, literally, when we were on a panel last week, she started yelling at me. She yelled at me about how stupid I was and then repeated my points back to me, okay? So this is like a serious issue, especially the further left you go from Democrats. This is a massive issue where they're like,
Buckaroo, I'm gonna yell at you. Don't apologize for the far left in front of these fucking people when the MAGA coalition is in complete control of the Republican Party. Like I said, Republicans won't stand up to Trump on anything right now. It's insane.
Hold on, Nonfont.
My point is that there is no unity in the first place. There's nothing that can be done by a community that is more interested in aggressively, and I know I'm a part of this right now, but aggressively policing itself than they are actually taking political action. Which is a part of my issue. You see, like, most of the leftists online, I would argue, probably aren't even politically active past bitching online. Like, what the fuck is that going to do? And so and we see this rise in hate, what exactly fuels that hate? And where exactly does the hate come out? Fucking online.
Well, I mean, to your point, though, this is the other thing, right? Like, when Republicans talk to like leftists or like people on the left, right? And we're mad about X, Y, Z, right? You know, a lot of Republicans, it feels like, can empathize, right? But then we're told that if we have an issue, we bring it up, that any issue we have is racist, or it's, you know,
or you're just wrong,
or you're wrong, or you're a shitty person for wanting this, or you don't have empathy for these people. And it's like, well, where's your empathy for my issues? And I think that there's, I mean, one party like is saying the other doesn't have empathy. The other party's like, well, we have issues, right? But like, they're not over here like, fuck them all. Maybe there's the Christian right contingent that's like, we hate the transes, but like, you know, I think that's, you know, just one faction as opposed to, it seems like it's the whole faction of the left that's like kind of pushing the, like, you don't have empathy. Like,
listen,
I
say this all the time.
Online, it is very different.
Gibbs is doing it right. I am a left winger. I believe in fucking climate policy and workers' rights and all. Gibbs is constantly trying to recruit me to his side.
Yes,
every time I talk to a left winger, they're telling me I'm not sufficiently left enough. Yeah, I'm always told I'm not sufficiently left wing enough, and I'm a bad person for it. It's like, fuck you. I'm not gonna vote for you. Then kiss my ass.
Yeah.
Well, I got this dude telling me, hey man, I don't care what you think. Just come vote with us, because like we can hang out and shit. It's like,
we can figure it out later. You know?
I absolutely reject this on so many fucking levels. It's pissing me off a little bit.
No, people say that all the time. If you agree with the MAGA, like 5%, they're gonna induct you into MAGA. But
no, okay. Well, I'm the exception then, because anytime I agree with MAGA, it's like, oh, Ty's cool for about 10 seconds, and then Ty can get fucked. All right? No, this is.
You say one MAGA thing, and then you say like the most insane, like authoritarian leftist idea next, right?
Want to be in the middle. You don't want to be MAGA. You know that.
There are definitely some things that MAGA will still kick you out for. I do agree. There are still some things that you can say where they're like, we don't like you,
will kick people out.
They still want you to vote, and they still will often advocate for the vote, at least.
Let me hit this. Like, I don't believe that either of these two parties are all that welcoming and all that embracing outside of like a certain little threshold they got, and the proclivities are a little weird.
You never went to the Trump rally, did you?
No, I did not. Anyway, long story short, when it comes to the Democrats, pretentious as fuck, 1000%. And I have no problem with watching academia bleed for the next 4 years. It's going to be beautiful. On the other side of this, when it comes to the Republicans, I don't know how to put it in as simple as of a term that I have with the left, because I can just say pretentious and be done with it. The Republicans and the right are on a fucking weird bender right now where...
Hell yeah. We're like that championship parade energy. Let's go.
You got that, so you guys aren't annoying as fuck to talk to right now. Like, you guys aren't being remotely the cunts the left are. On the other side of that, it's like, there's definitely an inflated ego in the room. It's like, yeah, we've got all this and that. I'm like, you won the last election 50-48. Like, this can blow up in your face so fucking bad, literally in 2 years. Like, let's keep perspective, and it's just not there. Like, I would like some refreshment in the room. I really would.
I don't know. It's fucking insane to me just to say, oh, the left is pretentious and their cunts were like, MAGA's the one in control. And it feels like, I don't know, it feels like, again, most Republicans just aren't willing to stand up to Trump on almost any fucking thing. Then
we voted for the guy. This is our guy.
I understand you voted.
You're not willing to stand up against the guy that you voted for. That's doing the platform.
There are obviously people in the Republican
him?
Party even today that aren't like full MAGA Trump. But it feels like they're not willing to go against him on anything, even things that are probably within their interest to do.
The main party of the guy that's running things don't want to obstruct the guy in their party.
You remember when Kirsten Sinema and Joe Manchin stood up to Joe Biden and they got called fascist and adjacent to segregationists and kicked out of the party? We have Ron Paul, Mitch McConnell, and all these people that just voted that there's no emergency to Canada and took Trump's emergency powers away. So that's
there was that. I'll give you that.
To stand up to.
But non-thought. I actually have a video right here. We're going to share with the class, and this is what this is what you're doing right now, and this is what Pentuple's saying, and I actually kind of echo this. I don't know if y'all have seen this, but
Did you see what Trump did? He's rounding up mostly documented migrants to send them back. Bet you regret voting for him now, huh?
No, that's pretty much why we voted him into office, really.
He's even rounding up innocent illegals who didn't even commit a crime.
Illegal immigration is definitely illegal.
But did you know that Trump has already started sending peace-loving, patriotic, undocumented foreigners back to their countries of origin? On planes? Bet you regret voting for Trump now, don't you?
Bet you regret voting Republican, huh?
I mean, now that I know this was always possible, I regret voting for every other Republican.
Oh my gosh! Mexico just denied the plane of undocumented doctors and lawyers that Trump sent over.
All right, that'll teach him.
Oh no.
Oh, never mind.
Trump is throwing undocumented, better than us angel darling immigrants out of planes? Oh, you have to regret voting for him now.
You regret it, yeah?
You must be regretting it now.
Oh my gosh! Trump just signed an executive order to install a 50-foot tall wall around the entire country with moats full of alligators and fully automated laser turrets and razor wire at the top, and it's already finished construction.
Sharks with laser beams on top of their heads.
Magnificent.
Alligators can climb.
You must regret it now.
Definitely I know you're regretting your vote now.
Wow. All great news. Thank you, guys, for brightening my day.
I can't believe that didn't work.
Yeah,
Seamus is the man.
Trump specifically said they were going to get tired of winning.
Yeah, that's kind of how that's kind of how like what you're saying kind of sounds to you. You're like, oh, the Republicans aren't objecting, and it's like, why would they be objecting to any of this shit? Like,
I mean, I understand there's almost like no line Trump could cross that would make you regret your vote for him, but like, I mean, number one, it does seem like
delivering on exactly what he said.
First of all, it does seem like there are a decent amount of. I know, but your promises are insane. That's why, like, I try to debate you on the merits of these policies all the time.
Guess what? This is what democracy.
I know. I understand you don't want to engage with the merits of any of these with any of these claims. That's why you still.
I'll build a bridge with you right now, not fun. If there's one issue that would make me vote Democrat tomorrow, like right now, and I would say fuck Trump. Is if they pass this, if they start pushing this assault weapons ban, and they start trying to come for my guns, I'm ready to go fight tomorrow. Like that's, or suddenly
I am so interested to see what they do.
Yeah, if they do that shit,
I'm
suddenly I'm gonna be like, this motherfucker gotta go. Like that would like you would see me reject like that. But all these other things, I'm like, hey, you know, this is what we voted for. Why do you think Republicans would like push back on that in Congress, like at any level? I don't understand why you think they would do that whenever their constituents are all like, that's what I wanted.
I don't. So number one, I'm not convinced that a lot of, relatively, I understand Trump has this, MAGA fucking cult base that is going to support him no matter what, like Quintuple. But there seems to be a decent amount of independents who didn't think Trump was going to do as insane shit as he is doing. And that's why his approval rating on things like the economy is dropping. And I understand that there are a lot of Republicans who are scared that if they go against Trump, for example, again, like on the tariffs, that Trump is going to go after them and Elon might fund their fucking primary opponent. I understand why that they don't want to fight up against him, but it's obviously, I think obviously if there was an anonymous vote in the Senate on Trump's universal tariffs, it would be 95 against. And it's just because they don't want to bear the political cost that Republicans are not standing up to him in Congress.
I don't agree with this at all.
I just trust that. I meant you.
What's wrong with that?
You Tiberius. Go
Oh,
ahead.
my bad.
Sorry. Yeah, I meant Tiberius. I said Tyler. Go ahead. You go after him.
Yeah, I don't agree with this at all. I think that to a large degree, this is just a great example of the American gaslighting experiment that we've been doing on ourselves. We do this all the time we do this all the time on the internet, but the media's been doing it really bad to the left lately, to where they'll go to an interview to a teacher from Mississippi, and they're like, yeah, I voted for Donald Trump, and he cut the education funding, and yada, yada, yada. And there's definitely people who are among that like cohort of folks. But by the way the media makes it look, by the way the social media makes it look, you would think it's like millions upon millions upon millions of people. And
It's
like
like
if the election was going to be held again today, Trump would lose his ass. And it's like, it's probably less than 300,000 altogether, right? It's probably not even enough to swing the election in one state yet. Like, that's the reality that you're
think you make a
dealing
good point.
with.
Schumer, for example, like I said today, that reporter cooked him. I don't know if y'all saw that. It was like Rise We Live. Schumer's like, this is the lowest president in a while on the first 100 days polling. And the reporter's like, well, that's interesting you say that. Your polling puts you at 17% right now. Any thoughts? And he's like, who knows, but polls come and go or some shit. And I was just like, yeah, interesting. It works for one, but doesn't work for the other. I was just like, I think that you're kind of right there, Tiberius. They go find the 5 people. It's like anytime they have a race issue, you always see Al Sharpton interviewed. Like how many times can we interview Farrakhan and Al Sharpton about why white people are bad? I don't know. Go ahead, Tyler.
Yeah, I was going to agree there. I think non-fun's just slightly jumping the gun a little bit. He is right that the polling, especially on the economy, is shrinking. But if you look at the aggregate right now in polling, Trump is still up 9 points on Joe Biden. Democrats are still down like 6 points on Republicans generally. And if you look at like the split of how they would vote in Congress, Republicans are up like 2.2 last I looked. I didn't look at that one today. So they're still ahead. Just because the Republicans are losing popularity does not mean the Democrats are gaining it. They're still just as unpopular because they're double down on a lot of their unpopular policies right now. So I'm kind of going with Tiberius that I don't see enough to say it's flipping. I think we're seeing people say both parties fucking suck right now. But in terms of people not turning on Trump, that's how the parties work. I don't mean to quote House of Cards, but that's Kevin Spacey's job, is to be the whip and make sure everybody in the party votes how they're supposed to, or we're going to primary you out. Nancy
Is to
Pelosi's nickname...
sycophantically like follow a lunatic? What are like?
He's not a lunatic. He's
100% a lunatic. What are you on about?
Let me. Pelosi's nickname was the Iron Fist with the velvet glove because anybody stepped out of line at one point, she would completely run them out of office, and that's what they did with the Squad when they came out against Jews. So.
First of all, not even all of it.
I got a roll soon here.
Yeah,
I'm closing whenever.
Yeah, we'll end it after they go real quick. Go ahead.
Is it my turn or is Non-Fon done?
No, let Non-Fon go to Tiberius.
Oh,
and then
okay.
We'll
oh, fuck, what was I going to say? Trump is obviously a lunatic. That's all I have to say. Okay.
Tiberius?
I'll split the middle here. Like, obviously, I'm not a fond of Trump. I think he brings a level of, what's the word here? He just brings too much chaos and not enough, like, planning. Like, or at least that's the general level that I get off of this guy. There's too much of a bag of cats with him. I would very much like to see maybe even DeSantis, but far more like Dan Crenshaw take the reins of this bitch and actually move it somewhere. Somewhere where it's playing.
Yeah.
Yes.
Crazy.
I know. God. Oh no, it's terrible.
It's funny you say that because like Dan Crenshaw.
I pissed him off. Trap card activated. I can't even finish what I'm saying.
MAGA HQ disavows Dan Crenshaw.
I'm gonna let you finish. I just think it's funny
here we
brought up Dan Crenshaw because I don't actually have a huge problem with Dan Crenshaw. Maybe on a few issues. But it's really interesting.
MAGA HQ disavows Admiral. No, I'm just kidding.
Interesting you bring him up because he's like actually incredibly unpopular here in Texas, like outside of his district for like a plethora of reasons. And it's funny that like from the outside, someone's like, "Yeah, it's Crenshaw," like because it's like I don't know, it's just interesting to me. But go ahead, finish out.
Well, look, he's a lot of things I want to see from the Republican Party, and don't get me wrong, there's some things I still very much disagree with him from, but I think he's able to take a lot of the proclivities that Trump has where he's going to force the issue and shove it down somebody's throat. The guy's a fucking ex-SEAL. Yeah, he could totally do that. At the
Would
same
you vote
time,
Republican if Dan Crenshaw was the candidate?
yeah, like I primaried for Haley back
Just
in
making sure.
last year.
Just making sure. If
goddamn.
you're gonna be like, no, I still wouldn't vote for him. Be like, stop telling my party what to do, then, motherfucker. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, like I mean, there's things I want to see Democrats do. There's things I want to see Republicans do.
Yeah, I want to see the Democrat Party disappear. That's what I want to see.
I'm sure you
do.
do.
Gives a point because he mentioned I did talk about this on Twitter earlier, but I don't think the Democrat Party's dead yet. But I think this is the type of loss that you see that starts that. Like, if a party is going to die, they need a loss like this to kind of kick off that trend. But I'll get my closing real quick because I do have to get out of here.
All right, you can go ahead and close that. We'll all go to closings here. Go ahead, PW starts off.
But I'll just say, as far as MAGA HQ is concerned, Trump gets an A+ grade. He's delivering on all the promises, and there's more to deliver on. And it's only been 100 days. As of right now, I couldn't be more confident that he's going to deliver on exactly what we desired. So A+. Let's go. We got how many more days left? Well, I'm sure somebody will be keeping track.
All right.
Add 4 years.
Where can they find you?
Find me on Twitch, MAGA HQ, poker and baseball on Twitch. I'll see y'all later.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Go ahead, Tyler. Take us with yours.
Oh, we're doing closings already? I thought we were having...
Yeah.
All right.
That's about that time.
Tyler, average debate enjoyer. As you noticed, every great comment that came from my other panelists started with, as Tyler was saying, because those were the best points, obviously. And if you could just mute everybody, listen to me, and I'll tell you, like, what you should believe, because I'm always right. The only thing that matches my intellect is my empathy. And sometimes when I sit down on the toilet, my dick falls in the toilet water because it's so large. So, it just is what it is.
All right, fantastic. It's always good to hear about. It's always good to hear about Dick Toilet Water. You know what, Tiberius, you can follow him up. You can follow him up with after that.
All right. Well, I heard a lot more as Tiberius was saying, but you go off, King. All right. As far as if I have to give the president a report card as his first 100 days, I'll give him a D. But as far as why we have this conversation in the first place, if you're a true Republican, I'm going to say something that needs to go out. Why are you going by a standard set by a fucking Democrat in the first damn place? First 100 days was FDR's thing. Are you the party of FDR? No, you're not. You're the party of Teddy. You're the party of Eisenhower. Start acting like it. Go by their example. You'll learn a lot.
All right. Thank you so much. Non-fun.
Yeah, like I said on my opening, I think you're seeing a lot of bad shit, insane things done in a fucking insane way, where it's done through the executive branch, not through Congress, under questionable legal authority, and it's shit that we've never seen before out of U.S. presidents. Like, again, the alien, or at least not in the modern period, like the Alien Enemies Act deportations, like the USAID stuff, like the tariffs. It's bad shit insane. You all should catch me talking about it and debating people about it on my Twitch and Kick, NonFun420, and on my YouTube channel at NonFun. We can go watch all my old debates.
I do want to say that Ben Temple's posted a meme. I don't think he's thought this meme out. He's got a guy holding kryptonite and Non-Fun as Superman, and Non-Fun's doing whatever. And he said, "Yeah, I guess he's calling you Superman." And he's like Luthor. I don't know if those are the.
You're so powerful. Wow. He really respects you.
I don't know. I don't know if that was what you were going for with that meme. That might be a backfire there. I'm just saying, you backfired on that one. I think that you could have done better on that meme, Pentemple. Could have done better. You could have done like General Salami's car, and then it blown up, and then that could have been Non-Fun or something. But no, you went with Superman. Fail. Anyway, Buckaroo.
Yeah, Trump's a messy bitch. He's been doing it all the messy way. I think time will tell for the future regarding tariffs, regarding the Democratic and Republican parties. I personally don't have that much hope. Trump's a messy bitch. There are tons of things that he's doing right now that he could do legally. Especially when it comes to the deportations. I just think it's so ridiculous. It's not that fucking hard to just follow the law, and then lo and behold, you don't have all of these suits coming at you because you've decided to ignore basic protocol. I mean, it's just To me, it's just an obvious sign that Trump is clearly a businessman, not a politician. And I understand that people take issue with politicians for their varying levels of transparency, but I don't think that means you have to move fast and break things, considering it's a government that serves actual people with lives. It's not a company where, what you're losing is money. Like, what you're losing is people. So, messy bitch.
All right. Well, thank you all so much for joining us tonight. This is a good one. It's always fun. Tomorrow, I think we're going to be on Modi's dating show as always. So check that out. That'll be fun. Yeah, and listen, watch that. What you shouldn't watch is Tyler watching Visora. That's not what you should watch because he made sure to schedule it on a night he knew I had plans. What a hater. He did this on purpose. Shame.
I do one panel a week, and it's next Friday. This Friday is Hassan and Ethan Klein.
It's going to be so good. I cannot wait.
What are the odds that they bring Destiny on or something? Do you think?
Oh no, I don't think that. We are actually bringing on our expert terrorist sympathizer Ali.
Yeah, I'm blessed. I am. I don't think Twitch would even ban him if they surprised him with Destiny. Like the guy said he supports terrorism and then got not even a 24-hour ban. I don't think they're gonna get him because someone bamboozled him with a 10-second Destiny appearance. Even if he did, you know what I'm saying? He's got Dan Clancy's phone number. Yeah. My bad, listen, bro.
You guys are sleeping on my boy, Akana Boy. He's going on Tim Pool tomorrow to debate the welfare state.
Oh, nice. I
actually
really like Akana Boy. I actually really want to learn more from his videos because
Akana Boy is the only
you can learn how to be a socialist
DGGer that is not a spineless cunt hack. The Akana Boy, I have more than night.
He's a DGGer?
He used to be. But he's the only former DGGer that's not a spineless cunt hack that went and hid after the election. Like Hutch, who owes me money. That dude's a fucking coward.
Hutch, if you're listening, he wants his money, I guess. I don't know.
You're a fucking coward, Hutch. Fuck you.
Run into the pockets? I don't know. I don't have anything.
Your level of cowardice, however.
I don't know. He did wonder if I was. He did wonder if I was stealing valor with my name. I thought that's my favorite Hutch quote. Yeah. He asked his chat after the debate. He's like, "Yeah, that guy I think stealing valor with the name Admiral Gibbs." I'm like, "It's from Star Wars. It was a Star Wars thing when I was 13. The same name. Yeah, whatever." But they wouldn't let me put Grand Admirals because it was too long, so we went with Admiral. But yeah, I thought that was pretty funny. On that note, yeah, we're gonna end now. It's been fun. I've enjoyed it. Check us out tomorrow, and y'all have a good rest of y'all's evening. Thanks for coming, guys.
You as well.
See you guys.
Oh hell, he bounced out. He bounced out first. I was surprised by that.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Okay, Jesus, yell at me. That was horrible. Jesus.
That was pain. That was all pain to sit through. Nothing but pain to sit through. I peeked in halfway through, so I missed a decent amount of it. Oh god, I'm just gonna go through the comments I was leaving you to see if I can remember. There was just too much to. Oh my god. Okay, so the fact that I think it was Pentuple that said this, that oh yeah, he's the leader of the Republican Party. Why would we try to stymie him? Why would we try and kneecap the leader of our party? Why are we acting like such partisan hacks about everything? Why is it unrealistic to say that oh yeah, the leader of my party is violating the Constitution? Do I want to uphold the Constitution or do I want to toe the party line? Why is it like a badge of honor to wear at this point that you are a partisan hack? I don't understand that. The fucking oh my god, the cartoon that they played where they were literally saying
kill me. I know it's like
it ended up proving your point so well because they were talking about shooting fucking immigrants with laser guns and they were like, yep, that's what I voted for based.
It's yeah, I know. It's okay.
You voted for electrocuting immigrants and you're standing by that?
Yeah.
That's crazy. Gibbs saying that the thing that would make him a Democrat tomorrow is the Second Amendment because that's the only amendment that means anything in the Constitution. You can kind of trample over the rest of it as long as you don't touch the Second Amendment. An A+ on Trump. Like, I don't even understand how Republicans can view what he's doing right now as an A+ with no legislation and with no, like getting stymied by the courts at every stage and getting rejected by your own Supreme Court.
I should have. I mentioned that a little bit. I in my opening and my closing, I think once or twice during the debate, where it's just like Trump is doing all this through the executive branch under, at the very least, questionable legal authority. Like there has not really been any major laws passed. There was like a continuing resolution or whatever, but like it's been
I know of 3. It's like the resolution, the Lake and Riley Act, which is fucking crazy.
I guess, yep.
And the one that hasn't been signed in, but like has popular support to go through, like that deepfake porn one, which like that's an okay one. I think we're okay with that. To act like that's what everyone voted for, like that was numero uno, priority number 1. I don't know about that, but it seems like the only person who's effective in legislating is his goddamn wife that hates him.
Yep.
Because the only person that's responsible for getting that deepfake porn bill through is Melania. Trump takes absolutely no credit for that, other than managing to tie her down.
Yeah.
It's oh my god. And then the conservatives are so good at framing the Kilmar Abrego Garcia case.
Mm-hmm.
The idea.
I will admit, I knew that shit was gonna come up, and I should have done more research on it. But like, kill me. It's like I mentioned this in the debate. It's insane. When Tuple like completely laughs off. Oh, you fell for the new no due process thing. Kilmar Garcia got a court hearing, and I'm like, the entire point of invoking the Alien Enemies Act is to summarily deport people. Like, do you deny that? But yeah, I should have done more of the Kilmar Garcia guy. I know.
Oh my god, Did he say that Garcia got a court date?
Yep.
He's lying. I hope you know. Okay. Well, he's not lying. Okay. His court date was in 2019. All right. That court date resulted in him getting a withholding of removal, which said that he couldn't be deported to El Salvador.
And then he was deported.
The due process determined that what Donald Trump is doing is illegal. So, and also the due process claim is typically separated from the Kilmar Abrego Garcia case. That's typically not associated with that. The Kilmar Abrego Garcia case is relevant. Not even any discussion about who he is as a person is completely and wholly irrelevant. Just keep that in mind. Right? Any criminal background he has, any weird tattoos he has, any sports team that he reps is completely irrelevant. It is this simple. The Supreme Court ruled 9-0 that the Trump campaign has to, or the Trump administration must facilitate the return of Kilmar Abrego Garcia, right?
Yep.
And then in an interview, Trump says that he has the ability to facilitate the return of Kilmar Abrego Garcia, but he thinks he's a bad hombre, so he's not going to do it. So I don't know.
They'll say, "Oh, facilitate just means if El Salvador lets him out, they have to bring him back. It doesn't mean Trump actually has to do anything." And it's like, okay, dog, kill me.
Trump conceded that he can facilitate his return. He said, I think the quote was like he could have him back in the United States right now.
Yeah.
The reason he's not doing it is because he's a bad guy, which that's violating a Supreme Court order. That's violating a Supreme Court order. Which is illegal. I don't know if that needs to be said. I feel like if you go through law school, you probably put that piece together. The idea that you can vote to terminate the Constitution is nutty. It's crazy.
Yep.
And also the fall for the due process thing is so stupid. Oh my god. So the due process claims come mostly from a class action lawsuit called JGG versus Trump. Where it described rounding people up on the grounds of the Alien Enemies Act before the executive order declaring the Alien Enemies Act had even been filed. Before it was public, they were rounding these people up. They were in Texas, boarding planes, and then they managed to file a lawsuit. And then a temporary restraining order was put in place I don't even think a day later, because these people were directly at threat of getting shipped off to El Salvador. All right. What I think the span between rounding them up and shipping them off was like a day or two, maybe, without telling them that they have the ability to file for relief or file to challenge their detention. So that's where the robbing of due process comes from, is that they were rounding these people up and trying to ship them out as fast as possible without telling them that they're able to file for relief. And before the declaration of the Alien Enemies Act was even public.
Yep. And then also, there were cases of them like moving people around, right, to make sure their lawyers didn't get to them. There were cases of that as well. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, and that's why. So the Trump campaign, like when they were fighting the temporary restraining order on deporting these people, they were like, yeah, we're like they should be able to file a claim, but they need to file a habeas claim, which is basically like you have to file it in the district you're being detained in, and it's like a claim in order to get released from detention. But the problem with that is that they're saying, okay, you say that these people have the right to file a habeas claim, right? And the Trump campaign would say, yeah. And then they're like, okay, do we have the right to know where our people are being held? And they said, well, no. And it's like, okay, well, how the fuck am I going to file in the district that they're being held if you won't tell me where they're being held? Yeah. And then they said, like, okay, let's say we lift the temporary restraining order. Are you going to deport these people right away? And then they said, yeah, probably. It's like, okay. Yeah, it's crazy. Crazy. And the fact that, like, Pentuple's a lawyer, he knows this. I know he's smart. Like, he was keeping up in the Doge debate. I don't know if it's just
smart. I don't know.
He is. I don't know if it's that he is. I can't tell if it's that he is too lazy to do the reading, or too lazy to make a good point when he knows that people don't know the talking points.
Right.
I can't tell which one it is. But oh my god. Okay.
No way he's a lawyer. Well, online degree, I guess he did pass the bar. We did confirm that at some point. So there is that. But
I want to, maybe at some point I want to reach out and do the unitary executive theory or debate, because it kind of it touched on it just a little bit.
No, I mentioned that in my opening. I did say, like, it seems like everything Trump is doing is meant to, like, move us closer to unitary executive theory. We didn't. I think that might have been the only time that someone uttered the actual phrase unitary executive, but obviously we did touch it.
Have you ever done reading into unitary executive theory?
Not much. I have like a notes page about it where I have some things linked to read whenever I feel like it, which I need to do probably sooner rather than later. But I don't know. It just seems like it entails like such obviously crazy things.
Yeah. So, like, I mean, obviously, like, okay, Biden's president, all right, and Trump gets indicted, and they say, okay, this is weaponization of the political system. Well, I mean, if we're unitary executive theory proponents, like, Biden has every legal right to do that. He has every legal right to command the FBI. He has every legal right to command the DOJ. Like, if we're proponents of unitary executive theory, what's wrong with weaponizing the legal system against political opponents?
Yeah.
That's like part of the game. So obviously that's insanity. And then shit, hold on. Let me read you the part that they always cite. I don't mean to take your stream over. All right. I just need
you're
to.
Good. I need the content.
Okay. Constitution annotated is. Well, I looked up, Article 2, Section 1. I don't know why it wouldn't just directly come up with. Okay.
Well, isn't it literally? Isn't the whole thing based off just the executive branch under a unitary executive? Like, it's a one fucking sentence. Like.
Yeah. Here it is. The executive power shall be vested in a president of the United States. That's what they say.
Wow.
And the idea that supports all of executive power being unified in the president is so stupid, because it also in the Constitution, it talks about appointing principal officers and that you need confirmation from the Senate. If he had sole control over the executive branch, why would he need confirmation from the Senate for anything?
I know. Yep.
Or
I mean,
yeah. And
No,
like
like
the Supreme Court has like absolutely shit on unitary executive theory time after time after
Right.
time after time.
Oh
So
no,
I mean,
but
that
don't
doesn't
worry.
help
This
either.
next court ruling though, it'll Trump just has to
True.
force the issue. He just has to. It's like, okay, dog.
Yeah, yeah, I don't know. I didn't see the only part that I saw was the like part of the deportation thing, and then the ending part where he played the cartoon. That's the only part of that panel that I caught. But oh my god, I wish that I would have seen your text so I could have potentially hopped on there. Oh my god, I was hanging out with my girlfriend, so I couldn't have anyway. But like,
This guy has a girlfriend. He's not on the grind
sorry.
100% of the time.
I'm sorry.
What the hell?
It's oh my god. Know that I was thinking about it the whole time. As soon as she left, I was like, okay, I gotta see what's going on here.
Based. Yeah, I was just worried. Actually, one of the liberals didn't show up, but I was just worried about there'd be two liberals that wouldn't show up, and it'd be me against
Yeah, Pentopole,
me against three
Gibbs,
conservatives.
and-
Like,
yeah.
yeah.
Who was the person that no showed?
I
Or are you
always
not allowed to
forget.
put them on blast?
I feel like it's fine. Katia or whoever. Katy.
I
I
don't know
always
who that
forget.
is.
I don't know.
I was just
I don't
seeing if
even.
I would
I don't even think she
recognize
streams
the
or anything, but she has, or she's on these panels occasionally. So.
That means I need to start getting on them. If people who don't even stream can get on them, I need to start getting on these panels.
True. Tyler didn't even stream for a while. He kind of like just started streaming, but
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It feels it's a really tough pill to swallow when you realize that like so many of the talking points for Trump are just necessarily bad faith. They're just all terrible, and they rely on you not quite knowing like what's going on all the way. That's basically it. Like when someone says like, "Oh, you did the due process talking point," and then they bring up something that like you haven't done the research on.
yeah.
They probably know that they're bullshitting, but they just do it anyway because they know they're not going to get called out for it. And there's a reason. That I'm trying not to be too aggro because I think there's a bridge potentially here. But like the fact that Quintuple will say things like that to you guys or like people who don't focus like super hard on law, but then like in conversations with Pisco or conversations with like people who like read the law and shit, he'll be like super coddly, super nice, super agreeable. I think that's why like our debate probably went fine, is because he realized that like I did a lot of research beforehand, so
Right. Yeah.
it was the better strategy to just kind of be agreeable. Yeah, I don't know. I want a January 6th conversation out of Pentuple. I don't think he'd do it, but boy, do
I
I
don't-
want.
I mean-
I want that so hard. Oh my god. Maybe
You
I'll
can
reach
try,
out
dude.
one
He
day.
said he knew people at at January 6th.
Maybe I'll reach out one day, or I mean, maybe I can just get him to put me in contact with one of the J6. I want to talk to a J6er too. That's not Aircraft Sparky. I don't want to talk to him. Other than that, I'll talk to anybody else.
Yeah, I don't know if he. I don't know how interested he. I don't know if he does debates outside of the panels he gets invited to. But
Who? Pentuple?
yeah,
I don't know. Probably not, I guess. Well, because like there's nothing in it for him. Why do it?
right. Yeah.
I've
never. I wish people would do more one-on-one shit. Okay. I don't know. Like sometimes in panels,
So
like you just.
true.
I know it's like.
You can't
I
hold
miss-
anybody to a point.
I know. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
It sucked because I like in the 2v2 I just had, and even in the other, I've only had two like 2v2 panels or whatever. But in both of them, I was like super bulldozing my partner because I wanted to like really stick to a point. So it was just like me and one person, and then the other two guys just kind of fucked off for a half hour. And that's obviously not what the people hosting these want. But like,
right. But that's yeah.
in order to have like a decent conversation, you kind of just have to bulldoze.
Yeah.
Which you look
I
like.
saw,
a
by the
J6er
way,
too.
dude, Rob Noor is doing one of the the Raging Tomato panel things.
Oh
I think,
my
like,
god, the topic triggered me so
I know, yeah.
bad.
All criticism of Trump by the Dems and media should be laughed off and ignored. I can't wait for every. It's gonna be so annoying. I don't know if I'm gonna watch it. I might.
Well, it's gonna
but,
be like, oh, well, how do you feel about like Trump robbing
FISA.
people of due process? And then he's gonna be like, oh, what about the FISA warrants?
I
And
know,
then they're gonna be like,
exactly.
okay, what do you think about like the insurrection? And he's gonna be like, oh, what about the FISA warrants though? And it's gonna be like,
I know. It's
okay,
Kevin.
okay, yeah, the FISA warrants were bad. Can you like, do you have any engagement with any topic? And it's like, nope. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why I didn't think of that. The FISA warrants. Trump can do anything. He has complete criminal immunity. He has, he has complete impunity to do whatever he wants because we did, and by we I mean a rando FBI agent did an illegal FISA warrant on one of Trump's campaign advisors.
Right.
And
Well, he'll also, I mean, he'll say the FBI was weaponized in other ways too, but it's like.
I don't think anything else has even been borne out. Like I've done a little bit of research and maybe there's something potentially, but like the only thing that I've seen, or the only like evidence I've seen of like FBI misconduct surrounding Trump at all was the Carter FISA warrant. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe there's something else I'm not aware of. I doubt it, but maybe there is.
Yeah, I think there.
That's
I
the
don't
only
know.
thing I've
There
seen.
were. I think there was a debate he had with Pisco one night, and Pisco was just like, Don't you think like the FBI throughout its history has done more good than bad?" And Rob was like, "No, absolutely not." It's like, okay,
Oh
bro.
my god.
It's like, I also want to. I don't know if this would be a good strat or anything, but it's like, I don't know if like I kind of want to like go up there and just be like, Rob, like. I'm 19. I wasn't able to vote in 2016. I was not paying attention to politics during Crossfire Hurricane. I think it's a little crazy for you to say that, like, in order for me to have an opinion, I need to like do hours of reading on Crossfire Hurricane when like the economy, we just got a GDP contraction. That just seems a little weird to say that, buddy. But I don't know.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't know.
I feel like it would be super easy for me to say like, okay, I'm willing to condemn the Democrats' bad actions. I'm not like a super partisan hack. Like I'm kind of like a center left person. I can acknowledge that the Democrats do bad stuff. Can you acknowledge that January 6th was bad? It's just like, well, and he's not going to do it. I think the only thing that I've seen of him like criticizing Trump recently was the tariffs, and I think that's it. But even that was so tacit, and he's still gonna vote for Donald Trump, because of the FISA warrants. Probably. I just don't get it. I don't get how that warrant of Carter Page was so bad that like we're willing to say like, yeah, that was so bad. So like fundamentally broke that it's so fundamentally broke our country. I'm going to vote for the guy who said to terminate the Constitution. It's what?
Where were you when Al Sharia did the thing in Benghazi? Can't you remember? You can't remember, can you? Owned? Yeah, I didn't consider Benghazi, Hillary Clinton, Benghazi.
Yeah, I mean, like, I think it would be a good thing to be like, hey, listen, I'm a young guy. I just got into politics around, 2020. I wasn't super familiar with, like, the Crossfire Hurricane investigation or with, Benghazi or Hillary Clinton. I think Hillary Clinton probably was bad. But I don't think, like, that being said, why am I not allowed to criticize Trump for robbing people of their due process rights?
Yeah.
And then... like I don't know if he would say that I need to like retroactively 8 years later go back and like go on a tirade against somebody who isn't even politically relevant anymore. I don't even like I don't know what he would say to that. I have no idea.
Me either, really. But I don't know. I mean, he would appeal to. I feel like he'd be like, oh. Democrats have always been super corrupt, and they're going to be corrupt again, so he still shouldn't vote for them. I feel like it'd be...
Yeah, Trump has the cleanest slate in the world.
Yeah, exactly. He's not... I might have... I don't know. I was debating putting corruption in my opening statement as well, but I just... I don't know. Like how much do I really... I don't know. Maybe it would have been worth talking about at least like the Eric Adams thing, but like,
Yeah, the Eric Adams thing is so hard to defend. It's like it's so impossible to defend. Say like gathering all of the people in the DOJ and saying, "Hey, one of you people is gonna sign this dismissal form, or you're all fired." It's like, what the fuck? Or like, and we're going to dismiss this without prejudice, so we could bring it back up potentially later. Like that's nuts. That's nuts. Or like bring up Trump like pausing the what is it, the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act? Why?
I haven't even heard about. I don't even know what that is.
Let me make sure I'm not spreading misinformation. Trump. Yeah, pausing Foreign Corrupt Practices Act enforcement to further American economic and national security.
Awesome.
That happened in February.
That's another. It's so. That's another thing that it's so he's done so many things that it's just like impossible to know all the details about every bad thing he's done. It's like
that's why you gotta. I respect you as a tariff bro. All right, you gotta stick on like 3 or 4 topics that you think are the worst and just really hammer on them. Because like, listen, I don't know. I've said this multiple times, and people view it as a cope, but I don't think so. I don't know why I would talk about like the nuances of his position on trans women in sports or whatever when he led an insurrection. All right, that's crazy. He has complete criminal immunity. All right, that's nuts. All right, why am I gonna talk about trans women in sports if like we almost saw the end of American democracy? That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's nuts. Yeah. Let's see. Did you see that Ethan and Hassan are apparently going to debate tomorrow?
Yeah, that'll be. I don't know even if I'm gonna watch it because my goat Akana Boy is going on Tim Pool at not quite the same time. I think they might end up overlapping a little bit, but
I've got a long car ride tomorrow. I'm going to visit some family, so it's the perfect time. I'll probably watch Ethan and Hassan live, but I'll watch. Oh god, but I kind of want to watch Econo Boy on Tim Pool live. But
I think I forget exactly what. I think the Ethan and Hassan are debating at 12 p.m. PST.
I saw 12:30 EST.
Oh,
maybe I'm wrong. Hold on, let me check.
I thought it was PST, and then Econo Boy's going.
Where did he announce it?
I saw it on Twitter, but it was like a screenshot of his Instagram story, which is probably gone by now. So.
12:30 p.m. on Friday. No time zone. Fire.
Damn. Well.
Son accepted. Let's schedule it for 12:30 this Friday. Dan will send you a Zoom or Discord link. Yeah, I don't see a time zone. So hopefully it's EST. That'd be nice.
Yeah.
Oh my god. I hate I hate red pill topics. I don't know why everyone hosts them.
Yeah, I saw Sarah is doing a fucking incel debate panel or whatever it is. Fuck.
Yeah, it's just such a shame. I like the Ivory Fool guy. He's been hopping in my streams a lot to talk. He's a chill dude. I don't agree with him on almost any way that he views politics, but he's like a brain treadmill guy. You can't turn your brain off when you talk to him. I think that's cool.
I don't think I've actually. I guess we were on the panel together for a little bit, like once. I don't know, but I friended him on Discord and he accepted. I think I just said, "I've seen you around on like Wickstream," and he's talked to Destiny a few times.
Yeah.
So
I saw the Destiny, but I didn't see anything else. But
yeah.
I think I don't know how the fuck he found me. I think he found me through you hosting me the one time.
Maybe.
I'm not certain.
Is he in my server? He should have terms
think
in my
so.
server too. Why isn't he? Why is he going to your stupid stream when he could be on my epic awesome stream?
I'm based. No, it's probably because like he's a big like rhetoric guy.
Mhm.
I'm a big rhetoric guy, or like strategy guy. So that'd be
Yeah.
my guess. I don't know. For sure,
That's
though.
all I've seen. I actually don't even know a lot of his political positions. I've really only seen him like talk
They're
about.
weird. Dude, I don't even know. Like people ask me because like I know there's a couple people that like watch me that are familiar with him, and they'll see that like he hops in. They're like, "Oh, how was that?" And I was like, "I don't even know. I don't know how that was." Yeah, I don't. The one thing that I really distinctly remember is that I got a concession because he was talking about how like we should be like super meeting in the middle with Republicans, and I said that Democrats in Congress should only meet MAGA if it's a catch-22. Like there should be some sort of anti-corruption, some sort of curbing of executive power, some sort of anti-authoritarian thing in a bill before Democrats even think about passing anything under Trump.
Yeah.
It has to like actively curb his power before we think about doing anything. Because like, if they vote against it, then they look fucking awful, and that's just like a super bad look for Republicans. And if they vote for it, then the Democrats get a win, the Republicans get kind of a win, maybe depending on what they vote for. But we at least get like a curbing of Trump's power, which is the big problem.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you have any good debates coming up anytime soon? Yeah, anything planned?
I actually don't think I have anything planned right now. No, I don't think I do. No, I need to, but
yeah, you gotta.
Other than
gotta get out there.
I mean, obviously, I know Gibbs' panel will be weekly. There might be I'm sure there's a chance Wick will have something relevant that I'll do, but
I need to see when like. I think I would prefer to be on Wick than Gibbs. All due respect to Gibbs. But I don't know when he like announces topics or whatever, like how he scouts for people. I don't know.
I mean, a lot of times on Twitter he'll say like, "This is what I'm doing for the week." Now, sometimes he'll already have people like, even though it's fucking Monday, he'll already have people for a lot of these things.
Yeah. That's probably why, because I don't have Twitter. I'm not.
But sometimes he'll and then sometimes he'll tweet out like, "I'm looking for people who are on this side for this panel." Although usually he's looking for like right wingers a lot of times, because it's like there's not that many people that are defending some of the more insane that shit Trump has done. But yeah.
Wow, another conservative panel with Pentuple or Gibbs or. Who's like those are the like any conservative panel you see, it's one of those two, and then maybe Rob, but he's kind of stopped debating.
He does not get along with Wick, so
I know, but I mean like even on all the other shows, like I don't see him joining a lot of other people's streams except for Pisco.
Leaving Grid 1 out is insane. I guess Grid is up there. Yeah.
Oh yeah, Grid's on a lot. Yeah, true.
Grid, by the way, he should agree to a 1v1 with me. That's the real about either tariffs or the Federal Reserve, okay? Because I know he fucking apparently hates the Federal Reserve, and that seems dumb, but
I liked talking with Grid. He seemed he was very entertaining to chat with.
Yeah.
I don't think he did enough reading, but that's okay. If he did enough reading, then he wouldn't agree to debate, probably.
Truth nuke. You know what I want to... If Isaac is watching right now, I'm not saying at all that this will happen or that I am more likely to do it than last time. But I would love if I went to TwitchCon, if Isaac is going to jump on that if he's watching. I would love to do like a podcast with a lot of the conservatives going to TwitchCon. I'm pretty sure Grid is going, and I know Gibbs is. there's probably other liberal people going too.
Where is TwitchCon? Where's that
It's
at?
in fucking San Diego, which is really far and expensive.
God
so
damn, yeah.
Isaac, I'm not at all agreeing to this, but we need to see non-fun versus Andrew Wilson. I'm not the guy for Andrew Wilson to debate on most things. I just there's not a lot of overlap in what we find interesting. I don't know, but
I don't even know what does Andrew Wilson even talk about for the most part. It just seems like most of topics are trans women.
Yeah, it's like red pill shit. It's body count. It's trans woman, which like I don't really debate that shit. But yeah, body count.
I just know the last time I saw a debate with Andrew Wilson, he was like, I think it was on Piers Morgan. I think it was the one with Destiny where he was like,
yeah,
if they are breaking the law, then so be it. We need to get these people out of here. And it's like,
yeah.
Okay, bud. Oh, wow. Okay.
Religion to some extent he debates, but I don't know. It's just like I'm not
boring. Sorry.
Exactly.
I'll tell you what. Somebody needs to tell Minar about the Twitch politics scene. Holy shit!
Dude, I don't think
be fire.
A lot of people are aware of
of
Minar. They just kind of, understandably, don't want Minar to be an participant.
Listen, I mean, like all the people were hosting that Haas guy, the communist dude. What was his name?
Yeah, Haas,
Infrared,
and yeah.
Yeah, I mean, listen, he'd probably agree with most of that. He's a pro-Russian dude. It's probably just about as smart.
Probably. And also, by the way, I forgot, I did debate Andrew Wilson. It's just not the Andrew Wilson you're thinking of. If you go to my channel and go to like one of my oldest videos, it's me debating my classmate on Israel-Palestine stuff.
Oh my God.
And his name is Andrew Wilson.
Is it Chatter disagrees with non-fun?
No, it's debating Andrew Wilson on, I think it's Gaza apartheid.
Oh, did you? Title. Oh yeah, you clickbaited the name. Holy.
I mean, that just is his name. It's the audio in it is fucked. I wish I had the fucking. I should have set it up more better. I also don't think I did. I should have. This was very early into my debating career, so I didn't have the rhetoric down as much. But there's so many, from what I remember, because it was fucking a year ago. There were a lot of times where like he said something stupid, and I would let him kind of derail into another stupid thing before I fully respond to the stupid thing he said. But whatever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I need to. Holy shit! You debated Minar for 3 hours. What is wrong with you?
I have multiple debates with Minar.
3 hours though. Holy. Anyway, yeah, I don't think the mic quality was that bad actually. I think it was probably all right. But have you only been streaming for like a year?
Basically, I think technically a little over a year now, but yeah, basically, yeah.
There you go.
Well, streaming like more like I've been obviously, I have a ton of shit from when I was like 6 years old on.
Yeah, sure.
Dude, I think I have multiple 3-hour debates with Minar. This one is 3 hours and 30 minutes. It's a debate with Minar. This one's 3 hours and 12 minutes. It's a debate with Minar. This one's 2 hours, 23 minutes, and it's a debate with Minar. And this is an hour-long debate with Minar. I think I've subjected myself to too much Minar. Okay. 2 hours, 50 minutes, another debate with Minar. I guess it's got 244 views. It's worth it.
Listen, all the talks I've had with Minar are really fun, but I can't go over like 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Without just like, yeah, I don't know. That's one of my main problems. It's just I find it really hard to like go the distance with someone whenever they showed their being dishonest. I don't know. It's really tough to. I don't know. Like if somebody concedes that like, oh yeah, well maybe there's some violations of the law that are good. It's like, okay, where do we even go from here? Like there's no point in continuing this
Dude,
conversation. Really.
also, what's so crazy about Minar is that Minar will like concede on something and then just like have amnesia that the debate ever happened and like go back to his original position next time you debate. And it's like it's happened. I think this has literally happened 2 or 3 times with because we used to debate a lot of Israel-Palestine stuff with whether or not Resolution 181 is legally binding. We've had like 3 debates with him where we're like, Resolution 181 is a General Assembly resolution. It's not legally binding. And then eventually he'll concede to that. And then he'll just say, oh, if it's not legally binding, then Israel doesn't have any legitimacy, which is also not really true, but regardless.
Did you have a Ray Epps debate with him? Oh my god.
A little. Why? I think, I mean, I don't think the majority of that conversation was about Ray Epps, but he did say, he did, mention Ray Epps. This was at the fucking very end of the subathon.
What a shame.
It was literally 100 hours into this.
I need more people who are like kind of educated that are willing to talk about. Because like, oh my god, the TikTok debate scene is so bad. It like you have no idea.
I would imagine.
But it's like the only way to get like reliable shit.
Yeah.
Where I don't have to, go on like a 30-man panel.
Yeah.
I think
it's also
I don't.
How many viewers do you get on TikTok? Because TikTok, I mean, I've tried streaming there before, and like, yeah, I'll get
pretty good.
Yeah, a decent amount of viewers, but it's fucking.
I'll probably get like 30 viewers by the time a stream is over on YouTube, and I'll probably get like peak out at like 130 on TikTok.
Mm-hmm.
On good nights, I'll get like, I think I had like 300 concurrent on TikTok, but
damn. I think I might have. I think I had briefly over 100 on TikTok once, but I don't know.
Yeah, TikTok,
but I just hate. I hate. If I could stream to TikTok from my computer, I would do it. But like, it's so. Although the TikTok,
you can.
What?
You can.
No. I know what you're gonna say. Fuck you. I don't.
You don't like video?
It is not at all convenient for me to use TikTok Live. The way I have to have it set up is so insanely fucking stupid. Depending if I just want to have like a regular stream and not like do a panel debate thing, which running like a panel debate thing is like easier to do from my on my computer and TikTok, and like I haven't done that, but
wait, can't you just do OBS virtual cam and then just like?
No, okay. First of all, you kind of can do that. I forget exactly how I had to set it up. It was super fucking annoying the way I had to set it up, and I have to open two different fucking apps every time I want to go live, and it's annoying. Okay, TikTok Live Studio is the laggiest piece of shit ever. Maybe that's just me thing, but
no, you're right. The software is dog shit. You are right.
Yeah. I don't know. It was annoying, and also. I went through the whole fucking process one time to try to get a stream key for TikTok by signing up with some fucking organization or like affiliate or whatever, and I get approved to join it after like a week and doing a bunch of random shit, and then I fill out the form to get a stream key, and they say, oh, by the way, you can't have any watermark telling people about your YouTube or Twitch channel, and it's like, okay, well, screw you then.
Yeah, why even? Yeah. Why even do that? As if like TikTok is a good last step.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the only thing that really sucks about TikTok is that like if you build a following on there, you just have to like really, really be annoying about offshoring because TikTok is so unstable right now. It's illegal. I mean, there's congressional law preventing TikTok from existing, so it's kind of unstable to keep your whole fan base there.
By the way, did you ever read more or see more about the fucking Dean Parker on Fuck America?
Oh my god. No, I have no idea. Oh my god. It's the fucking stupidest thing you've ever seen in your life. Holy shit. It's literally just like okay, so there's this white organizer, right? And she is like the funder of the tour. And there's a panel of black women, and they're talking about how like shitty the tour is.
I understand.
And
Yeah, I'm familiar with that.
Yeah, and then the white lady comes in and says like, "Hey, you guys like don't really have organizing experience, and you don't know how the tour is organized, so how can you say it's shitty?" And like saying that it's shitty is affecting the BIPOC community that's in the tour or whatever. And then they said that that was like microaggressive and racist, and then they were like trying to tell Dean to separate from her and get her off the tour, and then to like to atone for his sins, he needs to pay all of the black creators all of the funding that he got off of the tour. It's oh my god, Jesus. Like,
Yeah,
I can't believe that anyone who uses the term BIPOC can ever be accused of being racist. That's nuts.
I know. Yeah.
Like, did you watch the video that like she got canceled over?
No, I didn't watch the full thing. I watched like some clip. I watched like maybe 10 or minutes of it, and plus I think I've seen like 1 or 2 clips on Twitter, and like I don't know, nothing I saw her say was like that unhinged or anything. So I was kind of just like.
No, she was actually like soy. She was actually like kind of soy.
This is like this is really like all she said. It's like
that's it. That's what it takes to call somebody racist. Really?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, it's crazy. And that's just like making career like Republicans. Like, there's no way to make a Republican quicker than like ruining this woman's job because of like weird microaggressive shit. I don't know.
And also, dude, I remember watching some of it, and I was like, by the way, there's no way these people on the panel even voted for Kamala. Like, some of these people are probably like too far left to even vote for Kamala. And then I skipped to a random part in the video, and it was them talking. It was like at least 2 of them I think said they didn't vote for Kamala, and I'm like, okay, well, thank you.
Yeah.
Like,
and, oh my god! And the one crazy part too was like somebody came up in Dean's live, and they were like. Yeah, it's clear that you just have like a vendetta against these black creators. And he's like, yeah, one of them called for my public execution. And then he was like, oh, why? Like, yeah, why did she do that? And it was like, is that okay? Do you want me to pay her money? Like, are you saying that it was justified for her to call for my public execution? Yeah. Oh, crazy shit. And he's like cucking out super hard to it, which is really disappointing.
Yep.
And of course,
So
like
hard.
he comes on my fucking TikTok live and then gets canceled right after, so I can't get the views. I think that was targeted.
I saw that. Yeah, I saw. I didn't watch it, but I saw on your channel you said you had like Dean Parker joins my TikTok live with. I was like, holy shit, good for you.
Yeah, it was neat. And then he gets canceled right after, so I can't get the views. I believe it was targeted.
It does seem like a pattern of behavior. I think non-fun is going next. Non-fun. You're gonna have cancellation. It's gonna be the community name.
Cancel me for what?
It's the community name. We don't need to like dig into guess what it's gonna be. We already know.
I guess there would be people on the left who'd probably cancel me for that. But
whoa, wait.
Over
what?
Over you don't know about the NGG army?
Oh, whatever. Oh my god, eye roll. Whatever. Stands for non-fun, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah. I mean, nonfun.gg, a website you can all go to right now.
Is it like something else?
No. It's I mean, it is just like, it's unfortunate. Destiny has the DGGers.
Yeah,
my name starts with N.
Yeah.
And,
Oh, okay.
But,
Okay, gotcha.
But I do own nonfun.gg.
That's crazy. Holy shit. Okay. I didn't even think about like the adjective of it.
Command doesn't even work. But...
Okay, whatever. Yeah, that's probably not great, but that's okay. Do you have the embed of your kick stream?
Yeah.
Okay.
What?
I don't know. Nothing.
He's disappointed that you're on Kick, obviously. If you couldn't tell, he was
I'm
like,
disappointed that it's your primary. It's the one that your fucking website links off to.
Yeah.
Yikes.
The way
Ooh, that's rough.
I mean, the way I was doing it, like there were some things I can't stream on Twitch. Although not really anymore. Like I used to hang out with more band streamers.
Do twerking. No, not that.
No. So it's just like, there were some things I couldn't stream on Twitch. So I would you know, like I should probably.
But you
I'll
had to
just
go to
link,
Kick
I'll link
instead
my,
of YouTube, right?
Well, I said I was like the issue with YouTube is that it's so delayed, and also I don't know if there's a good way to embed your YouTube stream because it's a different URL every time for YouTube. So I don't know how to do that. It's probably a way to do that, but I was lazy.
You probably have to link your Google account or something.
Probably. I don't know, but
okay. Well,
I just
at least
had
that's
Kick,
like that's kind of a justification. I'll give you that one.
and there are no ads on Kick too, but
Why are you're doing promotion for him now?
true.
Non-Fun supports gambling. I'll say it. I'll be brave.
Supports
Non-Fun supports Aiden Ross and everything he stands for.
True, actually. I think Non-Fun was at the Donald Trump like meeting. It was him, XQC.
Yeah, right next to XQC and Aiden Ross, bro.
Yep. Wow. How's it going, Isaac?
I'm surviving. I'm focused
There you
on
go.
college. That's mainly what I've been doing. I'm doing econ now, so I just go to Non-Fun with all my questions, and then he doesn't give me good answers because he sucks at he sucks at econ. He didn't even know what income
I didn't
per
know the
capita
World Bank
establishes a lower
definition.
middle-
Yeah, I didn't know what the lines were for World Bank's upper middle versus like least developed country. I didn't know what the lines were there, but now I do know for the most part.
So you basically don't know anything. Like you don't
Yeah,
know
exactly.
gravity exists.
He doesn't. The more I watch him, the more I realize.
Yeah.
But yeah, I know. I need to come back and start doing content again soon, or because I'm just becoming like the most. I've said the joke to Non-Fun. I was like, I feel like in Non-Fun community, I just come off as so right wing, because the only time I'm in there is when I'm arguing with like super left wing people, even though I'm very left. I feel like Non-Fun doesn't argue with the left ever. So since he doesn't do that, his audience is just super left wing. And
My audience is not that left wing, bro.
Audience
And I
is
do.
have you
argue
been
with the
in
left.
fucking general? Holy shit.
My people,
You're
the
like,
people in general are not that left wing even.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, he's talking about but those are the loudest voices. Okay, vocalist doesn't count. Okay, we love vocalists though.
Do we?
Yeah, and then Superior Vegan. I don't know. I mean, if you think that vegan should be, I don't know how he feels about. I haven't asked him, which is funny because his name's literally Vegan. But I think I'm gonna assume that but I think
Maybe.
Or I don't mean, Non-Fun. Does he advocate for like just policy to like steer people away from the beef trade and all that, or is he just like full ban on meat?
I'm not sure exactly. I'm sure if you really pressed him on it, like he would say, in an ideal society, we would ban meat entirely or something. But I think he probably would say we need to, slowly do stuff. But
Let's hope. Okay. Like a true.
Just ask him. Yeah, fire.
Yeah, I was like, let me just
was
send
it
a message.
isoquant curve? I don't know. I don't know any econ. You think I know? That's why I have the
I
textbook
don't know if
open
on
right
my
now.
voice. I might be dying. I don't think I am, but I have to keep coughing. So if you just hear me sounding horrible, that's why. I think me fangirling over RFK, I think is making me become him. I don't know if there's any
Where are
truth
you
to this claim, but-
RFK?
Oh yeah, that's me and Non-Fun's biggest fight is RFK.
It's RFK.
Once I have to cough.
Wait, is that real?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Yes.
The pause tells me no. That's fine.
Well, no, it is. It is.
No,
it
I'm
actually
pretty.
is. You can go find the video on his channel.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm pretty sure there is a video on my channel of us arguing over RFK. There might be two even actually, but.
Wait, why? Like what?
Because Isaac's dumb and
Oh no.
defends at least some of RFK.
Okay. Is it not true though that in our argument, every policy proposal that he proposed that I brought up, you did agree with, at least in some.
I don't
some of
remember
them
for
you
sure, but
strictly
no,
agreed
but
with?
no, like
Okay,
we've
I
had
can run
this
through 'em.
discussion.
I'll run through them.
I'm fine. I'm fine with saying that like there are plenty of things RFK policy wise. I don't think are like entirely horrible. There are they are things that, I think a lot of Democrats would have supported otherwise. But I remember like saying like, oh, he wants to ban pharmaceutical advertisements. It's like, that's the thing most other countries do. Like that's probably a fine thing to do. But I don't know.
Do you think anyone in the establishment's gonna push for that with all the money they're getting from the PACs? Okay.
I mean,
All right,
I think it's an issue most people don't care about. So I don't know actually, but I don't think.
Here's the important
I think it's
question.
not on the top of their mind, but I feel like if you ask most people, I feel like they would. Say, yeah, it's pretty negative.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna say. That's what I was about to say. I'm sure if you
Okay.
polled people, they would say, they're in support of it. I don't think anyone thinks about it. So no politician is really gonna run on it.
Here's the 2 core questions.
Oh, no.
Isaac, do you believe that vaccines cause autism?
Of course not.
Okay, good. Do you believe that
but
we should be
neither does
supporting
RFK.
Ukraine? That's not true. Do you believe
Listen,
that...
depends on which time you listen to him. Okay. I think
It depends on if he's on a podcast where he doesn't think enough people are listening to him.
No. Don't say that. In his first, I'm looking at Hillary Clinton said it best. Okay, there's a difference between a public and a private policy. Okay, or a public and a private opinion. He said all he said on those podcasts, and then when he was asked how he's going to lead the FDA and all that, he said, "I'm going to support vaccines full-heartedly." Then a week into him being the head, what did he do, Nonfon? What did he do with vaccines, Nonfon, in his first week?
I don't know actually. You might be.
You don't remember him promoting he promoted the measles vaccine like
Oh
hard.
yeah, because he had to write an op-ed telling people to get the fucking measles vaccine because that's definitely a thing
but
that.
listen, it's funny because that's like one of the vaccines he was very much a hater of on podcasts, and then it's like he just comes out, he's like, actually based vaccine, and I was like,
He shouldn't have
it's
to
funny see
fucking
it.
correct that in the first place. I don't know, like
If I'm being good faith, I think RFK a lot of the time will say stuff based to depending on what position he's in is going to change his answer, which is a very snake oily thing to do. But I think the reason he was so anti-establishment or anti-vaccine in the past is because he was running on like anti-establishment views, right? That's part of the view. But I think now that he's in a position of power, I think if he was anti-vaccine, if he was truly anti-vaccine, we would have. I think we should be seeing a lot more of a push. Now that we're not, either I'm not factoring some motive in that I haven't thought of yet, or that he's not, or he is pro-vaccine, but the audience he surrounded himself with would not allow him to be pro-vaccine.
I think that's probably closer. All right, the second one. Do you believe that we should be supporting Ukraine?
Oh, of course, but he's
Okay,
fucking overseeing health. Yeah. Also, a bigger point, which also we should agree upon, is with Donald Trump's cabinet appointments, a neutral or a even slightly bad pick is a great pick on a Trump cabinet. Okay, we gotta live with the reality we are in.
I think the problem with RFK is, and I like realistically, health is probably one of the least bad things that you probably could have put RFK in charge of, but he's just like a super conspiratorial thinker. And that's like not conducive to being put in scientific roles. I think that's a really bad thing.
I think that, I mean, I agree with you in that aspect, especially with like what he said. But again, I don't know if what he said during those times was either a grab for power or his actual beliefs. And now that he's in power, though, he has a very different opinion, it seems. So it makes it.
Okay, so pre-appointment, would we agree that RFK probably isn't a good pick?
I mean, I still don't think he's like the best pick now, but Donald Trump cabinet, I think he is the best pick. I don't know. Like, listen, it was him or fucking Rosie O'Donnell, okay? Not Rosie O'Donnell, fucking Roseanne.
I'd take Rosie O'Donnell.
Yeah, I don't know. That's why I had to switch. Roseanne Barr,
Yeah.
sorry. The one who's like chilled for Trump. I don't know if you watched the Twitter videos during the campaign. She was chilling for Trump.
No, she's crazy. She's she's way crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, on my podcast, I genuinely bet that she was going to get a position. I was wrong, but the podcast is no longer going because my actual co-host had too much like distress about politics after the election, and I was like, I understand.
I want to do like
He's an innocent man. I love him.
I want to do like a Breaking Points ass podcast. I would love that so much, where I just get to
What do
fight
you
my
mean?
host every fucking day. I'd go hard.
I see what you're saying. I prefer the greater example. Did you ever see clips of the George Santos podcast?
Yeah.
That's a good one. I like that one a lot.
Yeah, I'm a little less gay than him though, so.
Fuck. Can we not queer bait it up a little? Can you not like play into it though?
I could if I wanted to, I guess. Okay. Yeah. So, all right. That's not the worst opinion in the world.
Here's my problem. Okay, my problem was when I would talk to these very anti-RFK people, and I'd push these on these positions, and then they would agree with every single position. I'm like, so why? What is it that you like? I was like, until he does something I disagree with, I'm not going to be like against him. And I was like, I think that's how we should view a politician. I shouldn't be like, no offense to him, okay, I shouldn't be judging him on what he was saying on fucking one random like shill podcast. He was just trying to get power. He was saying
I mean, you
whatever-
should a little.
I should, and I would if he was like running for a major position of power. But I would. So, I think in that time though, I think he was just trying to get power. I don't think he was, or I think he was trying to create a movement, not create power. That's a better way to describe it.
I think our disconnect is that when I heard you were being an RFK show, I was
Oh, I have the
thinking
hat
you're
next to me.
talking about. I'm thinking that you were talking about the presidential campaign, not the.
Oh, I loved that. Actually, that was what our disagreement was about. Actually.
Oh, cringe then.
Because-
That's cringe
wait.
again. Why are you
My
walking
position-
back to him
my
being in charge of the
position-
health
'cause
department?
wait, this is a very easy claim. I think there just should have been a primary. It's that easy.
Primary in the DNC?
Yes. It's a very strong claim. RFK had a very high amount of support. Whether or not you agree with his positions, he did have a high amount of support.
I don't think there's no shot in hell he would have won the primary.
That's
There's no
hey, I think I would probably agree with you. Actually, I do agree with you 100%. I still think it would lead to a one. If that does happen and RFK does lose that, RFK will probably concede and not go join the other side at 15% approval that he had at the time, or not 15%.
He would not concede. He would not concede.
You don't think if he
No
ran
shot.
in the primary, he would? You
No.
think that he's like a Trump?
Yes.
All he was asking for was a debate. I think that if he got the primary and he lost the primary, I don't think he would have. Do you think he would have joined Trump if he lost the primary, or do you
Yes.
think he would have like got ready for another Democratic election?
No, I think he would have. I still think he would have joined Trump.
Yeah. And then, I mean, we neither one of us can verify the other's claims, but I don't believe that.
Yeah. So, okay. I
That's-
mean, like,
you-
obviously, the problem is that we couldn't run the primary because there wasn't enough time, and like, obviously, Joe
We
Biden-
couldn't run a full primary, yeah, but you could have done. I think something probably. Obviously, it's so easy to say this now because if I wanted to, I could be really cringy and be like, "Well, we lost," and obviously, if we ran a primary, we would have won. I'm
Yeah,
not gonna say
sure,
retarded
yeah.
shit. Yeah, I'm not gonna say it. Okay, obviously, I know that. I don't think it doesn't matter who we would have ran unless like Obama came back. Okay, I don't know how we would have. Okay,
Well, I mean, we'll see how they do it in 3 years.
only true. No, but yeah, it's. I think it's also. I'm a big. So if I had to pick my big niche, it used to be law. I still love law. I'm still taking even classes in law. I'm not gonna lie and say I'm a lawyer like Mtuple. I don't know anything. I do just have an interest in it. I'm like I have
Me
an
too.
interest in it. Yeah, I'm not.
I think
I wouldn't say I'm knowledgeable.
I think we're probably a similar level.
Yeah, okay. So I would say it used to be that, and now I've been very big on the environment. I don't know if I've talked to you. You've been in the call when I talked
Oh
about this,
my
but I want
God,
to switch
Isaac
to the environment.
Ace, I love you. I love
Yeah,
you.
I literally next to me have right now Greta Thunberg's "No One Is Too Small to Make a Difference." I'm reading it right now. It's
I was literally just talking because like I wrote like a really really big thing on J6, and that was like my big like the big thing I was arguing over the election, and I was like, I need to like find another thing to obsess over, and I was thinking that it's either going to be like the 2016 Russia stuff or climate change. It's gotta be like a big climate change arc.
Okay. So with that being said, you should listen. I understand he's a very prominent anti-vax person now, and it's hard to love him. You
Yeah,
should
RFK was
love
decent on
RFK's
his. Yeah,
Not
he was
decent.
decent.
He fought for the Hudson the dam. He made it the most populous water source per fucking square foot of fit, whatever the fuck that weird ass measurement is. He fought to get pollution out of these waters. He's fought for
Listen,
conservation. He's
I'm
done
hedging-
so much for the environment. He is.
I'm hedging because I haven't looked into it, but I concede that like it seems like his record on the environment, from what I know, was good.
He would constantly fight the U.S. government for like Native American like land and oil rights on that land. Like he's done. Like that's why initially I liked RFK, and then I think here's actually the big funny thing is I would see these headlines and then obviously this is really funny, but because it's a very Republican pill thing for me to do, but I'd look into these things and I'd be like, these headlines don't accurately like portray this. I don't know why they're lying about like what RFK is saying here, but. And then, so after that, I started becoming more and more a defender. And then he started saying actually stupid shit. I'm like, well, the minute he does get the four out of the water, that's the day I let him go. That's the day I burn the hat and non-farm gets to do I told you so dance. But until he does something
Well, I mean
that
Do you think that I've heard that aren't they like coming after high fructose corn syrup? Isn't that like kind of stupid?
I don't know if that's stupid,
I don't think
honestly.
it's stupid. Yeah, I was about to say.
I think the way they do it might be stupid just because a big reason why we have high fructose corn syrup is because we tariff sugar and then subsidize corn, and like you can probably just undo those two things, and we'd use more actual sugar rather than high fructose corn syrup. But I don't know, high fructose corn syrup seems
I think
bad.
he wants to push for.
Is cane sugar any better for you than high fructose corn syrup?
I don't know, but
I'm not entirely certain,
soda.
but
I've heard no.
Can we just Google search this?
Yeah, we can.
It's probably more complicated than a yes or no, but yeah.
I've heard no, but I mean,
better.
Listen, I didn't do a whole ton of reading.
When comparing equal doses of high fructose corn syrup and regular sugar, research shows no difference in feeling of fullness, insulin response, leptin levels, or effects on body weight. So it seems pretty similar.
Okay, so like, can we agree then that I think like I imagine that high fructose corn syrup is easier to like ship around than cane sugar. Maybe I'm wrong.
Well, I think the big point of it is we're not shipping it around. We're making it here. We're using corn for high fructose corn syrup instead of importing sugar.
Maybe would we both agree then that that ban would be kind of stupid?
Not really.
I think a ban on it would be stupid. That seems a little.
I think it's
overkill.
cutting too deep, but I mean, yeah, but I think actions taken towards. I don't know if I would have to see if he's looking for a full ban, but also the reason I'm saying that is because I love Jones. Jones is a soda you should try once if you've never had it. It's made from cane sugar and it's a really good soda. So
yeah, it's fine. Jones is fine.
Oh, you a Jones fan? Okay, good.
It's okay.
So maybe maybe the reason it's so good is also just okay. Is well, man, don't Green Apple Jones is my favorite soda of all time.
Green Apple anything
also,
is mid.
This just in, a plane has hit the second no. This just in, morally superior vegan did say non-fun. He would ban meat.
Oh yeah.
Anyway,
but you should probably. I imagine. I don't know for sure. Again, if you would say this, but it might be like in an ideal society, meat would be banned. But like in our, modern world, I don't know if you would necessarily support just outright banning meat right now. But also based.
Also, he's gonna solve autism. How?
True. Yeah. All right.
Don't you?
I don't know. I need to read into the fucking autism database thing. That seems so crazy.
He's gonna solve it. Okay, and I think I want to solve. They can't pay taxes. They can't play baseball. Like, what are they gonna?
All right. Listen, I gotta go. I'm gonna do some TikTok shelling.
No, God.
Hell yeah.
I love you guys. All right.
Stay safe. Stay safe.
Yeah. Have fun.
Don't let RFK give you autism.
I don't think it'd be RFK. I think it'd probably be the vaccine.
I knew we'd get along.
I will say, sometimes I think about if I was, if a conservative ever asked me to say something nice about Trump, I think I don't know. I think I might be like, I mean, him signing a sovereign wealth fund, that's good. That'll probably never actually come to fruition. And I'll say, I have a Democrat friend who likes RFK. I think he's convinced me that RFK isn't like the worst possible pick, and that'll be my.
He's amazing. I'm reading right now that people. Okay, I'm about to spread misinformation because I'm not 100% informed. But I'm reading because I was like, what's RFK doing currently? And people are upset that RFK is trying to require placebo-controlled studies for new vaccines. And the argument is like it will just make it. Here's the argument. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's in the interest of RFK to make vaccines more expensive, less available, or more feared. I think bro just wants placebo-controlled studies for vaccines because apparently
do we not already do a lot of that? I don't know for all vaccines if we do that, but I feel like we have done randomized control studies or whatever that have placebos.
I don't know, but apparently the headline is like, not that one. The first one is like the Trump administration plans to oppose a new testing requirement for new vaccines.
Oh, okay.
This is a demand that could delay the availability of the next round of COVID-19 vaccines and complicate the approval of other vaccines. If it complicates the approval, doesn't that mean that it's not passing Non-fun. I'm not trying to come off as anti-vax, okay? But
Well, no,
common
I mean,
sense
if
would
it's
tell
just
me.
another, if it's a, added tryout they have to do, it's obviously going to cost more money and more time, even if, it passes it or whatever. But
Yeah, but do you understand how funny it is to be like, it's going to complicate the approval of other vaccines? If it's complicating the approval because it's making it go through another test, that seems a little weird.
well, what do you mean? I mean, it could be the case that the test is just not the test is not any better than the other test that we already do, so it just adds cost for no reason.
I don't know. You're going off of the basis though that this is a test on top of a test. I'm wondering if this means that.
So yeah, so I don't know that to be the
Yeah,
case. But,
that's our
yeah.
yeah. That's a very strong distinction I'm trying to find, but I cannot find.
Jesus, Roblox makes 7.2 billion a month. People spend
that makes sense.
7.2 billion a month on fucking Roblox, man. Jesus.
Bro, there are like 16-year-old millionaires who just make like a really shitty
Yeah.
copy of a popular game on Roblox and they just become rich. It's
Yeah,
so
I
crazy to
know.
think about.
I've seen those. Yeah.
I remember when Fortnite leaked they had their pay sheet leaked for their their islands, and bro, it was crazy to see like the most popular islands were racking in like tens of millions. It was so insane.
Yeah. Oh fuck! My Roblox has to update.
I got hacked. Mine got hacked right after our Israel and Palestine thing. I had to make a new one. It was so sad. I've had
you
it for
told me,
so
yeah.
long. They put on a fucking PewDiePie hoodie, and I'm like, bro. I was like, please, and they were like, we can't verify that's your account. I was like, just look, like, they must have changed the password, and because I can't log in, and they must have like logged in from a different state, and they're like, we can't give you any more information. And I was like, oh, okay, well, fuck me, I guess.
Oh, there's a new update to Dress to Impress pedal update. Where's the shit I see on Instagram Reels? The fucking RNG Italian brain rot.
Oh, I did see that one. The one I saw one that was like rats.
I think it's this. 10 million visits. It's got to be this, right? Yeah. Gameplay pot. What the fuck?
My disdain is like is like it feels like it's flowing completely. Okay, because here's one of the paragraphs. Experts say that giving someone a placebo to protect them against a potentially
Oh, 1 in 500 Bulletini Bonanini. Let's fucking go.
Yeah.
Oh, I got a lame
But anyway,
one.
at the end of this news thing, they're like, and they think this is bad because not giving someone a vaccine and giving them a placebo is unethical.
Oh, really? What? I don't even know how to pronounce this fucking shit. I
No,
got the
pronounce it. You got it, you
fucking
got it.
elephant cactus shit, bro. Anyway, the news. Oh my god, Kyle, you watching stream, Kyle? My friend just joined me in fucking Roblox.
Go ban for ban. Go rat for rat.
Well, I got
What do you think is the root cause of autism? What do we think it's gonna be?
I don't. Do we? Isn't? I don't know. I would assume we have some understanding of what caused it, right? It's got to be something mostly genetic, presumably.
So we don't have so our leading theories are right now are viral infections, medication, or complications during pregnancy, or air pollutions. That's a lot. That's a lot of options.
There's no way. Is it who is providing those? Is that RFK saying those options?
No, that is the Mayo Clinic, whatever the fuck the Mayo Clinic is.
Okay.
It was the top thing. But it's a .org, so I trust it. It's an organization, not fun. An organization would never lie.
This is true. There's some evidence that certain autistic traits are associated with prenatal testosterone exposure.
I don't know.
I have no clue.
How are we supposed to know that it isn't COVID-19 vaccines?
True.
I didn't know about autism before COVID-19, and now I do. What do you think about that?
I'm thinking that I just got fucking
Shut up.
taco to pee.
Also, one thing I do want to say about RFK that I always think is really funny is that when he cites, I think he actually does a fair bit of research. I just think he also I'm not fully sure if he can read. Because like he'll cite something and it's like 40% correct, but he's like citing something from a study that's like very niche that you would have to actually read the study to know. Because there was one where he cited something that was like we buy 60% of the like medicine in the world. Did you ever hear him talk about that?
I haven't heard him talk about that, but yeah, I mean, that makes sense.
And that sounds crazy. And then it's like, well, this comes from a very like small part of a study where they say that we spend 60% of the money on medication, not 60% of the product. That's just because I don't think it's 60, it might be like 40. But I think or it might even be higher. But it's just because we spend a lot on medicine because our medicine isn't like.
Yeah.
Sorry, your sneeze. I thought your mic
sneezes.
peaked when you sneezed, so I thought you just like got like a 1 in a 1 million, and I was watching your stream and I just watched you sneeze.
Oh.
But yeah, you like he incorrectly cited it, but at least he cited something. I know he's like reading it. He just didn't read it correctly. I don't know though. How do I go? What's? Alright. I'm gonna leave you to go do whatever you want. What's his TikTok? I want to go see how he's doing. Never mind, found it. I didn't need you anyway. Why, when I searched him up, was the first thing a thirst trap of a girl?
Yes.
I'm not mad, but
Quintuple cited something? No, not Pentuple. Pentuple doesn't know how to say anything. It was RFK
sure
he was talking about.
I just want a bar
I
card.
love the,
I think I would gain a lot more respect.
what was it, like 7
even if
people
you
in
have
the
to
back
like,
of his
if I
car?
you have to censor stuff out.
Yeah,
or,
there is
like not getting doxxed reasons. Okay.
Yeah.
But I want to see something. Okay.
How do I like the stream from PC? Oh, here we go.
Okay.
Oh, I can just press L. Can I hold down now? Hold on, let me open my auto clicker.
Oh no.
Why'd he leave? Ah, it's slow as fuck. Oh wait, no, it's decent. I'm gonna give him 100 likes. Watch this shit. I don't know, hyper cessation was required. We just noticed the slop that pre-existed our recognition of it and developed the concept of this particular sort of slop real. Then we got auto clicker and speed dial. I mean, I have it downloaded, yeah. Oh, I already gave him 200 likes. Fuck yeah. Okay, we're just gonna give him 1,000. How often does he get to? Yeah, it probably gets to 1,000 likes instantly often actually, because you can. I'm sure there's people who also just spam it. Oh, Isaac sent the rose. Fuck, Isaac went up to me. Fuck. How do I? He's still number 3 though. I'm number 2. Okay, so I'm still better. Okay, we'll give him 500 likes. Okay. Give him 500 likes. How much do I have coins? No, I don't have fucking coins. How much are coins? Oh, fuck this shit. Come on. What the hell? Payment could be fuck you. Oh wait. Oh, I'm stupid. There we go. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Why is it light theme now? What the hell? Hold on, I gotta be number 1.
To save their country.
Why is it? What? I just bought coins. Why don't I have coins? Give me my coins.
But I mean, that doesn't necessarily. I know what you're saying. How the rhetoric you're saying how that.
Yeah, 150. What can I send him 150?
But I don't think that's because imagine I showed up to a
Galaxy
place where I got
5000.
fired from, and I said this place is hell. This place is crazy. You know, people are weird. Like fight for your
fucking dog.
with this
It's 300.
workplace. Does that mean? Does that mean?
So
there's-
I disagree with your analogy. I think this is a better one. So, let's say that there's a place where a thing is happening, and you're saying that if this thing goes through, if they do this thing in this building, it's going to destroy the country as you know it, and we're going to march over to that place in order to prevent that from happening. Because that's exactly what Donald Trump did to the Capitol. He was talking about preventing the
And then I have 50.
certification of the election.
What is fucking
Thank
50?
You, Nonfon.
Okay. Well, I guess we could agree to disagree.
Well, like how? Like he was like they were protesting.
No, it's
outside
nothing
of the
50.
certification
It's I guess I can
because
send
they
a
said that
fucking.
the election was stolen.
I send him a donut and then send him a let
And
him
he
cook.
said march on to the Capitol during the January 6th speech, right?
Yeah, but so did MLK, but no one jumped into buildings.
He said
What?
Well, MLK led the march on Washington.
Okay.
But he didn't want anybody to go inside and he didn't fight anything. But he said the same whether he did.
Bro. MLK, the
What do you
March
mean?
in
I mean, like,
Washington,
Can you
that's
find
the
a
same
comparable
thing.
quote from
It's fucking
from
January
MLK,
6th,
so like,
dog.
fight like hell, or else you're going to lose your country.
He told people to fight, but in a peaceful manner.
I'll give him 100 more
Okay,
likes. 100 more likes.
Donald Trump didn't say fight in a peaceful manner. He said, "I know,
Well,
I
no,
know
you're-
you'll peacefully
you're
and
reading what you're
patriotically
saying.
march over to the Capitol."
Okay, but if you're saying quotes, MLK said the fight thing too in a different manner, but the same words.
Can you tell me the quote?
Yeah.
Give him 200 more likes. Okay,
And also,
I'm
I
number
mean, like,
1,
the
and I gave him
grounds-
more likes than Isaac did. Okay. Anyway, memes of the DNA to sell true. Trump did nothing wrong. I don't know. Oh wait, there's literally an auto roll option. I'm not gonna sit here and watch and drink Monster. If Trump does it, it's good. Appears to be what half of MAGA thinks by now. What have you learned? Trump used to smoke cigarettes. Then I would think he's based. If I knew he was cool like that. Oh, oh, was that a good thing? I didn't notice. I just want. I guess I got really lucky getting a fucking 1 in 700,000 thing like super early on. I want fucking tung 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 sahur. Cigarettes are literally gay. The British have been trying to tell us for years. True. Reddit has very odd things about him. I mean, there are a lot of odd things about Trump. And Reddit's just an odd place in general. So Trump is just a blood sacrifice we have to make to fight against LBJ's administrative state. So true. Dude, it will be. I think the budget comes, or the budget comes out tomorrow, right? Oh wait, I can just. This will still work at half screen size, right? Yeah, it's just a little squished. Trump putting the whole budget into Italian brain rot. That'd be based. President Trump will lob his fiscal year 2026 budget request to Congress on Friday, calling for deep cuts in foreign aid and renewable energy and increased spending on the border and national security, according to administration officials. Size or scope, Trump's budget amounts to another declaration of war on the status quo and the priorities and programs that animate the Democratic Party. It will be interesting. Part of the reason this will be interesting is presumably it'll have something in it about how much revenue they expect to raise from tariffs, and that'll indicate how permanent they want these tariffs to be, and also potentially how fucking delusional they are with respect to how much revenue tariffs can raise. Oh my god. In total, the non-defense programs that need to be reauthorized every year. The Office of Management and Budget wants to allocate $557 billion for the next fiscal year. That represents a 22.6% cut, according to Wall Street Journal, which first reported in some of the details of Trump's budget. For national security spending, Trump will be asking for a record $1.01 trillion for a whopping 13% increase. Okay, cool. Funding for the EPA, DOE, and USAID will be starkly reduced. Of course, who needs those? Dude, it doesn't even the education department is like one of the more efficient government departments. It's so stupid. There's like very low administrative costs for the DOE. It like for every dollar that you put into the DOE, it's like 3.4% administrative. Oh, I got one of 500,000. 3.4% administrative cost. Which is better than most other agencies. And then the funding for like the staffers of the DOE is approved separately from the funding of everything else the DOE does. So even if you cut the staff in half, like Doge has done or whatever, although advisory, Trump approved it, Doge just recommended it, whatever. That none of that saving actually goes to fucking the education department, like administrative duty or not administrative duties. Like it's fucking stupid. Yeah, Trump is into bunga bunga, yeah. Also, it'll be interesting. I think they said they wanted like 83% of USA ID programs to be cut. It'll be interesting to see what those are, because like, can we at least wait? Trump is cutting the deficit. That's crazy. I know who could have foreseen this, but I really hope they, save at least PEPFAR and like some of the malaria shit, because like, I don't know, guys. It seems like debates on flat earthers. I have zero interest in doing that. I don't know, guys. It just seems like whatever CIA front bullshit you think USAID was doing, it also just like, saved a lot of children for relatively cheap. Like, the bit is Stevens front member? What is that? Flat Earth and tariff debates are pretty comparable. Very true. Time to do the flat Earth shit, bro. Why? I have zero interest in flat earthers. I got 5 channels. Cat hates the globe tarts. Anyway, that'll be interesting to talk about tomorrow. Tomorrow, it looks like we got a cool stream. We're going to be watching Okana Boy go on Tim Pool, my goat, on Tim Pool, defending the welfare state. And then we'll talk about, I don't know what we're going to talk about first. We'll either talk about fucking Trump gutting the welfare state, or we'll talk about a convoy defending the welfare state. But that'll be fun to talk about tomorrow. We would react to other stuff tonight, but you know what? It's already almost 1 a.m., so we're not going to do that. On Twitch, let's see. Who is streaming? Kayana streaming. Kidnakin. Carbon. Red Radius. I'll send you to Kidnakin, I guess. Then on YouTube, let's see, customization, redirect, ad. By the way, if you guys aren't subscribed to the YouTube, go fucking check that shit out. Head over to Renewal. Renewal's cool. All you should subscribe to him as well. But also, YouTube channel where you find all my debates, nicely edited and put up there. Go check that out. That shit's awesome. Love streaming. Love you guys watching stream. Really cool to see you guys all pop in every time. Yeah, it's just really cool. People stick around and watch me. I would love if you guys kept doing it. And hit the subscribe button so you never miss. Hit the follow and subscribe button so you never miss a stream. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Cool stream tomorrow at like 12 p.m. or something. 11 a.m. I think maybe. I don't know. We'll see. See you guys. Love you guys. See you guys. Hell yeah.